My wife and I were clearly only in a contract marriage, but when I proposed a divorce, she not only confiscated my suitcase but also called a locksmith in the middle of the night to weld my door shut just to stop me from leaving her. It was all because she had been in a car accident a few years ago while rushing to the airport to stop her white moonlight from going abroad with his girlfriend. After the accident, we entered a contract marriage. To help her white moonlight leave her heart as quickly as possible, I took care of her with absolute devotion. I looked after her for 4 years, doing my best for her, until one night when she was drunk and lying in bed, she called out her white moonlight's name 999 times. At that moment, I realized I could never replace his place in her heart. Looking at the 4-year-old contract that still looked brand new in my hand, I thought it was time to end it. At 6 in the evening, I prepared 6 dishes and a soup according to Bai Ningbing's taste. When Bai Ningbing opened the door and returned, I smiled at her and said, "Dinner is ready." Bai Ningbing washed her hands and sat down. I placed a bowl and chopsticks in front of her and served her rice. She glared at me and said, "You made so much again." Despite her words, she still picked up a large shrimp and ate it. I smiled and meticulously peeled a shrimp for her. "You are still in the recovery phase, you must intake more nutrition." After finishing the meal, she sat on the sofa. Suddenly, her phone rang. Seeing the 3 words Jai Bisheng on the screen, she casually pressed the power button to ignore it. I came out of the first floor room after showering. "Ningbing, why don't you answer the phone?" Bai Ningbing curled up and slid down into the soft sofa. "Just a nuisance call, I don't feel like answering. By the way, Fang Yuan, my grandfather's 70th birthday is in a few days. My mom wants you to come home early." I sat in front of her drying my hair. "Ningbing, I have something to tell you." "Go ahead," she said, curled up on the sofa like a kitten in its bed. I took out 2 documents from the coffee table drawer and placed them before her. "Ningbing, let's get a divorce." Bai Ningbing instantly jolted awake as if she were drowning and looked at me in shock. "Are you crazy?" Just then, the phone Bai Ningbing had placed on the table rang again. It was a call from Jai Bisheng, her white moonlight. But I only glanced at it and didn't care. "Ningbing, aren't you going to answer your ex-boyfriend's call?" Her lazy expression clearly showed a hint of dissatisfaction. "Is my business any of your concern? You're nobody to me." Originally, Bai Ningbing was too lazy to answer and tried to hang up the phone using her foot. But then she realized she was wearing a suit skirt. If she stretched her leg out, I would see everything. So she sat up and noticed the 4 large words "divorce agreement" on the table. Her heart tightened sharply for a moment. "Fang Yuan, what are you doing?" I smiled. "Ningbing, thank you for these 4 years. Your help allowed me to pay for my mother's surgery. But in the end, we are only in a contract marriage. Now that he is back, it's time for me to leave. I can't keep holding you back. You should have the love you deserve." Bai Ningbing looked at me in shock because, aside from a smile, she couldn't see any expression of sadness or pain on my face. There wasn't even a hint of attachment. Bai Ningbing was so angry that she slammed her hand on the table. "Fang Yuan, what do you think you are? I've given you millions over the years to help your mother recover from her illness. Is this how you repay me?" 4 years ago, after Bai Ningbing's car accident, the Bai family went crazy, posting advertisements offering a $1 billion reward just to find someone who could cure her. After causing a massive stir, I simply showed up at their door. At that time, I claimed to be an admirer of Bai Ningbing and wanted nothing but a chance from the Bai family to let me stay. Back then, Bai Ningbing had gone completely mad because of her lower body paralysis. She would curse anyone, even her own biological parents. She was violent and moody, throwing things and hitting people. Many people applied back then, but in the end, only I successfully passed the Bai family's selection as I wished. No matter how Bai Ningbing tortured me, I endured it silently, guarding her side for 4 years until she stood up. On the day she stood up, her parents wept with joy and kept thanking me. The whole family agreed to our marriage. She didn't refuse, but there was a contract. She knew how I treated her, but she had something else on her mind. I sighed and pushed the agreement in front of her. "Ningbing, I know if it wasn't for you, my mother would be terminally ill. We only got married to appease your parents and family. The world doesn't know we are married, sign it." She roared at me, "Haha, this is hilarious. 4 million, how will you pay it back?" Just then, Jai Bisheng called again. I left the agreement on the table, walked to my room and said, "Ningbing, stop lying to yourself. You even call his name in your sleep. You still love him, don't you? Now that your legs are healed and you can walk, I don't want this fake marriage to waste your life anymore." Bai Ningbing roared like a mad lion. Furious at the noisy phone, she directly smashed it. After fuming for a while, she stumbled to her feet and rushed to my bedroom door. "Fang Yuan, I'm going out. When I return, if I don't see you at home, you're dead. Who do you think you are to divorce me? If anyone's divorcing, it's me." Bai Ningbing was exasperated. She grabbed her bag and left, but tripped in her panic and hit the metal door. Furious, she slammed the door shut and locked it from the outside. Feeling unsafe, she even struggled to move a 100-pound flower pot to block the door. "Bastard, divorce my foot. How dare a poor kid like you divorce a billionaire heiress like me?" As her voice faded, I couldn't help but sigh. I had already packed my bags. On the table was a photo of a woman who looked exactly like Bai Ningbing. "Zinsai, I'm sorry it took so long to move on. To remember you, I found someone who looks just like you and stayed by her side for 4 years. Looking at her, I felt you were alive, but you're gone. I must start a new life. Will you bless me from heaven?" At midnight, Bai Ningbing jumped from her car without even turning it off and rushed inside with her broken phone. She pounded on my room door. "Fang Yuan, open up, open the door." The room was silent. She turned the handle and opened the door, only to find the room completely empty. Everything had been neatly packed. She rushed to open my wardrobe wardrobe, but it was empty. Even the toiletries in the bathroom were gone. Bai Ningbing screamed frantically alone in the house. Fang Yuan, are you crazy? Who gave you permission to leave? Just then her mother called. Ningbing, what are you doing? Did you fight with Fang Yuan? Why did he go to his grandparents' place so late at night? Bai Ningbing was fuming. We didn't fight. That psycho just went crazy for some reason. I'm so angry. Her mother asked with concern. What happened? If you upset Fang Yuan, hurry up and apologize. If you're too proud to say it, mom will help you. Bai Ningbing exploded. Jai Bisheng is back, her mother scolded. It must be that mess with him that made Fang Yuan misunderstand. Go apologize instead of cursing him. Her teeth gritted as she said angrily, all right mom, I know. I'll go to his grandparents' house later and scold him. Bai Ningbing hung up with a snap. Fuming, she was about to head out, but before leaving, my suitcase caught her eye and looked very annoying. She went over to open it, but the suitcase was locked with a passcode. She ran to the living room, grabbed a hammer and smashed it open, only to see all my clothes and belongings packed inside. Bai Ningbing grabbed my clothes and hung them back in the closet one by one. Well, Fang Yuan, in the 4 years you've been with me, I never realized. You were so bold as to pack your things. What do you want? Are you trying to force my hand? Just then a photo fell out from my clothes. What was this? The photo showed a face identical to Bai Ningbing's, wearing a white dress and a bellflower straw hat. At first glance, Bai Ningbing felt a hint of secret joy. Even if I was acting crazy, I still cherished her photo. But at second glance, something felt wrong. This didn't seem to be her because she wouldn't wear that kind of dress. At third glance, it wasn't her at all. On the back, a name was written. Shang Xinchai. In a small courtyard tens of kilometers away in the suburbs, I was chatting happily with Grandpa when the sound of tires on the pavement reached us, immediately followed by a burst of knocking. Grandpa, it's me, Ningbing, open up. I pulled open the wooden door and looked at her. Ningbing, why are you here? Ningbing immediately smelled the alcohol on me. You've been drinking? I nodded and smiled. Grandpa asked me to come over, so I had a few drinks with him. Bai Jiangguo laughed heartily. The alcohol content wasn't high. He'll be fine after a nap. Fearing Bai Ningbing would scold me, he quickly tried to smooth things over. I smiled and replied, Ningbing, don't worry. Grandpa is healthy and robust. Having a little drink once in a while is fine. I acted as if nothing had happened. I acted as if nothing had happened at all. I came back in the middle of the night just for you to ask me that. Aren't you working tomorrow? Bai Jiangguo didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and said matter-of-factly, because you're very busy. These words instantly exploded in Bai Ningbing's mind. Yu Lanchua realized something was wrong and pulled him. Old man, hurry up and get inside to sleep. I nodded and helped park Bai Ningbing's car. In the village parking lot, as I was about to enter, I was pushed out by her. Bai Ningbing snatched my phone and the messages in the chat window. Made her so angry that she threw my phone into the pond. My phone? Startled, I rushed to get it, but she grabbed me and glared at me fiercely. Fang Yuan, that woman who messaged you was Shang Xinchai, right? She looks just like me. What does she want with you? I answered weakly. Be on a show. After Grandpa's birthday, you're going to be on a show and fly off with her. Are you worthy of me? Ningbing, you know. I was stunned, looking at the photo in her hand, my lip twitching. In 4 years, I never knew she had a habit of rummaging through my things. You should know that in these 4 years, she hadn't even entered my room. I know, so what? Bai Ningbing was so angry she was almost crying. The reason she gave me a contract was that she felt I was very gentle to her, but that gentleness seemed to belong to someone else. I took a deep breath. I turned my head to the side. I'm sorry, Bai Ningbing said through gritted teeth. You like me but can't have me, so you found a woman like me to replace me. Are you sick? Ningbing, let's get a divorce after Grandpa's birthday. It's no longer suitable for us to stay together because of a... Fine, it's very well to continue this contract. Because you can't have me, you found someone to replace me. Bai Ningbing, because she was overly emotional. I was choked by her saliva and started coughing. I hurriedly patted her back, but she pushed me away. Ningbing, you don't have to be like this. Jai Bisheng's place in your heart is clear to both of us. Back then, you had a car accident trying to chase him. For countless days and nights, you cried and called out his name with a slap. Bai Ningbing slapped me hard across the face. Fang Yuan, you want a divorce, right? Fine, let's do it now. In an instant, Bai Ningbing seemed drained of all her strength and stumbled forward, but she forced herself upright so I wouldn't see her sadness. She didn't even know what she was sad about. But her tears just wouldn't stop falling. Seeing her state wasn't right, I hurriedly chased after her, but she scolded me every time I tried. Could only stand far away and watch her get into the car and drive out of the village. Rushing back to the villa, a sobbing Bai Ningbing took the divorce agreement on the table and tore it to shreds. In the dark house, she was all alone as a lonely chill washed over her body. Just then, Jai Bisheng's call came in again. She picked up the phone and yelled at him. Jai Bisheng, are you crazy? I told you there's no longer any possibility between us. If you dare come near me again, I'll have someone send you to Chenhai Ridge. Before he could finish, she hung up the phone, sobbing. Bai Ningbing tried to block his number, but the broken screen malfunctioned, making her so angry she threw the phone away. 4 years ago, without a word, Jai Bisheng left her and blocked her. She chased him like crazy and got into a car accident. She couldn't understand she and Jai Bisheng were childhood sweethearts who grew up together, so why did he treat her like this? Later, the accident, the breakup, and being paralyzed crushed her will, making her give up on herself. The internet was right, childhood sweethearts are no match for newcomers. Some seductive person always lures them away. Jai Bisheng was like that, and so was Fang Yuan. Even if the person in the photo looks like me, how can they compare to me? Damn it. Ningbing cried until she fell asleep on the sofa, still tightly clutching my quilt. When she woke up, she was startled by a strong sense of malice. She subconsciously rubbed her swollen eyes. Fang Yuan, where are you? I'm hungry. Her voice echoed through the empty villa for a long time. No one responded. Bai Ningbing felt increasingly miserable. Looking at the photo on the table that looked just like her, she remembered that I was no longer home. I was going to divorce her. Inside Yuncheng Cemetery, I dragged my exhausted body, a cigarette in my mouth and flowers in my arms, through the tree-lined stairs to a tombstone. On it was a black and white photo of a girl smiling brightly. I took a clean cloth and carefully wiped the tombstone. A stubborn wildflower had grown from a crack in the bricks nearby. I couldn't help but pull out the few scattered seeds around it. Looking at that little daisy blooming tenaciously against the blazing sun, I thought, Zinsai, everything is as you wished. Time has forever stopped at your most beautiful and radiant moment. I lit a cigarette, a smile tugging at my lips. Once you were the one who loved hearing me sing the most. I'm going to leave Yuncheng for a while to pursue my future life. Before I go, I'll play a song for you, hoping you won't be lonely. Facing the tombstone, I sat cross-legged on the ground. As the melodious sound of the guitar rang out, a figure from the past seemed to appear in my eyes. She stepped onto the school anniversary stage. She stood under the lights, while not far from her, I sat on a high stool with my guitar, smiling at her. Fang Yuan, why do you always sing with such bitterness and hatred? Are you trying to make me cry on purpose? Fang Yuan, you need to be more optimistic, smile more often. Guess how old I am? You're always like an uncle, it makes me look very childish. Come on, Fang Yuan, forget about me. In the days without me, you must never think of me again. You still have a bright future. Your life doesn't need to be tied down for me. Fang Yuan, I'm leaving. See you in the next life, you idiot. I never loved you, but if there is a next life, I will definitely love you. The song ended and the people dispersed. I reached out and gently pressed on the tombstone, just as I used to stroke her little head back then. She always said, don't press me like this. If I don't grow tall, I'll blame it all on you. She also said, Fang Yuan, don't look at me like that. If you look at me like that, I'll really want to try. I know I won't live past 20. I looked up at the sky, the cigarette butt at the corner of my mouth burning to the end once more. Idiot, you never actually left me. You have always lived in my songs. I will become successful and famous. I will take your former wishes to the hall of your dreams. When that moment comes, my life will have no regrets. At that time, I might consider what you told me before you died, to have a passionate love affair, then marry a wife and have children. Growing old like that, I smiled and turned to leave. Because of Bai Jiangguo's grand birthday, the Bai family ancestral house was extremely lively. Just then, a grumbling voice came. A middle-aged man, slightly fat and wearing a suit with a briefcase in the hot weather, walked into the courtyard. This person was my father-in-law, Bai Mingji. The younger generation who were out playing surrounded Bai Mingji in a swarm, pestering him. Dripping with sweat, Bai Mingji hurriedly pushed them away. Damn it, don't come over. I'm dying of heat. Zio Kiki, don't wipe your popsicle on your gray tunkle. My god, these clothes are ruined. I can't take it anymore, you kids. Go play by yourselves. Bai Mingji took a stack of cash from his bag and handed it to the noisy children. I was cooking under the corrugated steel shed in the courtyard. Dripping with sweat, seeing Bai Mingji, I immediately called out, Dad, why are you alone? Where's Ningbing? I explained. Ningbing is busy at the company. It's only the day after tomorrow. That it's Grandpa's grand birthday. Ningbing has to finish the company's business before coming home for the celebration. Bai Mingji didn't take it too seriously and nodded in agreement. However, as he spoke, he walked over to me, stuffed a cigarette into my mouth, and lit it for me while I was busy. In other families, it would definitely be the son-in-law lighting a cigarette for the father-in-law, but in the Bai family, it was sometimes the other way around. Bai Mingji didn't care about these things, besides if it weren't for me for 4 years. Otherwise, his daughter would have been completely ruined in this life. Because of this mess, he had a direct falling out with Jai Bisheng's father, just because Jai Bisheng's father didn't raise his son well. He was a red third generation from Shanghai who two-timed. Once that side worked out, he kicked his daughter away. If the family hadn't stopped him, he would have swung a hoe to settle the score with Jai Bisheng long ago. Bai Mingji stood beside me, occasionally handing me seasonings. Fang Yuan, why hasn't my in-law arrived in Yuncheng yet? I plated the dish and said helplessly, Dad, you know my mother's situation. Besides, my grandparents' health isn't very good. She has to take care of them. Making them fly over 1,000 kilometers isn't realistic. But in reality, I preferred that my mother didn't come, because I was about to divorce Bai Ning. Being soon, if they were happy when they came, they would surely be just as sad when they received the news. That's true. If they can't come, there's no other way. Later, when it's your grandparents' birthday, we'll go to your hometown to celebrate for them. Since Fang Yuan had registered his marriage with his daughter, he was half a son to him. Whatever the Bai family had, he would ensure my family had as well. There was no need to be stingy with this bit of money toward his own son-in-law. After the food was ready, I brought the dishes to the table and let everyone take their seats. I went to the door and shouted toward the village. 10 minutes later, seeing me return, Bai Mingji turned to me and asked, Fang Yuan, where. I went out to work for over 10 minutes, and when I returned, everyone was waiting for me to eat. Even the children hadn't moved their chopsticks. I felt moved. At the old village chief's house, I said, "Dad, why haven't you started eating? The food is getting cold. Aren't we waiting for you?" Bai Mingji smiled and asked me to sit beside him. The old house wasn't large enough, so everyone ate in the courtyard. In the Bai family, anyone else's status could be overlooked, but no one would overlook me. Eat, eat. Bai Mingji greeted everyone to start. Many things didn't need to be said. Everyone understood in their hearts. After eating and drinking our fill, Bai Mingji sat at the table after the meal, dangling a cigarette and telling me grand principles. As the saying goes, the ages of 73 and 84 are two major hurdles, so we must hold a grand 3-day celebration. Things in the village are done in the village. Fang Yuan, when you and Ningbing hold your wedding banquet, it will also be in the village. If we moved to a hotel, your grandfather would scold us. Okay, Dad, I nodded in agreement. Bai Mingji also nodded. If you two have nothing else to do, then you handle the coordination with the mobile caterers and the village customs. I'll transfer 5 million to your card. My brother-in-law, Huang Yu, watched from the side, his mouth practically watering. He knew I had always been pampered by the family, but seeing my father-in-law, Bai Mingji, hand over 5 million so casually still moved him. I quickly said, "Dad, I still have money in my card. No need. I'll return the money to you now. It's fine. If you have money, just keep more of it. Your dad doesn't have much else." But money, ha ha ha. Seeing the immensely proud Bai Mingji, the old man, Bai Jiangguo, immediately rolled his eyes and hit him with a fan. Money, money, money. All you know is money. You reek of copper. In the end, not one of you is truly filial. You bunch are busy running around all day, and only Fang Yuan frequently comes to the village to see us. One day when I die, you won't even know. Bai Mingji quickly spat several times and said speechlessly, "Dad, you're about to have your birthday celebration. Why talk about death? It's so unlucky." The old man couldn't be bothered with him and turned to me. "Fang Yuan, your wedding with Ningbing really should be hurried along. There are still auspicious days before the new year. Can the banquet be held before then? Once you're married, let Ningbing stop worrying about that crappy company and stay home to have children for you. I don't have many years left. I just want to see your child born before I die." I quickly spoke up to push the topic. "Besides, Grandpa, your body is so robust, you will definitely live a long life." But the old man ignored me and turned to Bai Mingji. "Bai Mingji, can you get things settled before the new year?" Bai Mingji's expression immediately turned serious as he promised, "Definitely. Ningbing is much better now and can wear a wedding dress." The old man nodded with satisfaction. "That's more like it. Get married this year, have a baby next year, a second child the year after, then rest for 2 years and have a third child." Since the old man said so, the matter was settled. I was extremely speechless and said jokingly, "Grandpa, what are you treating Ningbing as?" The old man said, "Nowadays the country encourages young people to have more children. It's not like the family lacks the means, just let her give birth." Bai Mingji quickly said, "I'll record this in a notebook now, and later I'll say it was the old man's order." As he spoke, Bai Mingji fiddled with his phone. During dinner, my mother-in-law, Zhang Yuzhen, arrived and helped me busy myself with preparing a meal for the whole family. When it was almost dark, Bai Ningbing arrived. The tear stains on her face had long vanished, replaced by a cold expression. Zhang Yuzhen, wearing an apron, turned and ordered, "Ningbing, you're here. Go and fetch your father back for me and see where on earth he went to play cards." Bai Ningbing nodded but glanced at me before leaving. Not long after, Bai Mingji was caught and brought back. He had lost over 201 afternoon. His expression was a bit gloomy. Bai Mingji sat on the stool with a cigarette in his mouth. "Wife, it's all because you kept calling me all afternoon. Originally I was winning until you rushed me. I was distracted and had to return." Zhang Yuzhen looked at him crossly and said, "Bai Mingji, as a big boss, do you really need to win money from the village? People, have you no shame? Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner." "Yes, yes, yes." Bai Mingji dejectedly went to wash his hands. Little Tangmei ran over and pestered, "Bai Ningbing, cousin, can you please not marry brother-in-law?" Bai Ningbing was stunned by her words and asked blankly, "What do you mean?" Little Tangmei said somewhat shyly, "I want to marry brother-in-law when I grow up." With a loud crash, the sounds of several people falling over echoed through the small courtyard. Second aunt turned back and glared at her fiercely. Realizing she had said the wrong thing, she stuck out her tongue and vanished in a flash, but her words made Bai Ningbing's heart skip a beat again. Bai Ningbing looked at me with a gaze that was partly angry but mostly aggrieved. At this time I was busy cooking and didn't notice Bai Ningbing's murderous gaze. After everyone was full and it was completely dark, Bai Mingji took me and Huang Yu to the old village chief's house. After dinner, Zhang Yuzhen took Bai Ningbing for a walk in the village. "Ningbing, what's going on between you and Fang Yuan? Did you go looking for Jai Basheng?" Bai Ningbing felt aggrieved and wanted to say no, but when she spoke it became, "Yes, I did." Zhang Yuzhen immediately lost her temper. "Things with the Jai family are already like that. Why are you still looking for him? And you know exactly why he left you back then. Now he's been dumped and came back to find you, and you're just shamelessly going to him, right?" Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. "Mom, I want to divorce Fang Yuan." Zhang Yuzhen panicked. "Divorce? What are you thinking? Is there nothing that can be discussed and resolved?" She didn't want her daughter to do something stupid. Bai Ningbing became more aggrieved as she spoke. "Fang Yuan and I only had a marriage agreement. I don't love him. He did save me from despair, but didn't our family give him so much money too? We're even now what?" Since they hadn't held a wedding banquet, everyone understood Bai Ningbing, as a wedding happens only once in a lifetime and should be grand. But Zhang Yuzhen really didn't expect the two were in a marriage agreement. Zhang Zhang Yuzhen rarely shouted at her, "Bai Ningbing, what on earth are you thinking?" Bai Ningbing was even more aggrieved and stubborn. She choked out, "I just don't like him, but since you like him, I entered a marriage agreement with him. I did it in any way I want to divorce him, but he tore up the divorce agreement himself." Zhang Yuzhen was so angry her face turned red. "You're being ridiculous." At this moment, she instinctively felt sorry for Fang Yuan because her daughter's nonsense had actually dragged him into this. Zhang Yuzhen tried to suppress her anger and asked, "Ningbing, is that bastard Jai Bisheng still in your heart?" "Yes," Bai Ningbing said against her heart, her eyes filled with absolute determination. "You're going to infuriate me to death." Zhang Yuzhen flung her hand and turned to leave. She had thought if there were a misunderstanding, as a mother, she should mediate if she saw it. But who would have thought they had a marriage agreement? Now that Jai Bisheng was back with Fang Yuan's personality, he would probably step aside. But the Bai family's son-in-law could only be Fang Yuan. If Bai Ningbing dared to bring Jai Bisheng back, Bai Minji would definitely beat her into the hospital. Bai Ningbing squatted on the ground, pouting angrily, "Why is it all my fault?" In the pond where she had thrown my phone, a group of ducklings was swimming around. Bai Ningbing suddenly remembered that my phone seemed to be waterproof. For some reason, she desperately wanted to know my contact with that woman, even though she knew the chat content would be unbearable. She still wanted to see it. After Zhang Yuzhen left, she went to the old village chief's house and saw several men sitting around. Soon, Zhang Yuzhen's expression returned to normal as she sat beside them, waiting for them to finish. She sat from 8 to nearly 10 without any patience. I listened carefully to what the old village chief was saying and wrote many things down on red paper. Zhang Yuzhen looked at me and was even more heartbroken. For such a good child, 4 years wasn't enough. He still had to be bound by a contract. She must be very sad and desperate in her heart. After coming out of the old village chief's house, Zhang Yuzhen made an excuse to send Bai Mingji and the others away. "Fang Yuan, are you and Ningbing hiding something from us?" My heart skipped a beat. "Mom, what are you referring to? What do you think?" Zhang Yuzhen asked me back. I was silent for a moment. "Mom, I am sorry about this matter. It's my fault for not telling you from the start. Don't worry, after Grandpa's birthday banquet is over, I will leave quietly. I just want to finish this last task. I don't want to see Bai Zhongguo disappointed. The 70th birthday is a major event. If things get ugly now, the Bai family will surely lose face." In the village, Zhang Yuzhen looked at me seriously. "Leave? Why? Who told you to leave?" It was clearly her own daughter who made a contract, yet Fang Yuan was willing to bear everything, even protecting her daughter during the festival while planning to leave. What is this even about? "Fang Yuan, Mom has only one thing to say. This family can't fall apart without you. This matter. Don't tell anyone for now. As for Ningbing's side, Mom will go and talk to her. Anyway, Jai Bisheng will absolutely not enter our family's door." I knew she had misunderstood. "Mom, it's not like that." Zhang Yuzhen shook her head and interrupted. "Enough, you don't need to speak for Ningbing anymore. Mom knows what kind of person she is. If she were so easy to communicate with, she wouldn't be like this. Even when she was paralyzed, she was still clamoring for Jai Bisheng." I really wanted to explain about the photo, but Zhang Yuzhen only saw it as a matter of the contract and wouldn't let me explain at all. At the doorstep, Zhang Yuzhen looked at the ground curiously. There was a puddle of muddy prints extending from the pond. Inside the villa, Bai Ningbing walked into the house covered in mud. Without even showering, she first put the phone on charge, but after waiting for a while, no icon lit up. After messing with it for a bit, she tried hard to shake the water out and even used a hair dryer to blow on the phone for a long time, but there was still no response. In desperation, she went to a phone shop in her disheveled state. At this hour, there weren't many phone shops open. She called the owner via the number on the storefront, offering extra money to come immediately, regardless of whether it could be fixed for 1,000 yuan. The owner, who had just fallen asleep, quickly jumped out of bed, hopped on his electric scooter and rushed over. "Beautiful, your phone has water damage. I'll take it apart to check, but it might not be fast. Do you want to go take a shower first? I'll call you when it's ready." The owner was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, wearing knee-length shorts and slippers. He turned on the lights and sat on the chair, preparing to take the phone apart. Bai Ningbing stayed right by him and wasn't even willing to sit down. "It's fine, I have time. I'll wait for you to fix it." She didn't understand phone repairs, but she wanted to watch. The owner had no choice but to hurry up and disassemble the phone. After a while, the owner sighed. "Beautiful, this phone has been soaked for quite a while and the screen is cracked, letting water in." Bai Ningbing asked, "Can it be fixed for 10,000? There was no joy on the owner's face. "I'll do my best." After tinkering for a long time, the owner said helplessly, "I've tried every method I can. You can only go to Huaqingbei to try your luck." Bai Ningbing thought for a moment. "How about this? I'll give you 10,000 first. Take the phone to Huaqingbei for me, and after it's fixed, I'll give you another 100,000. The owner said with a serious face. "Is it urgent?" Bai Ningbing nodded. "Urgent, you'd better go overnight." As she spoke, she scanned the QR code in his shop and sent 10,000 in cash. After receiving the money without a word, the owner took the phone and drove to Pengcheng overnight. It's easy to get things done when a rich woman provides superpowers. Bai Ningbing then drove away as well and returned home. It was already past 2 in the morning. She took a shower and lay on the soft bed, but she couldn't fall asleep, so she went downstairs back to the sofa, hugging my blanket. On the coffee table was that laminated photo. She couldn't resist picking it up, even though she had thrown it into the trash can several times. She eventually picked it out. The person in the photo looked exactly like her, smiling so gently as if her eyes only held the person taking the photo. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing felt something was wrong. If this was just a casual photo of that girl, Fang Yuan wouldn't have kept it in his suitcase like a treasure, and this photo was from several years ago. An absurd thought began to emerge in Bai Ningbing's heart. Could it be that Fang Yuan's claim of being her admirer was fake from the very beginning? Fang Yuan approached her because of that girl. Bai Ningbing's face turned pale instantly and she rushed into my room like crazy, wanting to find more evidence, but she couldn't find anything except for that photo. No, I must be overthinking. Fang Yuan isn't that kind of person. If he approached me because of another girl and endured my temper for 4 years, then what was he after? He doesn't care about our family's money. Bai Ningbing, don't scare yourself. In the ancestral hall, my cousin-in-law Huang Yu and I were busy with the longevity feast in the village. We went door to door, assigning tasks to them. As the richest family in the village, the Bai family had to make it grand to let the villagers celebrate. Meanwhile, for every family that helped, I would leave a whole carton of premium cigarettes to give them enough face. Things progressed in an orderly manner and the villagers were all discussing how the Bai family's son-in-law was truly hardworking. It said that even Ningbing, who was once a lost cause, was cured by him as he massaged her daily for 4 years to improve her circulation. I think you guys shouldn't think too highly of him. If I were the Bai family's son-in-law, I'd be willing to. You youngster, what the hell do you know? He wasn't after the money at all. Back when Bai Ningbing was paralyzed, her temper changed drastically and she'd explode. Many of Fang Yuan's injuries were caused by her back then. He was sent to the hospital so many times and once he almost couldn't be saved. Is that true? Of course it is, otherwise why would Bai Mingji and the others protect him so much? The day before the feast, Bai Ningbing got the repaired phone back, restored to its original state thanks to her superpowers. Returning to the village in the afternoon, she studied my phone. She tried entering my birthday, but it was wrong. Then she thought it might be her own birthday. It unlocked instantly. She was slightly stunned and couldn't help but feel secretly happy. He really would use her birthday as his password, but after entering the system, she felt something was wrong again because the phone was too clean. There wasn't a single photo of that woman in the album. Ding dong, just then the expert who helped repair the phone sent a message. By the way, beauty, this phone has a private space that contains over 100 gigabytes of data. The repair expert thought Bai Ningbing was trying to catch her husband cheating, so he kindly reminded her. Private space. Hearing the expert's words, Bai Ningbing instantly went crazy. Fang Yuan had actually done so much behind her back, over 100 gigabytes. Bai Ningbing was already gritting her teeth. Following the expert's advice, she began to exploit a bug to try the private space's password. It would lock after 5 attempts, but if she only entered 4 wrong attempts, her grandmother's birthday and her parents' and family's birthdays, all the passwords she tried were wrong. Just as she was losing it, she suddenly remembered. The string of numbers on the back of the photo ended in 17. Bai Ningbing began using 1017 as the suffix, adding birth years from 99 back to 90, but they all failing that. She tried numbers from 0 to 9, but she still couldn't get in. She didn't think it would be a number after 10. After all, if it was after 10, that age would be too young. Bai Ningbing struggled with the phone for over 2 hours until she broke down. Everything she could think of didn't match. The home screen was normal and my QQ account had no clues. I hadn't messaged anyone for a long time. The browser history was also normal. The screensaver was a photo of Bai Ningbing that I took, but her gaze was filled with disgust and a hint of resentment. That was taken the first day she stood up, and she was disgusted and resentful because I had taken photos for a long time without getting a single shot that satisfied her. She had stood for too long then and her legs were trembling, so naturally she complained. Fang Yuan, you bastard, what on earth is the password? 0. A call came in. It was Bai Mingji's complaining urge. Ningbing, are those trivial matters at your company settled yet? Hurry back home. There's work to do. Just then my voice came from beside him. Dad, don't rush Ningbing, I can do the work, Bai Mingji said dissatisfiedly. Fang Yuan, don't speak up for this girl. She promised to return this afternoon and it's already past 3 p.m. Even if she's busy making money and makes several million in an afternoon, what's the use? Our family's bank interest is more than that. The old man's 70th birthday is only once. Ningbing, I don't care what you're doing, get back here now. Even if you do nothing, you must stand here. Actually, there wasn't much for Bai Ningbing to do, but as a daughter, she needed to show the right attitude. Ignoring family for money wasn't the Bai family way. Dad, I'm coming back now. Bai Ningbing was exhausted. Knowing her father was angry, Bai Ninji urged her and hung up. At the village banquet, red sunshades were set up with over 100 tables inside. Bai Ninji wiped his sweat and shouted to Ningbing upon her arrival. Ningbing, we're short on cigarettes and alcohol. Drive and buy some. Bai Ningbing nodded, and as she turned to get in the car, she saw her young cousin riding an electric scooter back with a pile of milk tea. The cousin stopped beside her and asked with a smile, Cousin, do you want some milk tea? Bai Ningbing asked, Is there enough for everyone? Yes, I used the money brother-in-law gave me to book the whole milk tea shop. I brought some first, the shop will deliver the rest. The cousin giggled and nodded while rummaging through the bag. Here, cousin, your favorite mint milk tea. She handed it to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing suppressed her complex emotions toward me and doted on her by ruffling her hair, but the next second her gaze shifted and she rushed toward me without hesitation. Brother-in-law, this is the milk tea I specially learned how to make from the clerk. I made it myself. She handed it over with a smile and a look of expectation. I took the tea with a curl of my lip. Then thank you, you're welcome. The little cousin grinned proudly, showing her white teeth. But at that moment, Bai Ningbing's face suddenly darkened. The milk tea in her hand no longer felt like a cold drink, but scalding as if baked by the sun. Tires suddenly screeched, making a piercing sound. Passersby backed away in shock, and even Bai Mingji in the distance was startled. Damn, is this girl Ningbing crazy? I asked her to buy cigarettes. Why does it look like she's about to tear down the whole street? Uncle, you don't understand. The cousin flipped her ponytail with a hint of cunning. My sister is jealous. Bai Mingji was confused. Jealous? I don't see any pretty girls hitting on Fang Yuan. The little cousin immediately became unhappy and pointed at herself. Uncle, am I not pretty? Bai Mingji looked at her seriously and shook his head. Girls, save it. Forget it. Your sister inherited your aunt's beauty, while you inherited our Bai family's genes, all crooked and ugly. The little cousin immediately bristled and lunged forward, baring her claws. Uncle, I'll choke you to death. I'll choke you to death. Laughter broke out. Bai Ningbing parked the car in front of the liquor store, giving the boss a scare. He almost thought a female driver was about to crash into his entrance. When she got out of the car, the boss's eyes widened in his heart. He couldn't help but marvel. A fairy? She's simply a fairy. But the next second, Bai Ningbing's cold voice sent a shiver down his spine. Boss, I want to buy cigarettes. Boss shivered under Bai Ningbing's aura and hurried to ask what kind she wanted and how many. Upon learning, she wanted to buy 100,000 worth of Huazi cigarettes. The boss was overjoyed, but such a large order required a temporary shipment. In the afternoon, when the goods were delivered, the boss saw the banquet and his heart finally settled. Rich people are truly different, handing out cigarettes by the carton. No wonder they're rich. At mealtime under the sunshade, tables were filled with good food and wine. The large Bai family couldn't even fit at one table. People came to toast. Bai Ningbing didn't drink, but when others came to toast me, she had to stand up to accompany them. The men were drinking and shouting, making it very lively. Bai Ningbing sat by my side, glancing at my phone, trying to see my password. I was drunk under the table and everyone laughed. Haha, he's down, finally down. Old man Bai Jungguo gave a speechless look at the group. You brats, why are you all targeting my grandson-in-law? Is there no one else in our family? I lay on the table and waved my hand. I'm fine, let me lie here a while. Just then the opera started. Laughter and music mixed together. I felt the world spinning and couldn't even stand up. The little cousin glared at everyone. You guys are bullying him. My cousin's sister said she won't drink, so you didn't ask her. Her tolerance is better than brother-in-law's. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Hey, if you care about Fang Yuan, then care about him. Why drag me into this? I'm still your cousin. Zhang Yuzhen walked over and advised Ningbing. Just drink a bit with everyone. You'll sleep at your grandparents tonight. Your father and uncles are almost done too. Bai Ningbing grit her teeth and picked up a glass, her heart filled with extreme frustration. Her resentment towards me was deep, and on top of that, I hadn't entered a password all night, only Face ID or fingerprints. She didn't even have a chance to crack my private space. She had planned to try my fingerprint at night, but now she was agitated. She felt she couldn't wait until midnight. Zhang Yuzhen's gaze finally softened. That's more like it. She felt a sense of relief. If Bai Ningbing was still hung up on that contract and still wanted to divorce Fang Yuan, she really would have to scold her. Old man Bai Jungguo also spoke up. Ningbing, go to the old village chief's table to toast everyone. Those are all respected elders. Bai Ningbing nodded, took her glass, and walked to the old village chief's table to start toasting. The elders couldn't drink as much as before and were mostly finished, but no matter how much they drank, Bai Ningbing downed her glass. Beiju for them. And wine for her was fair. She didn't know when she got drunk. She just kept drinking. By the time she realized it, she had already collapsed. Zhang Yu Zhen supported her back to the small courtyard and said helplessly, Ningbing, you said you wouldn't drink, then you go and do this. Drinking is for the atmosphere and no one forced you. Why push yourself? She placed Bai Ningbing on the bed and sighed. She had advised her daughter to drink less many times, but Bai Ningbing didn't listen to a word. Now, even without toast, she actively sought alcohol like she was crazy. Sob, Mom. Bai Ningbing lay across the bed, sobbing and choking. Zhang Yuzhen sat by the bedside, distressed, gently stroking her face. What's wrong? Bai Ningbing became even more aggrieved. Taking advantage of the alcohol, she vented the frustration in her heart. Fang Yuan, he is a bastard. Zhang Yuzhen frowned. Speaking of being a bastard, why did you make that contract? She knew clearly what it was. Many modern young people do contract fake marriages. But if her daughter hadn't admitted it herself, she wouldn't have dared to imagine such a thing happening in their Bai family. Mom, he has someone else. Bai Ningbing buried her head in her mother's arms, tears pouring out like a flood, having held it in for so long. Her worries finally found an outlet. Zhang Yuzhen's body stiffened and her head buzzed like an exploding pot. What did you say? Her eyes widened. But before she could finish, she saw her daughter had actually fallen asleep while crying. She lightly covered her daughter with a quilt, but Zhang Yuzhen's heart was in turmoil. While she was pondering, she saw me being carried back by my aunt and second aunt. I had sobered up a little by then, but was still very drunk. Zhang Yuzhen looked at my appearance and felt suspicious. She really couldn't understand how Fang Yuan could cheat or why he would. One must know that Fang Yuan's mind was entirely focused on their Bai family. He came to visit the elders every few days and cooked for Bai Ningbing every single day without fail, although some people gossip behind his back saying he had no ambition and was just a house husband living off a woman. Who would dare say that in the Bai family? They would be kicked out if he were really a spineless man living off a woman. How could the old master Bai Jungguo value him so much? So this matter was likely a misunderstanding. With a click, the door closed. In the room too, steady sounds of breathing rose and fell. One of the them, like a fish thirsty for water, desperately burrowed into the other's arms, hugging tightly and not letting go. At the same time, Zhang Yuzhen drove the unconscious and drunk Bai Mingji back to Yun City. She called the nanny at home, and the two of them struggled to carry Bai Mingji to the upstairs room. After settling him, Zhang Yuzhen washed up and didn't rush to rest. Instead, she familiarly entered Bai Mingji's study and pulled out a piece of red paper. On the red paper, Mai and Bai Ningbing's birth charts were written. She sat at the desk and carefully examined the characters. Neither Bai Ningbing nor I knew about this. It was something the couple had secretly asked a master to calculate. One should know that in marriage, few people's birth charts match perfectly, as long as they don't conflict or clash. It's considered good. Both mine and Bai Ningbing's birth charts were very strong, both carrying the Wenk star. In ancient times, that meant being a top scholar in modern terms. We would both shine in the entertainment industry. Bai Ningbing had already proven herself with Ningbing Media. As for Fang Yuan, the time just hadn't come yet, however. In these 2 years, what should come will eventually come. But having too strong a birth chart isn't necessarily a good thing. Take Bai Ningbing, her chart is so strong it harms her husband, destined to experience multiple marriages with family discord and unfilial children in her later years, eventually dying alone. As for me, I am destined to have no wife or children. Though not lacking wealth, I would also end up alone. The magical thing is that when our two birth charts are put together, they become a match made in heaven. What clashes in Bai Ningbing's fate, I can resolve. What clashes in mine, Bai Ningbing can resolve. We cherish each other, a perfect match. If the two of us were to separate, neither would have a good life, but if we stay together, we are like the golden boy and jade girl. The household prospers and everything goes smoothly. No wonder Bai Mingji often says this family would fall apart without Fang Yuan. He isn't joking. What on earth are these two little rascals up to? Zhang Yuzhen rubbed her temples. If they don't get married by the end of the year, something might go wrong and they might even part ways. In the morning, sunlight spilled in through the gaps in the curtains. I opened my eyes in a daze, feeling a weight on my body and catching a faint scent. I turned my head and saw Bai Ningbing hugging me tightly, her messy hair resting on my arm as she slept soundly. I tried to move my right hand, which had already gone numb from her. Just as I wanted to quietly pull away, Bai Ningbing seemed to notice something. Her arm tightened, hugging me even harder. Although she was wearing clothes, her curves and soft touch were still clear. My heart tightened, as this was something the two of us had never experienced in 4 years. Such intimate contact. You're awake. Bai Ningbing opened her eyes in a daze, seeing my handsome face first, then realizing she was hugging my arm. Her face instantly turned red like a ripe apple and she let go immediately. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? Are you taking advantage of me while I sleep? She was both angry and ashamed. She knew clearly she had someone else in her heart, so how could she not help but want to hug me? Was she really that pathetic? I sighed helplessly, knowing in my heart that trying to reason with a woman was asking for trouble. Feeling ashamed and annoyed, Bai Ningbing kicked me off the bed. Who told you to sleep in the same bed as me without my permission? You're not allowed up here. As she spoke, she hurriedly checked her clothes, and after seeing they were intact, she sighed in relief, yet her heart felt strangely empty. I immediately scrambled up from the floor. Sorry, Ningbing, I'll drink less tonight and promise not to disturb you. I'll sleep on the floor. In the past, when I came to the Bai family for New Year's, I'd stay in Yun City, but now that we're married, the family naturally arranged for us to sleep together. And 3 days later is the day the Bai family holds a big event. As a member of the host family, how could I not drink? Bai Ningbing said with a cold face. Stop acting. I don't care how much you drink tonight. I'm going back to Yun City. Sorry, I sighed again and turned to go shower. Everyone had left early in the morning. Even the two elders, Bai Zhongguo and Wu Zixiu, had gone to the open space at the end of the village. My little cousin rushed in with a group of kids and grabbed me while I was wiping my face. Brother-in-law, why did you just get up? Everyone is busy like crazy. I smiled and yawned. I drank too much last night and overslept. Have your uncle and the others arrived? My little cousin nodded vigorously. They had arrived long ago. Uncle told me to come wake you and sis up. We have to go to Ying province at 9. My little cousin ran to knock on the door, muttering, cousin, quickly. Get up, are you a pig? It's past 8 and you're still sleeping. I know, Bai Ningbing's cold voice came from inside. In the past, she quite liked this mischievous little cousin, but these past few days she found her annoying. I waved to my little cousin. Let's go first. Your cousin still needs to wash up and put on makeup. My little cousin rolled her eyes. Oh, why bother with makeup? She's so slow. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry and gently tapped her forehead. She's your cousin. It's normal for girls to wear makeup. Don't be so disrespectful. My little cousin dragged me away and shouted to Bai Ningbing, cousin, we're leaving. Hurry up. Bai Ningbing nodded with a cold face. As we walked toward the end of the village, watching our retreating backs, the atmosphere felt a bit off as soon as we arrived. Bai Mingji was gripping a chair with a face full of rage. A group of people were desperately holding him back. Not far away on the concrete ground knelt a trendy young man with yellow hair. I looked up and the young man happened to turn his head as well. Our eyes met in the air and we recognized each other instantly. Bai Mingji was fuming, his entire being like a lit powder keg. Don't anyone damn well stop me. I have to kill this dog today. Jai Bishang, you sure picked a hell of a day intentionally. Choosing the time we're welcoming the gods to come here. You think I don't damn well dare to move? I've watched you grow up since you were a kid. If I knew you were this kind of person, I would have damn well thrown you into the sea to drown long ago. The old man's deep voice carried authority. Shut up. The welcoming ceremony is imminent. Don't go there with such anger calm down immediately. Bai Mingji said impatiently, Dad, this bastard clearly hasn't given up and still wants to pester Ningbing. The old man glared at him then walked toward Jai Bisheng. Xiao Jai, today is a major event for our Bai family. Don't make things ugly for everyone. Leave. Ningbing is already married to Fang Yuan. It's over between you two. Jai Bisheng, however, shook his head stubbornly, his eyes filled with defiance. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I was wrong all these years. I will definitely make it up to Ningbing. Bai Mingji cursed, make it up to my foot. Where the hell were you when my daughter was bedridden for 4 years? You just got dumped by that woman from Magic City. And only now you remember Ningbing. If you don't get lost, I'll seeking kill you. The people nearby desperately held back the furious Bai Mingji. When he went crazy, he was truly like an ox that couldn't be pulled back. Just then I walked over under the scorching sun. Jai Bisheng glanced at me, his eyes full of contempt and ridicule. He suppressed the urge to shout and said with a cold laugh, Fang Yuan, Ningbing is my childhood sweetheart. I've always been in her heart. Your marriage is just her using you to fill the void. Now that I'm back, she will naturally return to my side. My mouth twitched. Is this guy an idiot? Does he not use his brain when he speaks? Jai Bisheng intentionally raised his voice provocatively. Fang Yuan, are you even qualified to stay by Ningbing's side? Grandpa Bai, Uncle Bai. You probably don't know yet, but Fang Yuan has someone else outside. He doesn't care about Ningbing at all. He's cheating. These words, like a heavy bomb, instantly exploded through the crowd. Everyone was stunned, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Bai Mingji was fuming, pointing at Jai Bisheng and cursing, Jai Bisheng, you scumbag, how dare you seeking slander my son-in-law. A cold smile played on Jai Bisheng's lips. Uncle Bai, don't be in a hurry, I have evidence. He turned to look at me. Fang Yuan, aren't you going on a show next week with that woman named Shang Ruling? I had a cigarette in my mouth and glanced at him carelessly. And then Jai Bisheng's sneer deepened. Ningbing and Uncle Bai probably don't know about this yet, right? I nodded. So what are you trying to say? Jai Bisheng immediately pointed. Me, Grandpa Bai, you heard him right. He admitted it himself. The old man's face darkened, his tone unquestionable. Jai Bisheng, leave our Bai family does not welcome you. Jai Bisheng became anxious. Grandpa Bai, he's cheating and you're still protecting him. The old man shook his head with a firm gaze. I don't believe a single punctuation mark of what you say. What credibility does someone like you have? What Shang Ruling? What show? He indeed didn't know, but he wouldn't doubt me because of it. Suddenly grabbed Jai Bisheng's back collar with such force that he was almost dragged on the ground. Fang Yuan, let me go. The evidence is solid if you don't let go. You're finished. Jai Bisheng struggled, his voice filled with panic, but his body, hollowed out by wine and women, couldn't resist my strength. I gave a cold smile, grabbed his head and slammed it hard against the car door with a thud. Then I pulled the door open and threw him inside. Jai Bisheng felt as if his frontal bone was about to shatter, his forehead burning with pain. I held my cigarette, my eyes cold as ice. Get lost, understand? Jai Bisheng clutched his forehead and said through gritted teeth. Fang Yuan, aren't you afraid of me exposing your mess? I chuckled and punched him in the forehead, making him dizzy. Jai Bisheng immediately cowered, hurriedly waving his hands. Don't hit me, I'll leave, all right. I sneered and threw another punch. Young Master Jai, I haven't cheated. If you want to expose me, go ahead, but I suggest you don't pick these few days. After the old man's birthday, I'll play with you to the end. But if you don't listen, I suggest you never leave your house, because I can hardly guarantee when a car might kill you. Sensing the threat of death, Jai Bisheng's heart contracted wildly. No longer daring to talk tough, Jai Bisheng slammed the accelerator to the floor and fled in disgrace. When Bai Ningbing heard the news, she rushed to the open space at the end of the village. Just then saw Jai Bisheng's car disappear in the distance. Ningbing, I already told him to get lost, yet this guy still dared to come. With a bang, Bai Mingji smashed a plastic chair to pieces. Holding a cigarette, he pulled Jai Bisheng's father's number out of his blacklist. Jai Boda, control your son. If he dares to show up in front of me again, I'll kill him. Zhang Yuzhen walked quickly to my side, staring at my hand with a worried face. Fang Yuan, are you okay? The hostility on my face vanished instantly as I smiled gently. Mom, I'm fine. It's almost time we need to prepare. Zhang Jen was still worried. Are you really okay? I smiled helplessly. I'm really fine. As I spoke, I walked over and hung up Bai Mingji's phone. Dad, there's no need to be angry. Today is a good day. Anger harms the body. Bai Mingji's face was livid. That bastard Jai Boda actually dared to provoke me. Has he forgotten how I helped him back then? I pulled out a cigarette and lit it for Bai Mingji. Dad, don't be angry. No matter how he is, we should just live our own lives. Bai Mingji's anger was calmed by my few words, but just then he suddenly saw his daughter drive out and his eyes nearly popped out. His anger flared up instantly. Bai Ningbing, where are you going? Get back here. But that SUV gave no one a chance. In an instant, it sped up to 80 on the village road. No one could catch up. Oh, what a tragedy. Zhang Yuzhen's eyes turned red with anger. I was about to chase her, but Bai Mingji grabbed me. Fang Yuan, don't go. If she dares to bring Jai Bisheng back, I will disown her. On the distant highway, an SUV rapidly approached the white Porsche. Jai Bisheng looked in the rearview mirror and his gloomy face suddenly broke into a smile. Ningbing, you tame, I knew you couldn't let go of me, ha 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 ha. He slowed down, preparing to pull over, already imagining hugging and kissing Bai Ningbing. However, with a bang, the SUV suddenly accelerated and slammed into him from behind. The white Porsche was sent flying instantly. A car accident. One was hospitalized with serious injuries and one was caught on the spot. Since Bai Ningbing left, there was no news or calls. The originally lively banquet was completely ruined by this matter. Bai Jiangyuo was so angry that he just walked away. way. I felt helpless and powerless, only wanting to finish the last task. But fate did not go as planned. I stayed home for a few days until Monday arrived and it was time for me to leave. I didn't dare to tell the old couple, so I invited Zhang Yuzhen and Bai Mingji for a private meal. Zhang Yuzhen had already guessed something and was feeling uneasy. Throughout the meal I tried to maintain the atmosphere, but eventually it was time to part. I stood up and solemnly bowed to the two of them, placing a signed agreement on the table. Uncle Bai, Auntie Zhang, thank you for your care these 4 years. I'm sorry, please don't blame Ningbing, tell her to come back. Auntie Zhang, I'm sorry. What I told you that night was true. I've been lying to you from the start. Although Ningbing and I were at the same school, we weren't close, nor was I her admirer. I approached her out of selfishness. I don't love her, I'm a complete scoundrel. Jai Bisheng was right, I did cheat. Although Bai Mingji still had a smile, his hand holding the cigarette trembled. Fang Yuan, what nonsense are you saying? How could you possibly cheat? I shook my head and said seriously, it's true. Tomorrow I'll be on a show with Ruling, you'll see it then. You'll see it then, I'm sorry, please forgive me. I gave a final deep oh and turned to leave the room amidst their stunned gazes. Ding dong, a text message arrived. I returned the 5 million Bai Mingji had given me and sent a photo of an IOU along with some text. Uncle Bai, I'm sorry, I can't repay all your kindness over the years. This 10 million yuan IOU is a small compensation. I will repay this debt as soon as possible. Bai Mingji's breathing became heavy and he suddenly collapsed to the floor. Zhang Yuzhen panicked, sobbing with red eyes. Old Bai, what's wrong? Next morning at Yuncheng North Station, I stood in the plaza with my luggage waiting for her. Just then, a person in a white dress and a straw hat, a graceful woman in a hat, walked towards me dragging a suitcase, waving and smiling. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth made her smile as radiant as sunshine. I looked at her, stunned, and the cigarette in my mouth fell to the ground. Then I gave a bitter laugh. Ruling, what are you doing? Dressing up like your sister? Are you trying to make me think I'm having hallucinations? Shang Ruling skipped over to me, tilted her head and asked, brother-in-law, am I pretty? I smiled helplessly and reached out to press down on her straw hat. Beautiful, just as beautiful as your sister. Shang Ruling raised her chin proudly. Of course, we were born from the same mother after all. Speaking of this, she suddenly stopped smiling and asked cautiously, by the way, brother-in-law, about you and the Bai family. I waved my hand and interrupted her. It's all in the past. Bai Ningbing and I have divorced. Shang Ruling felt a pang in her heart. Can you really bear it? After all, you took care of the Bai family for 4 years. There's nothing I can't let go of for the Bai family. My departure is the only solution. Shang Ruling nodded and didn't continue the topic. The two walked side by side toward the entrance, one handsome, one beautiful, walking together like a match made in heaven. They made passers-by turn their heads. They boarded the train together and sat side by side. As soon as I turned my head, I met her bright eyes. Ruling, I need a favor. Shang Ruling tilted her head. What is it, brother-in-law? Is it still about the Bai family? I just left like this. No matter how I explained before, they might not think it's my fault. Shang Ruling blinked her big eyes and smiled playfully. So you want me to pretend to be your girlfriend? I nodded. My inviting Shang Ruling onto the show was actually for this plan. I had originally planned to have a divorce agreement with Bai Ningbin, leave quietly after the birthday banquet, and then appear publicly to take all the blame. After all, seeing is believing. As long as the Bai family saw me and Shang Ruling together, they would naturally give up. Shang Ruling smiled and shook her head. Brother-in-law, I don't agree. You won't? I laughed helplessly. Shang playfully pointed at herself. I'm a little star with millions of fans if you pretend to be my boyfriend. She held her palm up. You'll have to pay 100 yuan. I slapped her palm, pretending to be shocked. 100 yuan? How childish. Shang Ruling looked at her empty palm, but her smile grew even brighter. I'm just being childish. You're my brother-in-law. Can't I be a little childish? After saying that, she directly grabbed my arm and started acting spoiled. Surrounding gazes swept over, full of envy. 5 minutes later, the train slowly started moving. Shang Ru then opened her small mouth and looked at me expectantly. Brother-in-law, feed me. While stuffing a bun into her mouth, I focused on my laptop screen. An unfinished melody flowed through my headphones. I had been conceiving this song for a long time, but I always got stuck halfway. When Bai Ningbing hadn't recovered yet, I put all my heart into taking care of her, so my creation was put aside. Shang Ruling leaned toward the screen with her cheeks bulging. Brother-in-law, your song isn't finished yet? I shrugged with a bitter smile. When would I have had the time? She swallowed the bun, picked up the soy milk and held it to my lips. Don't rush. Show we're participating in isn't a music show. You've been busy with the Bai family for so many days, you should rest more and save your energy. Shang Ruling brought a cup of soy milk to my mouth. I chuckled, took the straw in my mouth and took a sip. I should still work on it. What if it's used and I become famous along the way? Shang Ruling didn't bother me much. At the Yuncheng police station, the Jai family accused Bai Ningbin of intentional assault, causing Jai Bo to be seriously injured and hospitalized with multiple fractures. The Jai family didn't contact Bai Mingji because they wanted him to come and beg them. As long as they locked Bai Ningbin up, they didn't believe Bai Mingji wouldn't get anxious, but after the Jai family spent so much effort trying to keep Bai Ningbin in the station, she still got out. The reason was simple: Bai Ningbin. She insisted she wasn't intentional, saying she still couldn't forget Jai Bo and was too emotional while chasing him, accidentally causing Jai Bo's car to be sent flying. As for why she floored the accelerator after the collision, she said she panicked when she chased Jai Bo years ago. She had a car accident and was paralyzed. A stress response triggered memories of the accident and her body uncontrollably uncontrollably floored the gas pedal. The Jai family was furious. Everyone knew Bai Ningbin did it on purpose, but there was no evidence. The accident didn't kill Jai Bo, but it left Jai Bo unable to get out of bed for half a year. Bai Ningbin, you will pay. Jai Bo's mother shrieked at the station entrance, wishing to tear her face apart. Bai Ningbin turned on her phone's video recording as she left the station. Fine, I'll wait. I've already recorded. Video, from today on, if I have any accident, the police will find your Jai family. If you have nothing else, please move. Jai Bo's mother was exasperated and almost went wild. Jai Boda said sternly, Bai Ningbin, don't think this is over. You don't want the Bai family involved, but I will make sure Bai Minji gets dragged in. I will unite Yuncheng developers to target your Bai family. You're welcome to find my father, then the cutting of corners in Zicheng and Nanchang will be exposed. With Ningbin Media, within a day I can make this known nationwide. If you don't want to die, get lost. Bai Ningbin's gaze was cold as she pushed them aside and got into a black Bentley. Jai Boda and his wife trembled with rage but swallowed it. If Bai Ningbin dared to say that, she must have their evidence. A company executive turned to Bai Ningbin and asked, President Bai, where to next? Bai Ningbin said coldly, I didn't even agree to the divorce yet. How dare Fang Yuan leave with another woman? The executive sighed. President Bai, the crew arranged for Fang Yuan and the others to stay at a hotel and film on location. The show has already started. Bai Ningbin frowned. Is the live broadcast on? It has started, you can see, the executive said, finding the stream and handing it to Bai Ningbin. In the stream, it was the scene of Shang Ruling and me getting out of the car. One wore a white dress and a bellflower straw hat while the other simply wore a shirt. It was clearly a 20-year-old face with a bit of worldliness. Looking at them, the bullet chat scrolled wildly. What the hell, what's with these two? Isn't this my goddess Ruling? Goddess, what are you doing? How can you hold that bastard's arm? The director was stunned. He didn't expect Shang Ruling to be so bold on live TV. Shang Ruling was a pure goddess. If she announced a relationship, many fans would leave. Crucially, Shang Ruling hadn't given a heads up. Crack. Bai Ningbin almost crushed the phone. The metal body even made an unbearable sound. The executive wiped sweat and said, President Bai, calm down, I think. Since things are like this, there's no need to go. He really pitied his phone. Bai Ningbin said coldly, does this show still have a seat for an observer? The executive said in fear, no, it's gone. The show is live. Where would there be a seat? There's none. Bai Ningbin's tone rose sharply. The executive instantly felt a chill, his heart almost jumping out. Yes, President Bai, I'll make a call. Because there was no official announcement, people didn't know my relationship with Bai Ningbin. The director was stunned after the call. The president of Ningbin Media wants to join our show as an observer. What is such a big boss thinking? You should know this is just a small show, so they didn't dare invite top stars. The assistant beside the star asked the director whether to agree to this. I feel President Bai might just be coming to show her face to improve her company's reputation. The director frowned and weighed the pros and cons. How much would her appearance fee be? It would be good to let Bai Ningbin come and leave a good impression for the future. Perhaps they could even cooperate. The assistant shook his head. She doesn't want an appearance fee. The director was stunned and then became excited. Since President Bai is giving us so much face, then please invite her over. The assistant director turned and asked him, is it settled? President Bai is already on her way and can participate in the recording tomorrow. At this time, Bai Ningbin was staring intently at the live stream where subtitles were occasionally introducing me. Compared to Shang Ruolin, I was much more plain. Shang Ruolin is a third-tier star with millions of fans and has appeared in several TV series. There are countless minor stars like her across the country. Given Bai Ningbin's status, she had naturally never heard of her. The program's introduction of me was just a single line of text. Fang Yuan graduated from the Beijing Central Conservatory of Music. Seeing this, Bai Ningbin was immediately stunned. I had lied to her again because I had always said I graduated from the Central Academy of Drama. The executive driving the car heard Bai Ningbin grinding her teeth and didn't dare make a single sound. Even if it was boring, he didn't dare play any music. The audience all started complaining. What, did he just come to a show right after graduation? Who knows how many of these nobodies there are every year? Even if this show isn't very famous, it's not something he should be on. He must be a trust fund baby who bought his way in. Stay away from our goddess Ruolin. Bai Ningbin sneered repeatedly. As for Shang Ruolin's name, she didn't care about it at all. Fang Yuan, that damn liar, had lied to her for so many years. It wasn't strange that he deliberately wrote a character wrong on the back of the photo. Moreover, this woman, Shang Ruolin, looked exactly like her and even dressed the same. She must be the person in the photo. In the show, Shang Ruolin looked at me with gentle eyes. Hey Yuan, someone has arrived before us. Let's go say hello. I nodded with a smile, letting Shang Ruolin hold my arm. Bai Ningbin's teeth grinding grew even louder. Hee Yuan, calling him so intimately. The executive driving felt like he was sitting on needles and the steering wheel in his hands almost became unstable. Meanwhile, Shang Ruolin and I had arrived at the filming location. Besides us, there were two other pairs of unknown minor stars. The game began and the director started explaining the rules for charades. The amount of money earned during this process would be the group's starting funds for the next stage. Upon hearing the rules, Shang Ruolin was instantly delighted and exchanged a look with me, looking completely confident. Seeing this scene, Bai Ningbin, who was outside the screen, was about to explode. And what happened next made her explode on the spot because, no matter how difficult the four-character idiom was, I only needed to make eye contact contact with Shang Ryulin to instantly guess the answer. This left the director on the side a bit speechless. How long have you two been dating? How can you be so synchronized? I didn't speak, just held up one finger. I said nothing, but it made everyone understand everything. Watching this scene, Bai Ningning's mind instantly exploded. She was in disbelief and found it unacceptable. If Shang Ryulin and I had been dating for over 10 years, then what was she? A substitute? The director gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe this. I'll give you another one with even higher difficulty. I smiled. It's useless. There used to be a dummy who could never remember idioms and insisted on pestering me to make up stories for her, so the harder the idiom, the easier it is for me to guess. The director wiped his sweat and asked curiously, when exactly did you two meet? I chuckled and said, you might not believe it, but I've known her since the day she was born. Shang Ryulin added, the day I was born, he was standing at the door of the delivery room with my sister. The bullet comments in the broadcast room exploded instantly. I'm impressed. He had his eyes on her since she was in her mother's womb. In the end, the initial funds Shang Ryulin and I obtained were 2,900 yuan. Afterwards, the program team gave us some time to adjust. After adjusting, the program team brought out a list for us to choose from. 10 initial professions, then one would be drawn using a spinning wheel. I went over, took the list, and directly returned it to the program team. There are too many professions. I'm too lazy to copy them. I mean select all of them. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's minds instantly exploded. One must know that for the sake of being quirky. There were even bizarre professions like manure operator. Facing the director's questioning gaze, I smiled calmly. It's a job, right? As long as there's money to be made, we can do it. When we were young, neither Ryulin's nor my family conditions were very good. She had an elder sister who was seriously ill and could pass away at any time while my dad left us a mountain of debt before he died. To pay off the debt, I've done almost everything. For a moment, everyone fell silent, because my face only showed the open-mindedness of letting go, but my words made Bai Ningbing's heart outside the screen twitch violently. In her eyes was almost an optimistic and omnipotent man, but she didn't expect that I had actually suffered so much. But even so, she shouldn't have deceived me. At this moment, I let out a light chuckle. I didn't say these things to sell misery, just to prove that we really can do anything. Saying that, Shang Ryulin and I looked at each other, both revealing a knowing smile once again. Suddenly, the audience began to understand the source of their chemistry. However, although my story was very touching, the show had to continue. So the director said, the wheel for your group will be decided by me. The draw will take place at 8 p.m. tonight. Next is the final segment, talent show. Each group will perform a program to increase the audience's impression of you. After the two groups of guests finished singing, dancing, and rapping, the audience's reaction was mediocre. The director asked Shang Ryulin and me, what talent do you plan to perform? A duet. Right, I said, exchanging a look with Shang Ryulin. Then I sat at the piano prepared by the program team, while Shang Ryulin sat on a high stool, holding a guitar. When my fingers touched the keys, there were only these few words, Nan Shan Nan. When the first string of notes popped out, everyone's scalps tingled. Her voice was constantly circling and echoing in my mind at this moment. Idiot, why are you like this again? You can't get rid of those bad habits, even though you're young. You look so deep and experienced, just like an old man. Life is bitter for decades, you should be happier. Gradually, I closed my eyes. It was also at this time that I spoke. You are in the southern sunshine with heavy snow flying. I am in the northern cold night with spring all year round. As soon as the lyrics came out, even those who knew nothing about music were shocked. Bai Ningbing felt a sharp pain in her heart even more. Continued to sing as if carrying a soul-piercing bitterness, instantly pulling everyone into my rhythm. Idiot, although we will eventually part, but am I not still living well right now? Idiot, big idiot Fang Yuan, don't be like this because I will really want to cry. After I leave, you must take good care of yourself. I hope you can meet someone who truly loves you. Just a few lines of lyrics were enough to bring tears to the eyes of many people in front of the screen. When the two of us stopped completely, only a dead silence remained in the entire venue. Bai Ningbing couldn't help but lean back exhaustedly in her chair. She had completely understood. He is not my white moonlight at all. Instead, he is a substitute. Bai Ningbing roared at the executive who was driving. Stop the car, get out. The executive didn't dare to have any objection and hurriedly parked the car in the emergency lane, then ran to place a triangle sign behind it to wait, because inside the car immediately it was a burst of heart-wrenching crying. The director wiped the sweat from his eyes. All right, you two hurry back to the hotel to rest. At 8 p.m. we'll draw the professions. Zhang Yuzhen supported Bai Mingji as they left the hospital. Ding dong asterisk. Hearing the sound, Bai Mingji quickly pulled the phone out of his left pocket, thinking I had sent a message. He was immediately disappointed upon seeing it. It was a message from his niece. Uncle, cousin has been found. She went to a show with brother-in-law. I just don't understand why she suddenly changed her name to Shang Ryulin. Bai Mingji clicked on the video and was instantly stunned. At first glance, it was his daughter. No doubt about it, but at second glance, something was wrong. That gaze and that outfit were simply not his daughter's. Bai Mingji looked at his wife beside him with a strange expression. If he didn't know her so well, he would have suspected this was his wife's illegitimate daughter. Zhang Yuzhen was also speechless and snatched the phone to watch the video. After watching it repeatedly, she suddenly got anxious. Hubby, hurry and come back to my parents' house with me. Bai Mingji was a bit dazed. The next second, she swore, I remember now. Let's go, I'll drive you back. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing arrived at the entrance of the hotel arranged by the production team. The show's director ran out of the hotel in a panic and greeted her with a flattering smile. President Bai, your presence is an honor. Forgive us for not welcoming you sooner. Sorry, but in the next second the director and his whole group were dumbfounded. Shang Ruolin, the director, whispered a question to the assistant director. Are Shang Ruolin and Fang Yuan upstairs? Yes, they just drew the 7-day street sweeping experience cards and went back to their rooms to rest. Since they were in their rooms, the director looked towards Bai Ningbing and tentatively called out President Bai. Bai Ningbing snapped out of it and nodded. Cold sweat instantly broke out on the director's forehead. President Bai, you are truly naturally beautiful, but you look quite similar to a female artist in our group. Bai Ningbing spoke coldly. It's Shang Ruolin, right? She has nothing to do with me. Director, I have only one requirement. The fact that I am acting as the program observer must not be leaked, especially to Fang Yuan. Don't let him know I'm here. The director fearfully said okay, but then asked, may I ask what your relationship with Fang Yuan is? Bai Ningbing didn't want to respond, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. He is my husband. With a bang, everyone was blown away. Fang Yuan is her husband, then she's here to catch him in the act, but she doesn't want Fang Yuan to know, and she looks exactly like Shang Ruolin. The legitimate wife is catching an affair but ends up looking like the mistress herself. What kind of crazy plot is this? If they could expose the relationship between Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan, this show would definitely explode. The executive who followed was anxious. If the news leaked, what about Bai Ningbing's reputation? Bai Ningbing waved her hand. Mr. Zhang, you go back, I'll stay here alone. At 7 in the morning, the director began the work and distributed yesterday's initial game funds. Holding Shang Ruolin's hand, I led her toward the subway station. We had to arrive at our assigned company by 8 o'clock, both of us running fast on the streets, followed by 2 cameramen carrying cameras and chasing after us. This scene was quite rare on the streets. It immediately attracted a lot of attention. That girl's smile is so beautiful. One glance and I've fallen in love. Watching this scene, Bai Ningbing felt very uncomfortable. She recalled when she had just recovered. I spent every day with her, encouraging her to actively undergo rehabilitation training. And when her physical strength returned, I took her out to play. Instead of driving, I pulled her to take the subway. She remembered that back then I would deliberately lag half a step behind so that she wouldn't look like she was walking slowly. She would urge me to catch up. It seemed like back then I didn't hold her hand. When we were alone, I wasn't intimate with her at all. The assistant director looked at the big screen and then at Bai Ningbing's expression, comparing it with his imagination. What was different was that there was no anger or gritted teeth on Bai Ningbing's face. There was only endless sorrow. Before 8 o'clock, Shang Ruolin and I arrived at the company for work. After a busy morning with an employee's introduction, Shang Ruolin rented a 40-square-meter one-bedroom apartment. It was fully furnished, with everything included. In the afternoon, after both of us paid the deposit for the Hyunwei uniforms, we took our tools and began cleaning the company. 2 hours later, the bullet screen in other live rooms exploded. Brothers, hurry back to Channel 1. Chef Fang is on duty. At this moment, Channel 1 was filled with floating question marks. I was seen in the company's staff canteen, holding a large iron wok in one hand and a spatula in the other, stir-frying. Everyone was instantly stunned. I just stepped out for a bit. What's the situation? Then someone explained. They triggered a hidden task. Fang Yuan is working part-time as a chef. On this side of the screen, the guest observers let out bursts of exclamations. I really didn't expect Fang Yuan to be such a good cook. With his cooking skills, he must have studied it specially right. I really want to taste it. Bai Ningbing looked at the lavish meal on the table before her and instantly lost her appetite. After taking over the company again, she would go home to eat even at noon because her palate had been spoiled and she couldn't stomach outside food anymore. With a loud snap, Bai Ningbing slammed her chopsticks onto the table. I'm not eating. Help me throw the food into the trash can. After saying that, Bai Ningbing simply turned around. Left in the room, Bai Ningbing lay on the bed feeling exhausted. A phone call came in. She picked up her phone and saw it was from her best friend Zhang Yaojiao. At that moment, her heart felt even more bitter. Ningbing, do you know about Fang Yuan being on a show? Bai Ningbing remained somewhat silent and didn't respond, but on the other end, Zhang Yaojiao already knew the answer. Ningbing, Fang Yuan is actually being intimate with another woman behind your back, and it's even on the trending searches. I really didn't expect Fang Yuan to be this kind of person. He was good to you for 4 years, even when I couldn't stand your temper back then. Now that you're better and can stand up, he's gone. What does he mean by this? What Zhang Yaojiao found most unacceptable was Shang Ruolin's appearance. Finding a woman who looks exactly the same, just to prove to Ningbing that he still has her in his heart. Bai Ningbing sighed weakly. Forget it, Yaojiao. I actually never liked him from the very beginning. What's the point of pressuring me like that? She didn't even know why she stayed in the production crew. Ningbing, are you really going to just give up like this? Or does Fang Yuan's actions leave your dignity? Even if you want a divorce, you should make him pay the price. Bai Ningbing said somewhat weakly. Forget it. After all, he was the one who cured me, and it was his 4 years of constant care that finally created a miracle for me. Zhang Yaoji detected her tone. Ningbing, where are you now? I'll come find you. I'm in Xiacheng. Fang Yuan's production crew is also in Xiacheng. You wouldn't happen to be looking for him, right? Bai Ningbing remained silent again, but Zhang Yaojiao understood everything. Ningbing, you wait. If there are things you can't say, then I'll say them for you. I want to personally ask him what on earth he is thinking. Zhang Yaojiao immediately bought the next flight to Xiacheng, but at the airport, Zhang Yaojiao saw people who were extremely unexpected. unexpected. Uncle Bai, Auntie Gao, and Grandpa and Grandma, why are you here? Bai Chenggong was equally startled to see Zhang Yaojiao. Yaojiao, weren't you on vacation abroad? When did you come back? Zhang Yaojiao quickly walked over and explained, just last night around 3:00 a.m. I want to go to Xiacheng to find Ningbing. What are you all doing? Bai Chenggong was stunned. Ningbing is in Xiacheng. Zhang Yaojiao was a bit confused. Yes, didn't you know? Two parties checked their tickets. They were on the same flight. Bai Chenggong and the others knew Shang Ruolin was in Xiacheng, but because they were still angry with Bai Ningbing. So even until now, there has been no contact with him. Jiao, what is Ningbing doing in Xiacheng now? Gao Yulan couldn't help but ask, even though she was dissatisfied with Bai Ningbing's departure and even more dissatisfied that Bai Ningbing hadn't called home for so many days, but she was still worried in her heart. He is currently at the hotel where Fang Yuan's program crew is staying. I heard him say he's acting as some kind of observation guest for the program crew, Zhang Yaojiao explained without hiding anything. Upon hearing this, Bai Chenggong and the other person exchanged glances, and a sense of relief instantly filled their hearts. At least things weren't as they had imagined. At least Bai Ningbing wasn't chasing after Jai Bashan. Uncle Bai, what are you all doing here? Zhang Yaojiao was truly puzzled. She had her reasons for going to Xiacheng, but Bai Chenggong didn't even know Bai Ningbing was there, so why were they taking Grandpa and Grandma to Xiacheng? Both elderly people were quite old, and it wasn't appropriate for them to be tossed around on a plane. Jiao, do you know the Shang Ruolin who is with Fang Yuan? Gao Yulan asked in a heavy voice. I know her, Zhang Yaojiao nodded. Speaking of her, Zhang Yaojiao was full of anger, but Gao Yulan pointed to herself and then to Grandma. Jiao, don't you think she looks very much like us? Zhang Yaojiao's mouth twitched and an absurd thought popped into her head. Auntie Gao, you aren't going to say that Shang Ruolin is your long-lost relative, are you? Gao Yulan nodded with a serious expression. There is indeed a possibility. I had a twin sister, but she was kidnapped by human traffickers as a child. She was lost in Madu, and for many years she could never be found, so we had to give up. Zhang Yaojiao couldn't help but gasp, feeling her worldview being overturned, yet it felt very reasonable. If not for this explanation, then how else could it be explained? Zhang Yaojiao's body trembled as she suddenly remembered Bai Ningbing's situation and asked nervously, but Auntie Gao, if things are really as we think, then what about Ningbing? Speaking of this matter, Gao Yulan's face was also filled with pain. Bai Chenggong sat on the chair with an even more despondent look. Yes, if things were really as they imagined, what should be done? Should they let Fang Yuan come home? If so, which home should he return to? But if they didn't let a long-lost relative return home, what would happen to Grandpa and Grandma's heartache? Gao Yulan held her forehead and couldn't help but let out a weak, long sigh. Zhang Yaojiao thought for a moment and said, Auntie Gao, Uncle Bai, let's not tell anyone about this for now. Since I'm going to the program crew anyway, I'll find a way to help you. We can discuss how to resolve this matter once the results are out. Bai Chenggong and his wife nodded. It was time to board the plane. The group headed to the boarding gate together, but each of their hearts was heavy. In the evening, Xiao Yun and Chen Zhizhai from Group 1 entered the busy dinner time once again. On their first day of work, they had to stay busy according to the schedule until 8:00 p.m. before they could get off work. This almost made the two of them cry in the restaurant. Working from 8:00 a.m. to 8:00 p.m. What kind of shift was this, even? Capitalists wouldn't be like this, would they? At the same time, tomorrow's work schedule was released. For Group 1, Xiao Yun and Chen Zhizh would be servers from 7:00 p.m. to 2:00 a.m. with no break in between. For Group 2, Zhuang Sheng and Lin Xiaoqian from 8:00 a.m. to 6:00 p.m. would be stuffing dolls with sponges. For Group 3, Fang Yuan and Shang Ruolin from 4:00 a.m. to 10:00 a.m. The two would be responsible for cleaning an entire block. Someone would inspect it. Fang Yuan, Shang Ruolin, you did a great job. I asked you to be responsible for company hygiene and you actually cleaned the company toilets. Here this is. Your wages for today. 260 yuan payments are your basic wages, 240 yuan payments are your bonuses, and the remaining 150 is your wages from the cafeteria. Tomorrow, after you finish your shift at noon, you can choose whether to continue helping in the cafeteria. If you do, it will still be paid daily. Counting both of them, it's still 150. Director Feng walked toward them with a smile and handed over an envelope containing their wages, totaling 350 yuan. The cafeteria work was relatively leisurely. Since there was only lunch, the employees naturally went home to eat when it was time to get off work in the evening. Fang Yuan let Shang Ruolin take the envelope and put it in her pocket while he smiled and handed Director Feng a cigarette, asking, Manager Feng, do you know if anyone in the company is selling a second-hand electric scooter? Director Feng was quite surprised, holding the cigarette in his mouth without lighting it, while the program crew even blurred the cigarette in Director Feng's mouth, making people not know whether to laugh or cry. What, you want to buy an electric scooter? Fang Yuan nodded. Yeah, you know we're filming a show, and even if we change jobs later, we'll still be in Xiacheng. It would be best to have an electric scooter. Director Feng thought for a moment and said, all right, seeing how hard you're working, I'll ask around for you. Fang Yuan took a lighter out of his pocket. They're even acting it out, one offering a light and the other accepting it. Why does Fang Yuan smoke so much? When he opened his suitcase in the room this morning, I clearly saw a carton of Hetian Zia and a carton of Zhanghua. Yeah, isn't he from an ordinary family? Even if he is, Shang Ruolin isn't. She has millions of fans. Cigarettes worth over 1,000 yuan are nothing to her. Brothers, is Hetian Zia good? I haven't tried it. It's okay, Zhang Hua. There's too much flavoring, only the export ones are good. He Tianzia's taste is decent. Holy crap, does Chorus know so much? I'm no. Chorus, I'm just mooching off others. Director Feng promised to give Feng Yuan an answer tomorrow. Feng Yuan agreed and walked out of the company courtyard with Shang Rulin to go shopping at a nearby supermarket. The shitty program crew said they could cook, but only gave an induction cooker without any pots or pans. Even salt, MSG, and soy sauce had to be bought by themselves. The two returned with many bags. Feng Yuan carried the heavy ones, and Shang Rulin carried the relatively light ones. They spent over 200 on that trip, nearly a full day's wages. Would you two like to eat some? Feng Yuan was busy putting various fruits and vegetables into the fridge as he asked the two cameramen behind him. Their cameramen had been switched in the afternoon. After all, they were all human, and it was unrealistic for them to carry cameras for over 10 hours. It's fine, we have our own meals, one of the cameramen wearing a cap backwards said, shaking his head at Feng Yuan while staring at the screen. Just eat with us, we bought a lot of ingredients, and AQ's cooking is really delicious, Shang Rulin said with a gentle smile. Her eyes were so beautiful they seemed to glow, looking attractive even through the camera lens. If Feng Yuan's cooking was good, he would personally appear on screen to mooch. Chapter 28. He wouldn't let Shang Rulin wash the vegetables, preparing garlic chili, ginger, and other seasonings. Feng Yuan sliced them, used flour to clean the tilapia's mucus, and sliced the beef thinly against the grain. Splash. The ingredients hit the pan and a refreshing aroma immediately wafted out. Behind them, a black pedestal fan was blowing toward them. Professional chefs' cooking is so pleasing to watch. When I'm rich, I'll buy a phone that can smell things. It's too appetizing. I'm eating takeout right now. By the way, have the other two groups triggered hidden missions yet? Don't even mention it. Once you do, I'll die of laughter. What happened? When Zhuang Sheng and Lin Xiaoqian from Group 3 got off work, the NPCs took the initiative to talk to them, but I don't know what got into them, but they perfectly skipped the key information. I reckon the NPC came to offer a house, but since they have money, they didn't care. Zhuang Sheng just booked a 170 yuan homestay online. The conditions are decent, also a one-bedroom apartment, and now he and Lin Xiaoqian have gone out to eat. Raised tilapia, stir-fried greens with garlic, and shiny pearly white rice. I'm salivating. The two cameramen set up their tripods aiming at two different directions and sat down to eat at Feng Yuan's invitation. Shang Rulin set the plates for them and even handed them the chopsticks herself. In fact, her way of handing the chopsticks was very elegant. She held the middle, pointing the tips toward herself and the ends toward the cameramen. Feng Yuan served rice for them and they started eating. Feng Yuan, your cooking skills are incredible. Did you specifically study this? The guy with the backward cap exclaimed. His eyes lit up. Not really studied, I just got good at it after doing it so much, Feng Yuan said, pouring them 2 cups of cola with a smile. If you two were to open a restaurant, the business would definitely explode. The guy with the backward cap gave a thumbs up. Previously, they were just dedicated cameramen and none of them ever thought they would one day get a free meal from the program's guests. Even in a small show like theirs, the guest status is much higher than theirs and the income was incomparable. Haha, who can say for sure about opening a shop? Feng Yuan replied with a polite laugh. But the people in the live stream were anxious. Countless bullet chats asking Feng Yuan to open a shop scrolled past because they really wanted to taste his cooking. The two cameramen ate while praising how delicious Feng Yuan's food was. For instance, the cola chicken was tender but not greasy, and after a bite there were lingering tastes of star anise and bay leaves. The braised tilapia was fresh but not salty, without any of the earthy taste common in freshwater tilapia, and the skin stayed intact. It was super delicious. Bai Ningbing, lying on the bed, couldn't help but watch the live stream, her stomach growling. In the past, all of this was her exclusive privilege. Feng Yuan would not only cook soup and rice for her but also serve her food, and even give her a massage after digestion. After the meal, Feng Yuan and Shang Rulin started making 4-fruit soup. As one of Lu Cheng's signature desserts, many places sell it during the day. Feng Yuan kept some and let the program crew take the rest back for the staff who were still working. Ah, there's 4-fruit soup too. Damn, director Feng tormented you so much making. You sweep the streets at 4 a.m. and yet you're making them soup. This must taste terrible unless you send some over for me to try. Upstairs, I can hear your scheme all the way from South Island. I want some too, count me in. Feng Yuan's 4-fruit soup was brought back to the crew's hotel. It was still cold when it came off the van. Everyone was extremely surprised because no one expected Feng Yuan to have this skill, but it immediately won everyone over. Click-clack, the sound of high heels rushed out of the elevator. One could see Bai Ning walking toward them with slightly messy hair and an intimidating aura. Other sounds rushed out of the elevator. One could see Bai Ningbing with slightly messy hair approaching toward them with a frightening presence that startled everyone. Bai Ningbing gave 1,000 to Director Feng and then carried a large bucket of soup upstairs. Director Feng was stunned and so was everyone else. After rushing back to her room, Bai Ningbing sat alone on the sofa, eating the soup while continuing to watch the stream. She wanted to monitor Feng Yuan on the show. A mouthful of cold soup went down, and the sweetness seeped from the corners of her mouth through her whole body, finally making her feel alive. It was an uneasy feeling, but it was also at this moment that the live stream stopped because Feng Yuan and the other person had to wake up early tomorrow, so they said goodbye to the audience. Afterwards, they prepared to wash up and go to sleep early. Bai Ningbing almost went mad and nearly threw her phone away. The stream ending meant that Fang Yuan and Shang Ruolin would do whatever they wanted. No, she wouldn't allow it. But even if she rushed over, in what capacity would she appear, should she say she was Fang Yuan's wife? Wouldn't that be debasing herself to the dust? Her pride simply wouldn't allow her to do such a thing. She sat on the sofa hugging her slender white legs curled up like a wounded kitten licking her own wounds. On the table in front of her was a dark screen with no live stream footage appearing. Suddenly the phone screen lit up, making her heart tighten. Even though she knew today's broadcast wouldn't restart, she still couldn't help but hope. However, the screen showed a call. It was from Zhang Yaojiao. Ningbing, I'm at the hotel. Downstairs, which room are you in? I'm coming up to find you. Zhang Yaojiao's voice came through the receiver. Bai Chenggong and the others had also arrived in Xiacheng. But they had only temporarily rented a villa to stay in. Everyone was anxious about the outcome, but they knew they couldn't rush until there was a perfect solution. If Bai Ningbing or Fang Yuan found out, it could cause even more trouble. I'm in 1707, come up, Bai Ningbing said weakly. Even if she wanted to go downstairs to meet Zhang Yaojiao, she couldn't manage it. After a while, a knocking sound came from the door. Bai Ningbing went to open the door, but passing the full-length mirror, she saw her own haggard face and messy hair, so she tidied up. Ningbing, how did you end up like this? Zhang Yaojiao felt a surge of heartache the moment she saw her. As her best friend, how could she not see her condition? Chapter 29, Duplicity. Bai Ningbing forced a smile and waved her hand. Yaojiao, I'm fine, Zhang Yaojiao said anxiously. You're not fine. Have you not been sleeping well lately? Look how dark your circles are. Zhang Yaojiao quickly rubbed her face, looking at every layer of her expression with heartache. Yaojiao, I'm really fine. Bai Ningbing led her in and closed the door behind them. Zhang Yaojiao took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and her eyes filled with resentment. Ningbing, I'm going to find that bastard Fang Yuan right now and bring him here to see you. No, Bai Ningbing blurted out instinctively. Things had reached this point. She didn't want to face Fang Yuan looking like this, nor did she want to see him show a hint of pity for her. She didn't want others to pity her, especially Fang Yuan. Ningbing, sometimes I really want to scold you because you're as stubborn as a mule. Fang Yuan cheated a long time ago and you knew it too, but why didn't you tell me? If I had known sooner, I would have gone and scolded him, Zhang Yaojiao said resentfully. It was true that Fang Yuan helped Bai Ningbing stand back up, and it was true he was a great benefactor to the Bai family, but merit doesn't cancel out faults. Just because you're good to me doesn't mean I should accept your cheating. Why? I only confirmed it recently as well. Bai Ningbing shook her head with a bitter smile. Suddenly, all her strength seemed to be drained, and she slumped onto the bed. She was neither Fang Yuan's first love nor his white moonlight. She wasn't even the one in his heart, so what could she do? I can't stand it. I have to strangle Fang Yuan to death. Zhang Yaojiao stomped her feet in frustration. She felt foolish for ever thinking Fang Yuan was a good man and for always considering him. Ningbing, I'm going to appear on the show tomorrow to demand justice for you. Zhang Yaojiao really couldn't bear to see her best friend wallowing in self-pity. Don't if you go. It's equivalent to saying that Fang Yuan is very important to me, and if the matter between me and Fang Yuan is dug up and spreads like wildfire, then where would my reputation go? Bai Ningbing shook her head bitterly. Even though things were like this, she still had to endure it, especially due to the pain left behind by Jai Boshan. Instead, she withdrew and pretended to be strong. Are you protecting him? Zhang Yaojiao stared into Bai Ningbing's eyes and asked. No, Bai Ningbing shook her head, but her gaze was dodging. You are protecting him, Zhang Yaojiao said, gritting her teeth. She really wanted to tell the truth that Shang Ruoling might be related to the Bai family. I haven't eaten all day. Bai Ningbing changed the subject. You haven't eaten all day because of that scum Fang Yuan. Zhang Yaojiao almost fainted from anger. Bai Ningbing was a bit afraid to speak. Seeing her like this, Zhang Yaojiao got even angrier, grabbed her and pulled her downstairs. On the other side in the instruction dorm, Shang Ruoling walked out of the bathroom wearing a milky white nightgown. While drying her hair, she looked at Fang Yuan, who was sprawled out asleep on the sofa. Fang Yuan. Under the bright lights, Fang Yuan had an unlit cigarette in his mouth. His mouth was slightly open, but the cigarette was stuck to his lips. Shang Ruoling squatted in front of him amused, took out her phone and secretly took a photo of him. The sound of the shutter click rang out, which startled Fang Yuan. Ruoling, why are you taking candid photos of me? Fang Yuan came to his senses, speechless yet amused. Brother-in-law, you look so silly, I couldn't help but take it, Shang Ruoling said with a giggle. Are you done washing? Fang Yuan sat up and rubbed his messy hair. From his perspective, he could actually see a bit below Shang Ruoling's collarbone. He took the cigarette out and shifted his gaze inconspicuously. I'm done. Isn't this me telling you to go shower? Shang Ruoling nodded and said with a smile. All right, then I'm going. Fang Yuan took a change of clothes and headed to the bathroom. Shang Ruoling's clothes were all hanging in the wardrobe, but as a man, he didn't care as much and just kept them in his suitcase. Brother-in-law, wait, put your dirty clothes in the sink. I'll wash them. Shang Ruoling's voice came from behind him. It's fine, I'll just hand wash them myself. Fang Yuan waved his hand and closed the bathroom door. Soon the sound of running water came. Shang Ruoling looked toward the bathroom, then at her own neckline, shook her head with a sigh and got up to walk into the room behind. Fang Yuan felt much more refreshed after his shower. He squatted on the floor and hand-washed his dirty clothes in a plastic basin. Good heavens, the water turned black. It was lucky the office building had daily cleaners. Otherwise, that workload during the day would have exhausted Fang Yuan and Shang Ruoling. Ruling, I'm turning off the lights, Fang Yuan called out toward the room. Okay, Shang Ruling's door wasn't closed. First, she wasn't worried at all about what Fang Yuan would do to her, and second, the air conditioner was in the room, so leaving the door open allowed the cold air to circulate out. Good night, brother-in-law, Shang Ruling's voice came from the darkness. Good night, Fang Yuan collapsed onto the single sofa, and before long the sound of slight snoring could be heard again. A smile curled on Shang Ruling's lips, and in this sense of security, she gradually drifted into dreamland. In the early morning hours before it was even light out, Fang Yuan was startled awake by his phone alarm. He went to wake Shang Ruling up. However, he only walked to the door and knocked without going in. Shang Ruling was lying on the bed with pink sheets covering her, and in her arms she held a small brown bear sleeping very peacefully. Because of the knocking, she slowly opened her eyes. She didn't have any morning grumpiness. Her eyes, when they first opened, were like those of a serene angel, making one look away involuntarily. Ruling, get up. The production crew will probably be knocking soon. Get ready. The live stream was about to start, so Fang Yuan called out and went to cook. Knowing they had to wake up early today, they had bought some ready-made buns when they went grocery shopping yesterday. He took the buns out of the freezer, put them in the pot to steam, and also added 2 eggs. During the wait, he also heated 2 glasses of milk. Brother-in-law, Shang Ruling stood behind him and playfully patted his shoulder. What's up? Fang Yuan turned around and met Shang Ruling's handkerchief. She stood on her tiptoes and was wiping Fang Yuan's face. You silly girl, I already washed my face, Fang Yuan said with a helpless laugh. You boys are just not meticulous at all. You just brush your teeth and wash your face carelessly, but there was still sleep in your eyes. Shang Ruling was incredibly careful and very serious as she helped him wipe his face, but looking at Shang Ruling, Fang Yuan drifted back to years ago as if Mayoi was right in front of him. Back then she was also so optimistic, gentle, and positive, warming Fang Yuan as much as she could like a blazing sun. Mayoi, Chapter 30, Confrontation. Fang Yuan's consciousness was a bit dazed, and he couldn't help but whisper her name, his eyes full of tenderness as he reached out to stroke Shang Ruling's face. But his hand was gently pushed away by Shang Ruling, who said with a hint of complaint in her voice, Brother-in-law, I'm Ruling. It's okay, brother-in-law, I'll go put on makeup first. Fang Yuan nodded. The steam in the pot pushed the lid, making a clattering metallic sound. Fang Yuan went to the door to smoke a cigarette. A series of footsteps approached from downstairs. It was 2 cameramen from the production crew. Seeing Fang Yuan at the door, both were quite surprised. However, they still smiled and nodded at him. Morning, Fang Yuan. We originally wanted to come upstairs to wake you up, but it seems there's no need. Morning, Fang Yuan also nodded to them and gave them cigarettes. Once Shang Ruling finished and came out of the bathroom, the cameramen turned on their machines and started today's live stream. The 2 of them had already eaten breakfast before coming. They filmed the scene of Fang Yuan and Shang Ruling eating and then followed them to the block. On the street, director Feng and a staff member were already waiting. Even though the broadcast started very early, there were actually over 3,000 people in the live stream, which was very surprising. Oh, you 2 got up quite early. Not bad, not bad. Having this kind of work attitude makes me very satisfied. Director Feng smacked his lips and rubbed his chin, nodding in satisfaction. Manager Feng, did you ask about the electric bike for us? Fang Yuan handed him a cigarette and asked with a smile. Director Feng still held the cigarette in his mouth, pretending to smoke without actually lighting it, and laughed. I asked, do you have motorcycle licenses? Riding an electric bike requires a license. As long as you have licenses, I'll have someone bring the bike over at noon. Fang Yuan said, I have one. How much is it? Director Feng chuckled and said, you guys are getting a bargain. It's a bike that hasn't been ridden much. 1,000 yuan, even though it costs 4,200. Fang Yuan scanned the payment to Director Feng on the spot and agreed to the pickup at noon. As long as they had the electric bike, it would be much easier for him and Shang Ruling to come to work without having to walk a kilometer or 2 to this block. The staff member behind Director Feng handed them 2 large brooms. After Director Feng gave a few instructions, he got into a dark green Bentley Continental and drove off. This scene left everyone in the livestream speechless. Fine, I knew Director Feng's appearance would definitely create a show effect. This guy really is cashing in on the trending search traffic. A Continental GT is a multi-million yuan sports car. The production crew really went all out for the sake of the show's effect. Who says it isn't, damn? He even opened the car window and greeted Fang Yuan, asking if his car looked brand new. Fang Yuan, unable to take it anymore, grabbed a broom and chased after Director Feng. This scared Director Feng away instantly. Suddenly, the livestream chat was filled with ha-ha-ha once again. Even with only a few thousand viewers, the bullet comments had the effect of tens of thousands being present, and the number of viewers kept increasing. These 2 really scared me. Out of the 3 live streams only, this one has a sitcom to watch, and Director Feng only visits this live stream. I didn't even have time to pay attention to Room 1 last night. Did Xiao Yun and Chen Zhizha trigger any hidden missions after work? Don't even mention it. I was bored to death by those 2 fools. If they had even a bit of Fang Yuan's brains, they wouldn't have hinted up like that. I really don't understand Xiao Yu's logic. Finding a cheap hotel and then getting itchy all over in the middle of the night, needing to change hotels and spending so much that only 20 yuan was left. Is it really that ridiculous? Isn't it? Their room has to be checked out by 2 p.m. but they start work at 7 p.m. They'll suffer during those hours in between. I'll stay in the other 2 live streams one last day if they're boring from now on. I'll be in room 3 every day. I didn't sleep much all night. I specifically set an alarm for 4 a.m. to watch their live stream. Damn, are you really that committed? Anyway, I don't have to work. Fang Yuan and Shang Ruling swept from dark until dawn, cleaning leaves and trash off the streets. The morning light was generously sprinkled over the city streets. The sunlight filtered through the leaves overhead and fell on the two of them in mottled patterns. Traffic and pedestrians gradually increased. Unexpectedly, some local viewers from Xiacheng even ran over to give them water. After delivering the water, they continued to work. If this were any other show, it would likely be a staged effect, but in this program it wasn't the case because quite a few people came to bring water. With a roar, a black Bentley arrived and stopped beside Fang Yuan. A woman wearing a fringed floral dress jumped out of the driver's seat and rushed in front of Fang Yuan, her leather shoes clicking. Her hair was elegant and her face was exquisite with light makeup, but it was full of anger. Seeing that beautiful face, Fang Yuan was quite surprised. He hadn't expected her to come, but before he could speak, she scolded him first. Take off your microphone and come with me for a moment. Fang Yuan clearly wanted to refuse, but as soon as his eyes shifted, he was. Come with me for a moment. Fang Yuan clearly wanted to refuse, but then Zhang Yaojiao shouted, Fang Yuan, do you even know what you've done? If it weren't for your reputation, I would expose everything right now. Zhang Yaojiao was being very restrained, trying her best not to reveal any information on camera. Once exposed, it would be a major blow to Bai Ningbin's reputation. Zhang Yaojiao looked for Shang Ruling, who wasn't nearby, otherwise she would have dealt with her as well. Meanwhile, Shang Ruling was sweeping elsewhere. Yaojiao, everything is in the past, and I am sorry for what happened to you all. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly, took off the mic and handed it to the cameraman, given by Ningbin's temperament. Fang Yuan didn't think he would allow Zhang Yaojiao to come to Xiacheng. Moreover, since his heart only held Jai Bisheng, he himself wasn't important. Fang Yuan, do you really think an apology can solve everything? Get in the car. Zhang Yaojiao angrily grabbed Fang Yuan and dragged him toward the Bentley. Fang Yuan turned and signaled to the cameraman that he had some business to handle and would be back soon. The car hadn't driven off yet, but it had already. The live broadcast room exploded. Chapter 31, Hair on the Sofa. Everyone in the live broadcast room was constantly discussing the relationship between the two, and although the car door was closed, one could hear the woman's intense, angry scolding. The cameraman pointed the lens toward the Bentley. The windows were covered with privacy film, so nothing could be seen from the outside, but the sounds of fierce scolding continued to ring out. Dozens of minutes later, the car door opened and Fang Yuan got out helplessly. Zhang Yaojiao's face was flushed red as she pointed at Fang Yuan and roared, Fang Yuan, you are simply a bastard. Over these 3 years, I went from being wary of your ill intentions to trusting you completely. I might not always be able to take care of her, but I protected your dignity in every way. When people said you were a freeloader, I scolded them for you. That time at the Dynasty KTV when things got so out of hand, I was the one who settled it for you. But in the end, this is how you treat me, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan just walked over silently, picked up the broom leaning against the trash can and continued sweeping without a word. But the more he acted like this, the more it made Zhang Yaojiao feel disappointed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with rage, and in an instant her heart sank. Even before coming here, she still held on to one last illusion. Fang Yuan, I really misjudged you. Zhang Yaojiao gritted her teeth and glared at him fiercely. As he continued sweeping, there was only quiet and calm about him. The world's turmoil couldn't touch him, though his back looked a bit more desolate. She is in Xiacheng. Can you really be so heartless as to not see her? Zhang Yaojiao roared in exasperation. She's in Xiacheng. Fang Yuan turned back in disbelief, and even his movements faltered for a moment. Yes, Zhang Yaojiao nodded coldly. Fang Yuan smiled at her and then lowered his head to continue sweeping. Knowing Bai Ningbin as he did, since Bai Ningbin had chased after Jai Bisheng and hadn't returned for so many days, she must have followed him to Xiacheng. During these 3 years, Bai Ningbin had mistaken Fang Yuan for Jai Bisheng countless times, either crying or acting clingy, but every time she woke up from the dream, she would reject Fang Yuan like a stranger. Fang Yuan, you are simply a bastard. Zhang Yaojiao nearly crushed her teeth, feeling she had completely misjudged Fang Yuan. Her disappointment made her hate someone more than ever. I'm sorry to have disappointed you. A smile appeared on the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth, which left Zhang Yaojiao utterly stunned. She stood frozen in place. Even now, Fang Yuan could actually laugh. Even smiled so freely. Fine, you're good. Zhang Yaojiao rushed into the car in a fury and slammed the door. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something, opened the passenger door, threw out an amulet and roared, Fang Yuan, after today, all ties between us are severed. You'd better never appear in my sight again. I never want to see you again. You are a bastard and a beast. Zhang Yaojiao slammed on the gas and sped out the street into the distance. Fang Yuan didn't feel any sorrow because before making this decision, he had already anticipated all the consequences. Bai Ningbin's future life was her own choice. Fang Yuan wouldn't take responsibility for her. But because of the Bai family, Bai Chenggong and his wife, and Bai Jiangguo, the elderly couple, he still hoped the Bai family could return to the way it was. Taking all the blame himself was the only way to let the Bai family gradually return to peace and mitigate the consequences of Bai Ningbin's actions. Having changed a lot during his 3 years with the Bai family, he felt a responsibility to smooth over all traces. Everyone in the live broadcast room was completely dumbfounded, unable to figure out the situation. reputation. However, many people speculated whether Fang Yuan had cheated. Unless Fang Yuan was a scumbag, how else could this be explained? To say this was a staged effect by the production team was impossible. The team couldn't create such a terrible plot just for effects, and Fang Yuan wouldn't risk his own reputation to cooperate with them. Zhang Yaojiao rushed back to the hotel and encountered Bai Ningbing rushing down from upstairs, her face filled with anxiety as she was about to look for him. Yaojiao, did you go to find Fang Yuan? Zhang Yaojiao, still full of anger, stepped forward. Ningbing, let's go back to Lu Cheng. Fang Yuan is beyond redemption, he's just a scumbag. Bai Ningbing, however, stared at her. Her expression turned cold. Yaojiao, why did you go to see him? Zhang Yaojiao said indignantly. After how he treated you, I had to demand an explanation. Bai Ningbing suppressed her anger and said, but didn't I tell you not to go? What would be the point of looking for him anyway? Zhang Yaojiao was stunned, realizing her friend was angry. Seeing Bai Ningbing angrily turn and enter the elevator, she quickly followed to console her. In the observation room upstairs, Bai Ningbing had a cold expression. Her face was like a block of ancient ice, making people afraid to even approach. Zhang Yaojiao sat beside her and watched her. Because they were live on air, Zhang Yaojiao did not dare say anything wrong, but the more Bai Ningbing acted this way, the angrier Zhang Yaojiao felt. Bai Ningbing had come all this way for Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan wouldn't even agree to meet her. He was so heartless, yet Bai Ningbing still protected him. If it were up to her, she would have torn that scumbag apart regardless of the cost. Even if he had been kind to her, his current actions couldn't be excused. A call came into Bai Ningbing's phone from General Manager Zheng back in Lucheng. As soon as the call connected, an anxious voice spoke. President Bai, someone is secretly spreading rumors about you and Fang Yuan online. They are using subtle methods to stir public opinion, aiming to turn it into a trending topic. This approach takes time to escalate, but its impact is very broad and it's difficult to find out who is behind it. This is a common tactic for public relations sabotage. Go to the Su family immediately and tell them to stop these filthy tactics, or I will expose everything, Bai Ningbing said coldly. She snapped coldly. She had muted her microphone when she took the call. But President Bai, it might not be the Su family and they might not necessarily listen to us, General Manager Zheng worried. Regardless of whether it's the Su family, if the rumors spread, tell them they're finished. They know what needs to be done, Bai Ningbing snapped. Yes, General Manager Zheng agreed and immediately followed her orders. Zhang Yaojiao watched Bai Ningbing beside her and sighed heavily, using the excuse of going to the bathroom. She asked the production team to take her to Shang Ruolin's former room. The crew knew the relationship between Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan and also knew that Zhang Yaojiao was Bai Ningbing's best friend, so they did not refuse. Although Shang Ruolin's former room had been cleaned, Zhang Yaojiao still found a strand of hair on the sofa. Chapter 32. Okay, stop messing around. At 10:00 a.m., Fang Yuan and Shang Ruolin finished their sanitation work. Director Feng rode a brand new electric scooter over and handed it to Fang Yuan as a second-hand vehicle. Fang Yuan was somewhat amused. Even if the production was low budget, they wouldn't actually look for a real second-hand scooter. Shang Ruolin sat on the back seat as the oncoming wind blew against her face, slightly lifting her bangs. Her sweet face and well-behaved expression were fully visible. Fang Yuan wore a black helmet, but the visor was not pulled down. Occasionally, a few hurried electric bikes passed them, with delivery boxes attached to the back seats, together forming a major sight of the city. In the staff cafeteria, the rhythmic sound of knives hitting the cutting boards became the best sound to hear. Even without any other show effects, it was pleasing to the eye. Fang Yuan's left hand was arched, using his knuckles to guide the knife. With fingers tilted at 45 degrees pressing on the potato, not only were her movements lightning fast, but even the thickness of the potato shreds was uniform. Shang Ruolin sat on small stools with some middle-aged women wearing rubber waterproof gloves. While washing vegetables, by the time it was mealtime, many employees were waiting at the window where Shang Ruolin was stationed to get their food. First, Shang Ruolin was beautiful and pleasing to look at. Second, the food they ate yesterday made by Fang Yuan was truly unforgettable. In the observation room of the Cuckoo Hotel, along with a knock on the door, when the program staff placed lunch on the table, Zhang Yaojiao's gaze toward Bai Ningbing became strange. If she wasn't mistaken, this seemed to be the food Fang Yuan made in the cafeteria. Zhang Yaojiao opened the takeout box and took a bite. The case was solved. This was indeed made by Fang Yuan. During the journey, she had frequently gone to the Bai family's house to eat. How could she not recognize Fang Yuan's skills? However, compared to her strange gaze, Bai Ningbing beside her had a normal expression, keeping a straight face with no visible psychological ripples. Bai Ningbing just picked up the chopsticks and ate in small bites. Today, she was no longer as furious as yesterday, as if the taste of the food had filled her body and soul. Fang Yuan, you are simply a bastard, Zhang Yaojiao muttered under her breath while resentfully poking the food with her chopsticks. Yaojiao, are you still eating? Bai Ningbing turned to ask her, not eating anymore. Feeling Bai Ningbing's gaze, she slumped in her chair like a deflated balloon, watching Bai Ningbing take food from her takeout box. In the observation room, Director Feng looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone, starting from tomorrow, you will need to take turns drawing lots to go to each group of guests to add some trouble and see their ability to handle crisis events. However, Director Feng did not focus his gaze on Bai Ningbing and Zhang Yaojiao, because he knew that looking at those two women was useless. If they appeared on camera, it would definitely cause a massive of uproar in the live stream. One looks exactly like Shang Ruolin and the other just went to find Fang Yuan this morning. We're going to go find trouble for them. The observers were all delighted, their expressions instantly becoming lively. Yes, your performance in making things difficult, and their reactions concern the wages and bonuses the program crew will give them. The better they perform, the more rewards they will receive, and they can even trigger the program crew's turntable rewards. But conversely, if they fail to perform well, the corresponding wages will be deducted. Director Feng nodded and explained. Haha, Director Feng is starting trouble again. I knew he wouldn't make it simple. If the guests were allowed to work so simply, it wouldn't be him. Fang Yuan and the others don't know the observers exist and don't recognize them. What if they actually start a fight? With Fang Yuan's temper, it's very possible. Oh my god, I'm even starting to look forward to it. What should I do? Everyone in the live stream immediately began to discuss, each one excited. Director Fang as observers. Bai Ningbing considers everything for Fang Yuan, but what does Fang Yuan do? Damn, why does the voice off camera sound so familiar? If I'm not mistaken, this sounds like the beauty who ran to find Fang Yuan this morning. Could she be an observer for the program? If she is, then this is going to be interesting. Director Feng didn't expect Zhang Yaojiao to speak at this moment and immediately looked in her direction, making the audience even more curious about who was off-screen. Clatter, Zhang Yaojiao suddenly stood up. Director Feng, just answer me, is it okay no matter how much I make things difficult? Bai Ningbing's face instantly fell and she whispered a sharp rebuke. Alright Yaojiao, stop it. If Zhang Yaojiao appeared on screen again, the situation would change. Ningbing, I just don't understand you. What is the point of protecting him like this? If you're not going to do anything, then why are you still staying here? Zhang Yaojiao turned off the microphone and questioned her. She said his heart clearly still held Fang Yuan, but she just refused to say it. What was she doing hiding here like a shrinking turtle? Yaojiao, there are some things you simply don't know. Bai Ningbing took a deep breath to suppress her emotions. I don't know, and that's why I don't understand, Zhang Yaojiao challenged. To show off in front of him, Yaojiao, come with me. Bai Ningbing finally let out a long sigh, led Zhang Yaojiao out of the observation room and returned to the room upstairs. Inside the room, under Zhang Yaojiao's angry and confused gaze, Bai Ningbing took a laminated photo out of her bag and displayed it in front of her. What is this? Zhang Yaojiao couldn't help but frown as she looked. Although the girl in the photo looked exactly like Bai Ningbing, based on her clothing style and gaze, Zhang Yaojiao could be certain she was a completely different person. Look at the back. Bai Ningbing sat down weakly on the sofa. Zhang Yaojiao flipped it over to look. Zhang Yaojiao's mind exploded as if the sky had collapsed. Although Bai Ningbing didn't speak, her lonely expression confirmed it. Hee, I finally understand now. No wonder Fang Yuan asked for nothing and wanted nothing by your side all these years. So this was the reason. Zhang Yaojiao almost tore the photo to pieces. She was so angry her head was spinning. For 3 years, Fang Yuan had used Bai Ningbing as a substitute for 3 whole years, and everyone had been fooled. Chapter 33. If you don't speak, how can others understand you? Zhang Yaojiao didn't understand why Fang Yuan would do such a thing. Moreover, this was even more serious than cheating. In her eyes, emotional infidelity was even more unacceptable than physical infidelity. Physical infidelity still had room for reconciliation, but emotional infidelity was a critical blow. Learning that this photo was found in Fang Yuan's suitcase, and learning that Fang Yuan had over 100 GB of private space on his phone made Zhang Yaojiao nearly go berserk. Not only did Fang Yuan do this, but he also treated everyone like fools for these 3 years. On what grounds and why could he do this? Yaojiao, forget it. Fang Yuan's heart was never on me from the start, so what's the point of even going to find him? Bai Ningbing gave a bitter smile, her once proud eyes now cast down, breaking Zhang Yaojiao's heart. Ningbing, do you know that Shang Ruoling? In her anger, Zhang Yaojiao almost spurted out the truth. What about her? Bai Ningbing couldn't help but frown slightly, sensing something was wrong. Zhang Yaojiao hurriedly suppressed her words and changed the subject. Ningbing, you still have Fang Yuan in your heart, don't you? Bai Ningbing shook her head decisively, her smile becoming even more bitter. No, Fang Yuan never treated her as anything, so why should there be a place for Fang Yuan in her heart? Zhang Yaojiao straightened her head and stared fixedly into her eyes. If not, then why did you hit Jai Bisheng with your car? If you didn't care, why didn't you tell anyone after such a big incident? Even when the Su family caused trouble, you actually still helped him suppress it. Come on. Ningbing's gaze flickered as she avoided eye contact. The matter with Jai Bisheng was only because I warned him many times and he didn't listen. He even tried to come and affect my family, that's all. Zhang Yaojiao turned her gaze back again. Liar, Ningbing, I've known you since primary school. Until now, do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? No matter what happens, you never defend yourself. You're like a wounded ostrich that only knows how to bury its head. But if you never say what you want, how can others understand you? You clearly came here hoping Fang Yuan would return to your side. If you do nothing now, you will definitely regret it. If it weren't for the matter involving Shang Ruoling, Zhang Yaojiao would have just taken Bai Ningbing away from here. Whether it's called escaping or not wanting to face reality, as long as they went back, time could heal everything. But Shang Ruoling's matter is a high probability event. No matter how Bai Ningbing avoids it, she can't escape unless she leaves the Bai family. Ningbing, now before you, there are only 2 choices. Either force Fang Yuan back or make that scumbag Fang Yuan pay the price. If you don't make final break, then as your best friend, I will be helpless. If we cut ties during this time, you won't feel bad seeing Fang Yuan and Shang Ruoling later. Yaojiao Yaojiao, you're right, let's go back, staying here is meaningless. Bai Ningbing stood up to pack her things, but Zhang Yaojiao grabbed her. Ningbing, don't try to run, don't go anywhere these few days, I'll help you deal with that scumbag. Bai Ningbing still wasn't suitable to appear, nor was it necessary to go to Fang Yuan and lower herself. As if she were desperate for him to return, she would cut everything for Bai Ningbing herself. Yaojiao, don't be like this, what's past is past, I'll sign the divorce agreement. He left as soon as I get back. Bai Ningbing hurriedly stopped her. Bai Ningbing, you were willing to drive into Jaibashan, but why are you so indecisive about Fang Yuan? I couldn't stop Jaibashan from hurting you, but this time I won't let the same thing happen again. Zhang Yaojiao left these words with a cold face, took the hair she found in the room and turned to leave. The door slammed shut. Bai Ningbing looked at the door alone and then at the almost crushed laminated photo on the floor, feeling a wave of helplessness. Rising, Yaojiao was right, she was an ostrich. But deep down, did she really like Fang Yuan? Modern paternity testing technology has become extremely advanced. From Bai Chenggong getting the hair to taking the grandparents to the hospital for testing and getting the results, only 2 days passed. A phone call was made to Zhang Yaojiao's phone. Yaojiao, we're going back first. The results are out. It's exactly as we thought. We've already looked into Shang Rueling's situation. Her mother actually lives in Heikang along the way. We need to go back and check the rest. It is left to you. Zhang Yaojiao was stunned, her hand on the steering wheel trembling. Even though she had been prepared, she was still shocked. With this result out, Bai Ningbing completely cannot escape, thinking about the scenes to come. Zhang Yaojiao couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Uncle Bai, are you going to find her? Zhang Yaojiao asked chokingly. Yaojiao, you know there's no way around this. As children, we must do it, Bai Chenggong said equally powerlessly. They had already discussed a response in advance to give everyone some buffer time. Resolving the issues that need solving is the best outcome. After things are resolved, the truth should be revealed to everyone. But the person most hurt in this matter will definitely be their daughter. He couldn't imagine what kind of expression Ningbing would have when she found out even. He couldn't help but sigh at the irony of fate. Okay, Uncle Bai, after you go back, it's best not to let any news leak out and don't let Shang Rueling receive any news. I'll handle the rest, Zhang Yaojiao said, gritting her teeth to give Bai Ningbing more initiative. She wanted Fang Yuan to live in guilt forever. Yaojiao, if they don't like each other anymore, don't make things too serious. That boy Fang Yuan has, after all, been kind to our Bai family, Gao Yulan said into the phone. But even Gao Yulan's voice carried a hint of choked with emotion. Don't worry, Aunt Gao, I know what to do, Zhang Yaojiao said through gritted teeth. Hanging up the phone, she drove toward Fang Yuan's direction. On her lips, she agreed, but how she actually acted depended entirely on herself. Even if she had to drag Fang Yuan down with her in a self-destruction, she wouldn't let the Bai family suffer. Chapter 34, Hiding. For 3 years and treating everyone like fools. In the block, a fruit falling from a treetop accidentally hit Shang Rueling's head and got stuck in her dark, silky hair. Fang Yuan couldn't help but find it a bit funny. He took a tissue to wipe it for her. This scene left many people in the livestream room stunned. Even if the two didn't say anything, just standing there was absolutely beautiful, especially the smile hidden in the corner of Shang Rueling's eyes, which made people completely fall for her. Even though it was September and autumn, it felt like a March spring breeze. A black Bentley stopped, and Zhang Yaojiao rushed out of the car in a rage, stepping in her small leather boots. She watched Fang Yuan's actions toward Shang Rueling from a distance, a mocking sneer curving her lips. Oh my god, this beautiful sister is here again. What does she want to do? Her appearance was eye-catching enough, but even more eye-catching was Shang Rueling's move to step sideways. Seeing her arrive, Shang Rueling actually blocked the way in front of Fang Yuan. Give me a microphone, don't you all want to know what happened? Fine, I'll tell you, Zhang Yaojiao said, reaching out to the cameraman and looking directly at the lens without backing down. Yaojiao, Bai Ningbing was watching the live stream, her heart suddenly tightening in subconscious worry. But then she thought she really shouldn't continue to shrink back. Letting Zhang Yaojiao reveal the truth might also cut through the confusion in her heart. Yaojiao, you don't need to say it, I'll say it myself. This matter is simple, I cheated. Facing the camera, Fang Yuan spoke extremely calmly. Zhang Yaojiao's hand, which was taking the microphone, froze. Her fist almost crushed it as she glared at Fang Yuan fiercely. How could Fang Yuan speak of such a thing so easily? What? Fang Yuan is actually married and even cheated. Who is his marriage partner? Is it this beautiful sister? Oh my god, I finally thought there was love in the entertainment industry, and then you tell me he's another cheater. Some people were so angry they followed the show just to watch. That beautiful sister is clearly a wealthy person, so why did Fang Yuan cheat? Yeah, why did he cheat? Fang Yuan sighed and put down the broom in his hand. He bowed to the camera and then to Zhang Yaojiao. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. I'll leave. I've brought trouble to the program crew. I'm very sorry. Shang Rueling hurriedly tried to pull him back, but with a sigh he gently pushed her hand away. Before leaving, he once again took all the responsibility upon himself. This matter has nothing to do with Rueling. She doesn't know anything. Please don't blame her. Fang Yuan took off the microphone and turned to leave. Slap! Zhang Yaojiao rushed up and a loud slap landed on his face. She roared in exasperation. Fang Yuan, are you even a man? You did these things yourself, and now you think an apology can solve everything. Shang Rueling rushed over quickly and pushed Zhang Yaojiao away, her eyes cold and enchanting as she stood in front of Fang Yuan. What right do you have to hit him? Is he really wrong? Shang Rueling really wanted to tell the truth. Clearly, Fang Yuan was doing his best to protect Bai Ningbing and the the Bai family. Yet in the end, he was not only misunderstood but also treated this way by Zhang Yaojiao. He's not wrong. Is he really not wrong? For these 3 years, he actually hid your photos for 3 years, treating everyone like fools. Zhang Yaojiao's face was red with anger as she pointed at Fang Yuan and roared at Shang Ruoling. Then tell me whose name is actually written on the back of the photo. Shang Ruoling couldn't hold back and shouted as well. You actually dare to be so righteous with me. If it's not your name on the back, then whose name could it be? Zhang Yaojiao's expression was full of ridicule, but text ends. Something was missed. This doesn't seem right. Shang Ruoling is her real name. Unless she changed her name, it wouldn't change. And between Shang Ruoling and Jiang Maoi, there is only one character's difference. Is there any need to change it? Even if Zhang Yaojiao's logic was wrong, she wouldn't change her attitude. Shang Ruoling. You are not as innocent as Fang Yuan says at all. From the start, you knew about Fang Yuan's marriage, yet you kept him in a vague state. Shang Ruoling coldly laughed and said, yes, I knew from the start. So what? I grew up with him. I like him. I love him. He has already signed a divorce agreement. So why can't I be with him? Zhang Yaojiao's eyes widened as she roared, you shameless woman. This scene was so intense that countless people in the livestream room were dumbfounded. Some even began to suspect if it was a script. Director Fang, watching from the hotel, broke into a cold sweat. This would put their show on the trending searches, but it didn't seem like a good thing. Swish. Just then, a figure rushed out from the observation room to borrow a car from the crew and dashed towards the scene. Fang Yuan tried his best to block the two, but they had lost their tempers. Even the usually gentle Shang Ruoling didn't care now. But since you're so capable, then tell me what name is actually on the back of the photo. You say he cheated. He's already divorced. What do you care? Shang Ruoling only asked. He cheated during the marriage and moved on to you seamlessly. Only someone as cheap as you would be willing to take over. Zhang Yaojiao went crazy and spat out whatever came to mind. At this moment, she had no reason left. Her name is Jiang Maoi. She is my sister, Shang Ruoling said with red eyes and a choked voice. For a moment, the words in Zhang Yaojiao's mouth were completely blocked and she couldn't curse anymore. Behind them, another figure also froze. As the cameraman looked over, he was startled. Holy *T, why is he here? The cameraman instinctively wanted to move the camera, but he walked straight over. What did you say? Jiang Maoi is your sister. What day is October 17th? Even though he knew Bai Ningbing looked exactly like him when they actually met, even Shang Ruoling couldn't help but be taken aback. Fang Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect Bai Ningbing to come. Bai Ningbing, you still have the nerve to show up if it weren't for you. Before Shang Ruoling could finish her choked up words, Fang Yuan covered her mouth. Fang Yuan looked at him with a bitter smile, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan, this is none of your business. Don't stop her. Today I must know the truth. Shang Ruoling quickly pulled away Fang Yuan's hand and cried out, shouting, Bai Ningbing, you're clearly already someone being pampered by AQ. Yet you still can't forget that bastard Jai Basheng who almost killed you, don't you? Want to know who it is? What day is October 17th? Fine, I'll tell you. That is the anniversary of my sister's death. My sister died back when she was 19. Chapter 35, Uncle Bai, whether you still have this son-in-law depends on you. Bai Ningbing was completely stunned, staring blankly at Shang Ruoling. He had thought of 10,000 possibilities, but he never imagined such a result. He originally thought that the so-called Jiang Maoi didn't exist and that only Shang Ruoling existed. As it turned out, Jiang Maoi not only existed but had already passed away. These words were almost roared out by Shang Ruoling, and after she finished shouting, she threw herself into Fang Yuan's arms and began to cry bitterly. Sorry, can we end today's recording here? Fang Yuan looked towards the cameraman helplessly while holding her trembling body. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Zhang Yaojiao grew anxious and hurriedly tried to stop him. Fang Yuan looked back at her. There was clearly no blame, but the distant look in his eyes made her mind reel. Bai Ningbing watched Fang Yuan's figure gradually walk away. His nose felt sore and he felt an impulse to chase after him, but he just stood there, watching Fang Yuan and the two of them. Ningbing, how can Fang Yuan be like this? Zhang Yaojiao said with lingering anger, but her voice was no longer as sharp as before because she also felt that something was wrong, as if things were completely different from what she thought. Let's go back first. Bai Ningbing smiled bitterly and turned to get into the car. Ningbing, wait for me. Zhang Yaojiao glanced in the direction where Fang Yuan had left and hurriedly chased after Bai Ningbing. They left the production team's car to the on-site cameramen and asked them to drive it back. Bai Ningbing sat in the passenger seat of the black Bentley and they drove away, but this caused a massive uproar in the live broadcast room. If Fang Yuan had simply cheated, it wouldn't have made people so silent, but Shang Ruoling's tears and Fang Yuan's bitterness were all proof that there was more to the story. Especially the name Jai Bisheng mentioned by Shang Ruoling revealed a lot of information. Perhaps Fang Yuan once had a marriage into a wealthy family but was never valued. His wife even had a lover outside, which led to things ending up like this. Before the actual results become clear, no one really had the right to comment. On the sofa, Shang Ruoling curled up in Fang Yuan's arms and cried uncontrollably. Director Feng came over in person to inquire, but Fang Yuan said he was fine and turned him away. Fang Yuan asked Director Feng to give them one last night and they would leave the production team tomorrow morning without causing any trouble. Seeing this, Director Feng hesitated to speak. He wanted to communicate communicate with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan was clearly not in the right state, and Shang Ruoling's crying in the room wouldn't stop. He could only have people watch over Fang Yuan and call him at any time if anything happened. He then hurriedly went back to the hotel to find Bai Ningbing. He knocked on Bai Ningbing's door. Zhang Yaojiao opened the door and originally wanted to turn Director Feng away, but Bai Ningbing invited him in. President Bai, what exactly is going on? Director Feng sat opposite her, looking at her face full of confusion and conflict, and spoke softly. Director Feng knew her emotions were very unstable, so he tried his best not to provoke her. Fang Yuan and I have already divorced. Bai Ningbing sighed and shook her head, but anyone could see she couldn't let go in her heart. Are you leaving? Director Feng looked at their already packed suitcases and asked softly. Bai Ningbing nodded. We're leaving. Sorry for the trouble we caused you these days. As compensation, when I return, I will inject a sum of money into your production team. Don't you have follow-up programs? I can also invest in you. Director Feng waved his hand. Oh, President Bai, now is not the time to talk about these things. I can see you still have Fang Yuan in your heart, and there's something I don't know if I should say. Bai Ningbing looked up and asked him, is it about Fang Yuan? Director Feng nodded. Yes, if you want to stay I can tell you this, but if you want to leave then this matter is irrelevant. If Bai Ningbing wanted to leave, then the matter regarding Fang Yuan would indeed be irrelevant. If it were any other guest, he wouldn't get involved in this at all. First, it wasn't necessary, and second, it would cause trouble. He might even directly kick the guest out and terminate the contract. Even though he had only known Fang Yuan for a few days, he could feel that Fang Yuan was carrying a lot. Seeing these two made his heart ache. Bai Ningbing preferred to hide behind the scenes, while Fang Yuan preferred to shoulder everything himself without saying anything. Relationships are often like this. Those involved are confused, but if there is outside intervention, perhaps this matter isn't a problem at all. Director Feng, please speak. Bai Ningbing looked up at him. Director Feng took a deep breath and said very seriously, actually, Fang Yuan and Shang Ruoling are not a couple at all. Shang Ruoling calls him brother-in-law in private. You should understand what I mean. Perhaps things are not what you think. Boom. Bai Ningbing's mind exploded in an instant, and even Zhang Yaojiao beside her was full of disbelief. Night fell. As soon as he landed, Bai Chenggong took the time to return Zhang Yaojiao's call. Her voice was urgent, asking him to hurry and find Shang Ruoling's mother and get Zhang Maioyi's birthday. Bai Chenggong was a bit confused and couldn't help but frown. Yaojiao, how do you know she hasn't? Older sister Zhang Yaojiao wanted to find Fang Yuan but didn't dare. She was in a bad mood and hadn't eaten all day, saying anxiously, Uncle Bai, don't ask so much. This matter is very important. I need you to get Zhang Maioyi's birthday as soon as possible. This is very important for both Fang Yuan and Ningbing. Whether you still have this son-in-law depends on you. Bai Chenggong was completely stunned by her words and wanted to ask what was going on, but she stubbornly refused to say because the matter was complex and she wasn't certain yet. Bai Chenggong agreed. He originally planned to go to the Shang family the next day, but seeing it was only 8:00 p.m., he took Gao Yulan and the others to visit. According to the clues, Shang Ruoling investigated. Her mother lived alone in Xinyu district in a house Shang Ruoling bought for her. It wasn't large, only 90 square meters. Grandpa and Grandma were very nervous all the way, especially Grandma Sugijai, whose palms were sweating and eyes were red, filled with tears almost overflowing. Ding dong, the doorbell rang and footsteps were soon heard from behind the door. When it opened, Mother Jiang looked at the family of four outside. Seeing the various items they were carrying, she was momentarily stunned. The two sides stared at each other and the atmosphere fell into a silent stillness, yet a surge of powerful emotion was brewing. Mother Jiang's body stiffened and Grandma Sugijai could no longer hold back her tears. The sound of large teardrops hitting the ground broke the silence. Chapter 36. One is her daughter and the other is her niece. Jiang Ziaxiao didn't ask much and instead welcomed Bai Chenggong and the others into the house. She seemed calm, but her expression had already betrayed her. Even her hands trembled as she brewed tea for everyone, nearly knocking over the cups. Her hands were full of the mottled calluses left by the years. Clearly of the same age as Gao Yulan, one looked like a beautiful young lady in her late 20s, while the other had become a middle-aged woman with half-white hair due to life's hardships. Her face was sallow from years of working in the sun, and her arms had many scars left from past work. Let me do it, Gao Yulan said softly, gently pressing her hand. Gao Qishu tremblingly took out a cigarette and tried to light it for a long time without success, until Bai Chenggong quickly lit it for him. Nan Nan, a choked sob came from Grandma Sugijai, who was the first to break down. Jiang Ziaxiao lowered her head, looking at her legs with severe varicose veins, her eyes slightly red, but she didn't dare respond. Compared to the people in front of her who were clearly of high status, although she didn't know luxury brands because her daughter had once bought her a bag worth over 10,000, she had a deep impression. She had refused it, but her daughter still bought it for her for a simple reason: she had suffered for half her life, and now that her daughter had money, she just wanted her to look younger. Though time cannot be reversed, all Shang Ruoling could do was make amends. The bag Gao Yulan carried was larger and looked more expensive. Mom, don't be so excited, didn't we agree? Before coming, don't scare her, Bai Chenggong hurriedly intervened. Turning to Jiang Ziaxiao with a dry laugh, he said, Sister, don't worry, we aren't bad people. I'm Bai Chenggong, the owner of Lucheng Chenggong Real Estate. In fact, I'm your brother-in-law and this is my wife. You should be able to see the situation, right? They didn't even need a paternity report as long as Gao Yulan's her face being right here explained everything. No matter how much Zhang Xiaoxiao had wasted away, her face still resembled Gao Yulan's. Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded, but she lowered her head even further. She knew about Chenggong Real Estate. It was a major local group in Lucheng worth tens of billions. She lived in a neighborhood that was under by Chenggong's company, but these were things she had never imagined. Sister, this is a coincidence if it weren't for Fang Yuan. Otherwise, we would never have found you, Bai Chenggong said with a bitter smile. Speaking of this as a father-in-law, his head was about to explode. One was his daughter and the other was his niece. Damn it, what a mess. Fang Yuan, he knows you. Zhang Xiaoxiao finally looked at them with surprise. And there was finally a spark of light in her eyes. She was completely unaware of what Fang Yuan had done or his contact with the Bai family. The only one who knew was Shang. Dueling, yes him, forget it, let's talk about that later. Instead, how did you and Fang Yuan meet? Bai Chenggong could see Zhang Xiaoxiao's self-abasement, so he wanted to use Fang Yuan as a starting point to warm up their relationship. His mother and I used to be co-workers, his father owed a mountain of debt and fled abroad, after which their family collapsed. Speaking of which, that child also suffered. After his father ran away, they were pushed to the brink, but a mere 4-year-old child was able to stand up and protect his mother. Zhang Xiaoxiao said with a bitter smile. Such a thing was hard to imagine. Right, the incident at age 4 caused Fang Yuan's personality to change drastically. I don't know what methods he used to silence all the creditors, but after that, he became extremely melancholic, spending all day immersed in his own world. Sometimes he would sing low-pitched songs alone on the rooftop. One must admit that Fang Yuan is very talented in singing, but adults can't bear his songs. Even I, who consider myself strong, would in his singing uncontrollably recall the past and weep silently. Wait, 4 years old? Bai Chenggong was stunned and exchanged a look with his wife. They both remembered something. Yes, 4. His mother was about to jump off a building to pay with her life then, but he went out for half a month and settled everything. Back then, we were so worried. His mother didn't even dare to die until he returned. Only then did our hearts finally settle. But those creditors also miraculously disappeared. As Zhang Xiaoxiao sighed, Bai Chenggong suddenly slapped his thigh and woke up with a curse. Holy shit, that kid is the legendary figure from back then. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked up with confusion. What legendary figure? Gao Yulan stepped out to explain. Sister, it's a long story. Back then our luck changed and with a benefactor's support, we took on projects and started a construction business. It wasn't large, but in Lucheng circles then, there was a rumor that a child borrowed 1,000 in travel expenses from a creditor, went somewhere for half a month, and then brought back over 100 million in cash. At the time we didn't believe it and treated it as a joke, but after contacting those creditors later, we confirmed it. Did he move houses? Zhang Xiaoxiao was stunned and nodded instinctively. Gao Yulan continued, that's it, because many people went looking for him later, but no one found him. Some found him but said he was already ruined and didn't want to see anyone. Zhang Xiaoxiao knew the incident back then was very serious, and she knew the family owed a lot of money. He didn't know where he had gone or what he had done, but when he returned, the hospital unexpectedly received a donation of 3 million yuan. It was specifically designated for his eldest daughter's surgery fee, but in the end the hospital did its best, and the remaining unspent money was all. It was donated. What on earth happened to this kid? How could he get so much money 20 years ago? Bai Chenggong and Gao Yulan were extremely puzzled. I don't know. Zhang Xiaoxiao shook her head, but his heart was no longer calm. If things were as he suspected, then those so-called donations back then were actually operated by Fang Yuan behind the scenes. However, there were still many logical inconsistencies. First, if Fang Yuan had that ability to make money, why would she live like that? Chapter 37. How can a dead person take his position? Gao Yulan remembered one thing. She asked Zhang Xiaoxiao, sister, was Fang Yuan's musical talent innate or did she study it specifically? Zhang Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Study? With her family's conditions, what could she learn? When the family had money, she was only 3 years old and couldn't learn anything. If Fang Yuan hadn't taught her 2 daughters to sing since they were young, she wouldn't have imagined Fang Yuan could have such a high level of musical attainment. So, she never received any professional training. Bai Chenggong's breathing hitched. As a successful person, he naturally knew how expensive it was to learn instruments and piano, but Fang Yuan couldn't have taught herself without a teacher, right? Yes, in the past her mother had some savings and wanted to send her to a piano store for lessons, but in less than half a day the teacher sent her back. Other than not liking to talk to people since she was a child, she never caused any worry. Even when she went to the Central Conservatory of Music, it was the teacher who went out of their way to recruit her. Zhang Xiaoxiao explained. Fang Yuan skipped grades and graduated in just 2 years, even obtaining a master's degree. If not for seeing her graduation certificate, anyone would have thought she had been expelled for getting into trouble at school. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaoxiao even took out an old photo album. In the photos, Fang Yuan was always gloomy, even if Shang Rulin and Jiang Maoi were smiling innocently and brightly beside her. She remained absent-minded, and the loneliness in her eyes was heartbreaking. That kind of vicissitude, that depth, that gaze where no hope remained in life, made even Bai Chenggong and Gao Yulan stunned. One must realize that she was only a few years old then. Even with the heavy blow of family changes, she shouldn't have had such an expression. Her gradual brightening actually started after my younger daughter turned 5. Before that, the only one who could talk to her was my eldest daughter, though most of the time it was my eldest daughter talking while she didn't listen much. She didn't like going to school, but she could rank in the top 10 of her grade. She was clearly good good at singing but was unwilling to sing in front of strangers. Back then, we didn't know children could have psychological issues because even we adults didn't take it very seriously. Jiang Ziexia was busy working and raising her 2 daughters all day. Even if she tried to look after Fang Yuan more, she still couldn't do it perfectly. Did she still often go to pick up bottles? Bai Chenggong couldn't help asking. Yes, Jiang Ziexia nodded. This was after she gradually brightened up, but then my eldest daughter was diagnosed with cancer and wouldn't live long. At this point, Jiang Ziexiao's gaze instantly darkened, and she lowered her head as tears welled up. Originally, Jiang Maoi should have died long ago, but a miracle blessed her, allowing her to keep living. For a while, they even forgot that Jiang Maoi had cancer and just treated her as a healthy, lively young girl. But when she was 19, her condition suddenly worsened. The doctor said she wouldn't make it to her 20th birthday, and she was taken away just like that. However, thinking carefully, many of Fang Yuan's changes also occurred after Jiang Maoi's illness was diagnosed. Her life was very tight, so naturally there were many things she couldn't attend to. Thinking back now, perhaps Maoi's illness stimulated Fang Yuan. Speaking of which, it was her fate after she gave birth to her younger daughter, Jiang Ruoling. The following year, her husband died in the line of duty, leaving behind the mother and her 3 daughters. Can you take us to see her? Bai Chenggong said heavily. Jiang Ziexiao looked out the window at the pitch-black night sky and felt inferior again. Is it appropriate now? Won't it waste your time? Grandfather Gao Qishu's eyes also turned red. He couldn't help but interject. That is my eldest granddaughter. There is no such thing as wasting time. Jiang Ziexiao looked at them, and hearing the old man's words, the softest part of her heart was touched. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she finally nodded. The route was to the West City Cemetery. Bai Chenggong held a bouquet of flowers, lighting the way for those behind him, especially afraid that the elderly couple would fall. Grandmother Su Gizhe held Jiang Ziexiao's hand tightly and wouldn't let go. When they got separated in Madu back then, she felt guilty and remorseful for a long time, taking years to recover. If she hadn't been distracted by the prosperity of Madu as a young girl and ran off to buy clothes, why would there have been so many years of separation? After that, the Gao family looked for Jiang Ziexiao more than once, but they could never find her. Given the technology at that time, once a child was kidnapped, they were basically lost forever. This was indeed the case. After being kidnapped back then, Jiang Ziexiao was sold to the mountains. Later, she followed the villagers to work in the city and eventually came to Lucheng. She vaguely remembered being from Lucheng, but after growing up, she had long forgotten much of the key information. However, in Lucheng, she met the other half of her life, a man who was very responsible and took charge. He just died on the front line of an epidemic. In front of the tombstone, the light from the phone flash reflected on the ground in the black tombstone. The photo of the girl with a gentle and sunny smile made Bai Chenggong think of the scene when he met his wife. Bai Chenggong didn't know what love at first sight was back then, but with just that one glance, he decided he would marry her. That bunch of plastic flowers still lay quietly in its place, and beside it was another bouquet that had already dried up, clearly having been there for some time. That stubborn little daisy was still blooming alone. Maoi Ma has come to see you. Jiang Ziexiao knelt before the tombstone, stroking it, and her tears collapsed in an instant. She didn't dare to come and see her daughter often because every time she saw her, she would cry. Every time she thought of her daughter's appearance before she left, her heart would break. I'm sorry Mom couldn't save you. It's Mom's fault. Jiang Ziexiao fell to the ground, sobbing and choking. Gao Yulan couldn't help but be moved by her emotions, hurriedly going over to support and comfort her, although she was extremely self-reproachful. Given Jiang Maoi's situation back then, it wasn't a matter of money at all. If money could have solved it, this tragedy would never have happened. Hello, Maoi. Meeting for the first time. I am Bai Chenggong, your uncle-in-law. This is your grandfather Gao Qishu, and this is your grandmother Su Gizhe. Bai Chenggong also felt miserable in his heart. As he offered incense in front of the tombstone, he introduced them. They originally thought that finding Jiang Ziexiao might be the start of many complications, but who would have thought things were more serious than they imagined, and more than 10,000 times more so. As someone who had been through the ups and downs of the business world for many years, he had already seen through the essence of the matter. In fact, Fang Yuan hadn't cheated, she was helping Bai Ningbin. But what Fang Yuan said was also true. Fang Yuan indeed didn't have Bai Ningbin in her heart from the start. It was only because Jiang Maoi's death had caused her to break down, unable to recover for years. Years after Fang Yuan graduated, something happened to Bai Ningbin. The Bai family posted advertisements and looked for solutions everywhere. Fang Yuan saw it and came to the Bai family with all the pain of Jiang Maoi's death. No wonder Fang Yuan, clearly a person of great affection and righteousness, yet she did these things. But if things are really like this, then what about her daughter, someone who died in front of Fang Yuan, but will never be in Fang Yuan's heart? How can she take her place? Chapter 38. Someone is jealous, I won't say who. When a string of numbers was sent, Bai Ningbin took out the phone almost like a demon and entered the numbers. Click, along with the sound of the phone unlocking. She finally entered the space that was almost like a nightmare. Looking at the private space opened on the phone, she didn't feel any sense of relief at all. Instead, she was enveloped by an extremely tense apprehension. Zhang Yaojia watched her, watching her hands constantly trembling, those beautiful large eyes staring fixedly at the phone, yet filled with fear. Ningbin, let me do it instead. Zhang Yaojia smiled bitterly and wanted to take the phone from her hand, but her hand squeezed it tightly, like the last straw grabbed when drowning. Even if Zhang Yaojia Jiao was her closest friend, she wasn't willing to share anything. She tentatively clicked on the second WeChat in the private space, but in the brief moment the WeChat opened, it felt like an entire century had passed. When the password entry interface popped up, her gaze completely dimmed. The WeChat password might be very simple enough to be either this string of numbers or the numbers plus the pinyin of Jiang Maioi's name. But she didn't dare to enter it. She was afraid the password was correct and even more afraid of seeing content she couldn't bear. At this moment, she completely backed away. Something clearly simple was as difficult for her as climbing to heaven. The content in the private space was extremely simple. Besides the preset mobile applications, it was just this WeChat. Ningbin, look at the photo album. Zhang Yaojiao gave her a long time to calm down before reminding her. Only then did she wake up as if from a dream and hurriedly clicked on the photo album. The album was not locked. There was a large amount of content upon opening. Suddenly, a massive number of photos flooded in. Scrolling down to the bottom-most photo from more than 10 years ago, it was a photo of a young girl. She wore a birthday hat, eyes closed, with her fingers of both hands clasped together. The background behind her was total darkness, but the candlelight on the cake illuminated her face and everything about her. She was like an angel who had fallen into the mortal world. Even though it was the same face, it was beautiful enough to make Bai Ningbin jealous. Bai Ningbin's finger kept sliding the screen to the left and saw a set of continuous shots of her making a wish, capturing all her expressions. Those long eyelashes, like a flipbook rapidly switching between photos, created a video effect. Bai Ningbin could clearly see her eyelashes flicker for a moment. When those eyes opened, the world brightened. The candlelight lit up the starlight in her eyes, but it also reflected the figure of the person taking the photo for her. The young man's face in her pupils was so youthful. The black digital camera obscured half of his face. A beautiful curve formed at the corner of the girl's mouth, with her there even if the world lost its color. The photos continued to slide, and the young man holding the camera opposite reached out his right hand to draw 6 whiskers on the girl's face with white cream. The girl was already as beautiful as an angel, and with the kitten whiskers she was breathtakingly beautiful. Beside them, a little girl wearing a strawberry dress was watching this scene eagerly. In the previous photo she looked at her sister. In the next photo she looked at the cake, the look in her eyes showing great confusion, as if she didn't understand why they were wasting such a good cake. And this little girl was Shang Ruling. Countless photos recorded the bits and pieces of the past, but all of them without exception were her best moments. Bai Ningbing's speed of flipping through the photos became slower and slower, watching the girl in the photos grow more beautiful, seeing her smile and seeing her lying in a hospital bed. Suddenly the sour and uncomfortable feeling in Bai Ningbing's heart completely vanished, even becoming more peaceful because of the girl's smile. Zhang Yaojiao felt that her helping to get the password was the most foolish move of her life. Not only had Bai Ningbing already fallen for her, there might still be something in the system applications folders. Zhang Yaojiao had such a premonition. 10 years ago, mobile phone storage technology was not so advanced, and memory capacity was only measured in megabytes, so these photos being imported into the phone was extremely likely because they were stored elsewhere. Nowadays, cloud drives are so developed that anyone with a large number of photos fearing loss would basically store them in a cloud drive or at most an external hard drive. Bai Ningbing clicked on the folder and found a cloud drive on the last page. Clicking on the cloud drive, the account had not been kicked off by another device logging in. There were even more photos and videos in the cloud drive, which surprisingly reached a staggering several TB. The contents inside were not as perfect as the phone album. There were many photos of the girl sobbing and crying. There were also photos of the girl being teased, and some were candid shots of the girl sitting on a bench under a tree, quietly reading a book as the breeze blew her hair, and the scene was frozen. Bai Ningbing couldn't help but click on a video. It was the girl holding a camera filming a boy squatting by the roadside. Idiot, what are you squatting here for again? Who upset you? You look like someone owes you millions, the girl asked while a light laugh could be heard. Her voice was as pleasant as an oriole's, making one want to see her face at the time of filming. Stop bothering me, I'm annoyed. The boy waved his hand and glanced at her. Zai Zai, why are you like this? Didn't I just receive a love letter at school? Look how angry you are. The girl laughed delicately, seeming very happy and relaxed. It's not about the love letter. The boy turned his head and didn't want to look at her at all. After teasing him for a bit, the girl gently hung on the boy's back. Get up quickly, you're so heavy, the boy said irritably. He still remained squatting, bearing the girl's weight. The girl would not let go, and while lying on his back, she turned the camera around to point at them, framing her own radiant smile in the boy's speechless expression. Together, someone is jealous, but I won't say who, the girl giggled, yet she pressed her face against the boy's face. That hint of sweetness almost overflowed from the screen. Bai Ningbing was somewhat afraid to continue watching and swiped to jump to the next video. One after another, Bai Ningbing could hardly watch for more than 3 seconds. The next video was in complete darkness. The girl's voice was very quiet and completely recorded by the camera. The surroundings seemed very quiet. Even though the voice was not loud, it could be heard clearly. But this scene made Bai Ningbing freeze. He felt that the two people in the video seemed to be completely pressed together. Even though nothing could be seen, it felt like they were on one bed. Chapter 39. He left. The girl's voice came from the phone speaker, soft and whispered. However, the casual chat had no substance. Idiot, are you asleep? No. The boy's irritable voice came from beside her. One moment moment you kick me, the next you talk to me, and then you burrow into my arms. How can I? Can't sleep. The girl didn't care at all and instead asked, Idiot, what color do you think the stars in the sky really are? The boy didn't know. Sleep early tomorrow. We still have to participate in the competition. The girl said, Idiot, do you think I'll become a star in the sky after I die? The boy got a little anxious and said, Pa, it's the middle of the night. Why are you saying such depressing things? The doctor said your condition is stable, so don't scare yourself. A creaking sound came from the bed frame due to the girl's movement. The voices of the girl and the boy suddenly got closer, as if coming from the same mouth. She talked a lot with the boy. Not a single sentence was the main point, but every meaningless word made one envious. The more one experiences and sees, the more one realizes that so-called love is not about vows of eternal love, nor is it about until the seas run dry and rocks crumble. Instead, it's about yearning to grow old together. When your partner no longer enjoys talking nonsense with you, their heart has grown distant. Love is just like this, clearly simple and ordinary. Things that he is willing to say and share with you, even if it's the simplest of matters. Once spoken, it becomes an unforgettable memory for both of you. Stupid pig, I can't sleep, kiss me okay. The girl's coquettish voice sounded soft and delicate enough to make one's bones melt. Fine. But let's agree first, go to sleep after this, we have to wake up early tomorrow. The boy's helpless yet amused voice came. Stupid, the girl replied softly. She agreed, but this night was long, lasting until the camera ran out of battery and shut down. Bai Ningbing continued looking at the content on the cloud drive. There were videos of the girl performing alone on stage, as well as photos of her standing on the awards podium. She watched until dawn. Regardless of whether it was the videos or photos, the scale of the background was simply unimaginable. Zhang Yaojiao originally thought that so-called lifelong devotion was just a story fabricated in TV dramas and movies, that it couldn't possibly exist, but this night overturned his views, even giving him a thought. If he were allowed to experience such a love personally, then even if it meant dying in his youth, he would be willing. A phone call came. President Bai, the matter between you and Fang Yuan trended yesterday. We have been working hard to suppress it, but we can't suppress it at all. President Zhang's voice came from the other end, sounding pessimistic. Trending, where's Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing finally snapped out of it, and in an instant, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Staying up all night had brought great fatigue to her body, but this fatigue was completely dispersed by a moment of shock and fear. I don't know, President Zhang shook his head. The production team didn't have that much power, but because of Fang Yuan's arrival, it hit the trending searches several times. Coupled with Fang Yuan's admission of cheating, the argument between Shang Ruilin and Zhang Yaojiao, and Bai Ningbing appearing in the frame, it created a huge buzz online. Most people who don't know the truth are righteously cursing Fang Yuan. After all, a tainted artist is unforgivable. But among these comments, there are also many conspiracy theories speculating that Bai Ningbin cheated during the marriage, which drove Fang Yuan away. Many people dug up Bai Ningbin's identity, founder of Ningbin Media and the billionaire heiress of a real estate empire. Under such a massive disparity in status, the idea that Bai Ningbin could coerce Fang Yuan became reasonable. President Bai, a lot of public opinion is completely unfavorable to us now. We must find a way to quickly eliminate this negative rhetoric. President Zhang felt that since Fang Yuan had already cheated, which was an established fact, then Bai Ningbin didn't need to protect him anymore. She should speak out about everything to maintain the company's and her own reputation. Snap asterisk, the call was disconnected. Bai Ningbin, almost frantic, immediately opened the live stream on her phone. According to the program's schedule, Fang Yuan should definitely be live with Shang Ruilin right now. The live stream room was empty, with only a massive amount of bullet comments covering the screen. Some were cursing, while others hoped for Fang Yuan's return, even though the room was silent. Despite the lack of activity, tens of thousands were still waiting. Director Fang, where is Fang Yuan? Why isn't he broadcasting? Bai Ningbin instinctively called Director Fang and asked. He and Shang Ruilin have already left, Director Fang said despondently. When the two were about to leave, he had personally gone to stop them but failed. At this moment, the two had likely already boarded their vehicle and left for an unknown destination. What? He's gone? Bai Ningbin was stunned, and her body felt incredibly heavy. Zhang Yaojiao lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to look at Bai Ningbin. At this moment, she realized she was wrong, terribly wrong. Things weren't at all like she had imagined, but because of her scene in the live stream yesterday, Fang Yuan chose to leave. Clang asterisk Bai Ningbin's phone fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Yaojiao suddenly snapped out of it. Director Fang must have their contact information. If they could just get it, they would surely be able to call them back. With this in mind, she quickly picked up Bai Ningbin's phone and called Director Feng again. She asked about it, but Director Feng refused because this was what Fang Yuan had requested before leaving. Boom asterisk, Zhang Yaojiao's mind exploded. Even Director Feng was unwilling to give her the number, so how were they supposed to find Fang Yuan? You too, Fang Yuan asked me to convey a message before he left, Director Feng said over the phone. He said that under these circumstances, the program team should have not only terminated the contract but also sued them for damages, but Director Feng hadn't done so. What did he say? Bai Ningbin asked urgently, her breathing becoming shallow. To Ms. Zhou, he said, I'm sorry I have deceived you all for these 3 years. It's my fault, you were right, I am just a selfish person. To President Bai, he said, may our paths cross again, I hope you can pursue your own true happiness. happiness. Director Feng sighed. As those words were spoken, the minds of both women exploded. Zhang Yaojiao felt guilty. Feng Yuan was so devoted. Even if Feng Yuan only had Jiang Maioi in his heart for the past 3 years, she couldn't blame him. The fact that he was stuck in the past made her heart ache for him. Bai Ningbin choked up instantly, sitting on the bed and weeping with her eyes closed. Feng Yuan was gone. He was really gone. Chapter 40. I only allow him to have me in his heart. At the Lu Chengzhou residence, seeing Bai Ningbin so depressed, Zhang Yaojiao couldn't help but take her to the Zicheng cemetery. Jiaojiao, why did you bring me here? Bai Ningbin asked, dazed. She looked around at the rows of tombstones and the pine trees standing tall among them. The bright sun shone on her face, but it only highlighted her extreme paleness. Ningbin, come with me, Zhang Yaojiao sighed, offering no explanation but leading her further ahead. A tombstone not far ahead made Bai Ningbin freeze. She stood rooted to the spot and looked at Zhang Yaojiao in utter shock. On the tombstone, golden characters were engraved, Tomb of beloved daughter Jiang Maioi. Ningbin, there's something we've been hiding from you. She was your rival, but also your sister. Zhang Yaojiao took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, feeling how absurd everything was. If Jiang Maioi hadn't passed away back then perhaps none of this would have happened, nor would there be this recognition. If Jiang Maioi were still alive, they would have been a match made in heaven, and the two families would only ever be parallel lines. Amidst Bai Ningbin's shocked gaze, Zhang Yaojiao opened an electronic paternity report and placed it before her. Uncle Bai, Auntie Gao, and your grandparents have actually already recognized Shang Rulin's mother. But we didn't dare tell her, and even finding her would be useless, Zhang Yaojiao said with a sigh. That's exactly where the trouble lies. If Jiang Ziexia were to find out the truth, then their relationship at that level would become passive. Given Jiang Ziexiao's personality, she would only shrink back and do her best to protect her daughter and Feng Yuan. Although biologically, Jiang Ziexiao is only Bai Ningbin's aunt in terms of personality. The two are so similar, both are people hurt by reality, knowing fear and pain. Bai Ningbin stared at the electronic report in her hand for a long time, unable to recover. She looked at the report, then up at the tombstone for a long while, and a smile suddenly appeared on her lips. Zhang Yaojiao didn't notice and just kept talking to herself. Ningbin, to put it bluntly, you're a stubborn donkey and an ostrich. In these 3 years, you clearly wanted to let Feng Yuan into your heart, but every move you made was one of resistance. I really don't know what you were thinking, right in front of Feng Yuan. Sleeping. Bai Ningbin did it herself. She clearly had Feng Yuan in her heart and couldn't let him go, but she just wouldn't say it. That idiot Feng Yuan is also really something. Paving the way for you before leaving, taking all the responsibility on himself so you could contact Jai Bisheng again, but he didn't realize at all that you stopped liking him a long time ago. Speaking of this, Zhang Yaojiao couldn't help but get a bit frustrated, stomping her feet. I really give up on you two. People who could have fallen in love and stayed together have reached this point. Bai Ningbin's smile grew even wider, shining as bright as spring flowers. So, he can't run away now. Zhang Yaojiao was stunned and looked back at her in surprise. Wait, what are you planning? What am I planning? Bai Ningbin said with a bright smile. Jiaojiao, have you noticed a problem? Zhang Yaojiao tilted her head in confusion. What problem? Bai Ningbin brushed back a strand of hair messed by the wind, looking confident and movingly beautiful. Jiaojiao, the things Feng Yuan did before leaving only prove that he likes me. It's just that his attachment to Jiang Maioi made him unaware that under his circumstances it would be impossible for us to get married. Even if we did, I wouldn't be able to replace Jiang Maioi's position. So why bother? Hearing this, Zhang Yaojiao panicked and said urgently, Ningbin, are you going to be an ostrich again? If you miss out on Feng Yuan, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. Don't be foolish. As a best friend, she was extremely worried about Bai Ningbin's feelings. After seeing the essence of the matter, Feng Yuan's status in Zhang Yaojiao's heart rose another level. If she didn't know that Feng Yuan could never love her, she would have even thought about stealing him away. Jiaojiao, you're wrong. Since Feng Yuan left me without a word to get a divorce, then he must be punished. If he doesn't let go of Jiang Maioi for a day, I won't marry him for a day. I am selfish. I only allow his heart to have me. Bai Ningbin smiled and took out the phone belonging to Feng Yuan from her pocket, entered Jiang Maioi's birthday and accessed the private space again. Only this time, she opened WeChat and entered the initials of Jiang Maioi's name along with her birthday. Surprisingly, she got in on the first try. She opened the WeChat and looked at the only existing chat box, her smile widening. Staring at the tombstone, she was confident and free. Sorry, don't blame me, baby. You told us to be love rivals. As the north wind turned cold, autumn was already half over. On October 17th, a video with no visuals, only sound, was uploaded to Douyin. Once posted, it immediately became a hit. In the video, the voices of a man and a woman singing could be heard. Actually, the video wasn't completely pitch black. It was just that the camera couldn't capture the light in the darkness, causing the image to appear that way. The audio in the video was spacious. It seemed to be in some quiet and vast place, a place that probably only 4 people in the world knew where it was, which was the Zicheng cemetery. 2 people sat in front of the tombstone, while the other 2 hid in the dark without approaching. Accompanied by a simple guitar accompaniment, a faint opening began, followed by the man's voice, which was still just as deep and desolate in her. Every line of lyrics spoke about her past with that person, filled with sorrow and bitterness and immense memories. She sang the first half of the song solo. Even those who didn't know the truth were moved to tears, instantly swept away by her emotions. Light in the darkness, it was you who knocked. Open my heart's door. In the days left without anyone, how am I supposed to live? It was also at this point that the song didn't transition with any rhythm but was accompanied by a female monologue that shifted the style abruptly. Idiot, idiot, why are you being so solemn like an old uncle again? Lift your head and look at the sky, guess where I am? Chapter 41, Reminiscence. Idiot, are you eating and sleeping well? Did you miss me? I sang that wrong just now. 3, 2, 1, let's do it again. Just like the previous operation on the program team, when the same music started playing again, everything became completely different. Every 2 lines were divided into the female part in the first half and the male part in the second. The female led the male, while the male seemed to be chasing after her. As the song was about to wind down, the male caught up with the female and swapped roles within 2 lines of lyrics. The final 2 lines were the male's monologue. Light in the darkness, it was you who pried open my heart's door. In the days left without support, I will live well. Even when the song ended, the female did not join in again. This directly caused a terrifying consequence. It made people unable to break free, let alone forget, remaining locked into the emotions. Originally, Fang Yuan wanted to add a line at the end where the girl says idiot, but Shang Ruling refused because she felt that without these 2 words, the song was perfect. At the end of the song, the performer's information popped up. Performers, Fang Yuan, Shang Ruling. Lyrics and composition, Fang Yuan. In just one night, this song went straight to the top of Douyin's trending searches, making countless people cry once again. Fang Yuan, you abducted my goddess and made her thin for a whole month. As soon as you appear, you use a song to make me cry. Damn it, you stole my tears. Where the hell did this talent come from? How is the singing so exaggerated? By the second half, I was really laughing and crying at the same time. Don't you know Fang Yuan? He was that guest who participated in the Go For It workers program a month ago. The one who trended multiple times. Isn't he a cheating artist? Why hasn't he been banned yet? Ban him. Are you sick, Yu Shen? I beg you stop singing. Start a live stream instead, I'll tip you. Others sing to heal, but you sing to damn well depress us. October 17th, how can someone name a song that? Don't you understand? This is a song of remembrance. Remembering who? A person named Jiang Maioi, who is Shang Ruoling's elder sister. Yu Shen, why haven't you returned to the program team? The show is almost over. Without you on the show, I don't even want to watch it. Yeah, stop singing and come back to the show, okay? Beijing Huyu Media. Along with a rapid knock on the door, the music director's office was knocked on from the outside. An elegant woman holding a transparent teacup and drinking purple hibiscus tea was leisurely enjoying her morning. She watched the sunlight projecting into the office through the glass, as well as the tall building opposite and the white clouds in the clear sky where a flock of birds was. The woman looking at the birds flying south didn't turn back but spoke calmly. Click, the door opened, and a woman in a uniform skirt came in from outside. Walking quickly, she said, Director, listen to this. An original work titled October 17, updated on Douyin at 8 p.m. last night, has gone viral today. Views on Douyin are at least 4 million, and the likes are as high as a staggering 2.7 million. Generally, a like-to-view ratio of 10% to 30% is already quite a good achievement, but this video's like ratio actually reached a shocking 67.5%, even though Huyu Media has many successfully operated short videos. We have never seen such terrifying data. What, 2.7 million? Qin Qiuya was suddenly stunned and looked up in surprise at the woman in front of her. Yes, director, the woman in the uniform nodded with a serious face. Qin Qiuya's lip twitched, but her expression became extremely grave. She asked her to send the video over, then put on her headphones and began to listen. The rhythm started with a simple guitar sound, but it was like a soul in the air, gradually pressing down the atmosphere. Qin Qiuya couldn't help but frown. The tone gradually deepened. It wasn't something an ordinary person could master. Music in novels and films have a common point: cadence and gradual progression. To draw someone in, you need enough build-up. As a qualified musician, you must let the listeners understand what you are singing for them to follow. The reason classical is niche is that the threshold to analyze its depth is rare. At the same time, even classical music needs enough rhythm for narration. As soon as this song began, it created such an atmosphere before the lyrics even started. Once the lyrics begin, the emotions might collapse. Holding it for 8 beats makes one a professional musician. Holding it for 8 beats makes one a talent. If one can hold the whole song, they have already surpassed the level of mortals and reached the level of a god. Just then, the male voice cut in, and Qin Qiuya's mind instantly exploded as the hair on her arm stood on end, giving her goosebumps. The man's voice was deep, raspy, and frantic, yet without a hint of madness. If the man had shouted it out, she would only find it low class, but the man did not. Although the man's lyrics were sung, they made Qin Qiuya feel like it was a deep narration in front of a tombstone, as if reminiscing about the past. The calm singing didn't have much cadence, yet it stirred up massive waves in Qin Qiuya's heart just from the first line. The singing was god tier. At the same time, the lyrics were perfect. As she listened, Qin Qiuya no longer knew what she was hearing. The lyrics and such couldn't be remembered clearly at all, because all the lyrics had already woven a poignant picture in her mind. A young girl in a white dress, wearing a straw hat, stood under the shade of a tree. A gentle breeze blew on her as she lightly pressed down on her hat. Her figure was somewhat ethereal simply because she had already passed away, and because this was a memory in the singer's mind. The singer sat before the tombstone, reaching out toward her figure. In front was the girl, standing in the shade of the fantasy, and behind him was a cold tombstone. Chin Kyuya's nose felt sharp as tears uncontrollably fell onto the desk. The woman in the uniform standing in front of her didn't interrupt at all, because her reaction when she first heard this song was exactly like Chin Kyuya's. She had come across this video on the subway, but by the time she was in tears, several people around her had already been moved to tears by the same video. Fool, fool, why? Are you being so deep like that, uncle, again? Fool, you sang it wrong just now. 3, 2, 1, let's do it again. When the girl's voice rang out, the emotions in Chin Kyuya's heart were instantly stung. In the vision, the girl walked through the fantasy to his side. Her figure was so agile, her eyes so gentle, and her voice carried. The boy was using his own emotions to influence her, who was cheerful, optimistic, and active, swaying her legs while singing, but the straw hat was blown away, revealing the girl's silky, waterfall-like hair, adding more beauty. Snap, when the boy caught up and took over the rhythm from the girl, even Chin Kyuya felt it. Countdown Chapter 42, Wife returns to the village. Along with the shift in rhythm, the girl's figure in the video began to gradually recede further and further away, yet the smile on her face remained unchanged. Light in the darkness, you are the one who knocked on my heart's door. Days of my remaining life, I will live well. When the final farewell came out, Chin Kyuya was completely stunned on the spot. The song in the headphones stopped, but she couldn't snap out of it. It wasn't that she hadn't heard good music, but even for her, it was the first time hearing such unforgettable music. It was precisely because the girl's last word, idiot, was deleted that she almost went crazy after realizing it. This was like a romance novel, where the climax kept building up only to suddenly end with an open ending, leaving people longing. That word, idiot, was equivalent to giving the song a full stop, but without it, people would loop the song indefinitely. Chin Kyuya uncontrollably listened to it over and over, and then the more she listened, the more she broke down and the harder she cried. Snap, her silver teeth were almost crushed. For the first time, she was angry because of a song. Who on earth is the bastard who wrote this song, and who is the bastard who sang it? The woman in front of her carefully explained, director, the songwriter and singer are person named Fang Yuan. Didn't you notice the ending? Chin Kyuya angrily slammed her phone heavily on the table and tossed the headphones on the desk, snatching a tissue to blow her nose as if venting. I can't take it. How can there be such a person in this world? The woman asked softly. What's wrong, director? Chin Kyuya roared in frustration. He sang everything and then left me with an ending like this. Does he want me to be depressed all day? I feel like he's clearly hiding something at the end, but he won't say it. Chin Kyuya's breakdown roar spread out from the office, making some people in the department outside feel confused, not knowing what was happening. Director, should we contact him and sign him? The woman asked. Sign him for me and bring him to Beijing. I want to give him a piece of my mind. Chin Kyuya sniffed and wiped her tears, saying, what contract? The woman continued to ask. As long as he can make another song of this level. It will be grade A if he makes 2 more, give him an S-grade superstar contract, Chin Kyuya decided. Although she was only a director, the company's major shareholder was her father, so she had absolute power. The woman nodded, turned, and left the office, closing the door behind her. Only after she left did Chin Kyuya fall into the loop again. Although this song was frustrating to listen to, it had a magic and enchanting magic at the Dalian Original Music Department. When Fang Yuan's video was placed on the director's desk, a situation similar to Chin Kyuya's occurred. It was also heart-wrenching to listen to. The signing conditions given by Dalian were exactly the same as Chin Kyuya's, also grade A and grade S contracts. You should know that. For an unknown singer, this was like a pie falling from the sky. Grade A is a first-line contract and grade S is a superstar contract. This is the best and most terrifying contract in the history of the Dragon Country, bar none. Manhai Media, Universal Music, Emperor Entertainment, Rock Records, for a time, almost all of the country's most famous record companies sent invitations to Fang Yuan, but the private messages they sent to him were all like stones sinking into the sea, receiving no response. Without even a hint of a response. In a remote mountain village in Sichuan Chongqing, a black AITO M9 slowly approached along a newly poured gray cement slope, slowly driving up and stopping on the cement ground in front of a small building. The house was already built with over 100 square meters of open space before it. The elderly had planted some flowers and plants around the edges. Outside was their own vegetable plot where some chickens and ducks roamed freely between the field and the cement ground. Limai, someone is at your house. Look at that license plate from Lucheng. Is your son back? Probably not. That stinking boy would call me if he were coming home, Zai Lima replied while visiting her neighbor, looking back in doubt. Despite her words, she stood up. Tusk, what a beautiful girl. She must be a big star. Isn't she? Limai, is this your daughter-in-law? The neighbor old lady asked with a smile, her eyes full of envy, since she had come all the way to the house. If she wasn't the daughter-in-law, who else could it be? Fang Yuan had been sensible and obedient since childhood, never causing worry. After growing up, he sent home plenty of money to build the house, making it hard for others not to be envious. 2 pretty figures got out of the car, went to the trunk, and took out a pile of gift boxes. Ningbing, how did you get here? Zai Limai walked over, full of surprise. Although she knew her son and Bai Ningbing had registered their marriage and that Bai Ningbing could already stand up, this was their first formal meeting. Because they hadn't held a wedding banquet yet and Bai Ningbing was still in her recovery period. Zai Limai hadn't gone to Lucheng. She never expected Bai Ningbing to come on her own. Looking at her legs, they seemed no different from a normal person's. Mom, I'm sorry, I've been married to Fang Yuan for half a year, yet yet I hadn't come back to see you and the grandparents. Bai Ningbing walked over with Zhang Yaojiao and hurriedly called out, but as the words left her mouth, a slight blush appeared on her pretty face. You child, just coming is enough, why bring so many things? Where is that stinking boy Fang Yuan? Zai Limai spoke like that, but her face was beaming with a smile, her heart filled with joy. After the year 2000, the southern economy became more prosperous, and many people from Sichuan and Chongqing headed south to settle in various provinces. Zai Limai and her husband had gone early, moving to Lucheng in the early 90s. When Fang Yuan went to university, she returned to this mountain village to care for the grandparents and never left, although her husband had done terrible things, leaving a mess of debts, and running abroad with a mistress. But her parents-in-law were very good to her. Mom, Fang Yuan is busy with work and can't come back for now. Since I'm free, I came back with my best friend to see you and Grandpa, Bai Ningbing explained. It's over 2,000 kilometers from Lucheng. How could that stinking boy let you drive all the way back? The point is, Ningbing, you're still in recovery. Zai Limai almost fainted from anger. If Fang Yuan were there, she would definitely have kicked him. Mom, the distance is actually fine. First, there are two of us to take turns driving, and second, this car can drive itself most of the way. It drove itself back, we didn't have to do much, Bai Ningbing said with a smile. Isn't it dangerous if it drives itself? Zai Limai asked, panicked. Chapter 43. Destined to give birth to a son. Zai Limai was a typical middle-aged woman in her thinking. Even though she had seen better days, she was still quite conservative and slow to accept new things, especially since she had been in the village for years with little outside contact. Such a concern was perfectly normal. Bai Ningbing took her arm and walked into the house with her, explaining some things about the car, even though it was just an ordinary conversation. But as long as one is willing to talk, the nature is completely different. In fact, after learning Jiang Maoi's identity, Bai Ningbing's knot was completely released. She felt more understanding in her heart. Her situation with Jai Bisheng was completely different from Fang Yuan's and Jiang Maoi's, even though both pairs were childhood sweethearts and playmates from a young age. But Jiang Maoi's past with Fang Yuan was something even she couldn't find any fault with. Because of her father, Bai Ningbing learned about what happened in Fang Yuan's childhood and was amazed that he could solve those kinds of troubles back then. At the same time, she felt even more melancholy. If she were in Fang Yuan's place, she would have found it difficult to endure, let alone protect her mother from those creditors. To keep her from being harmed, the two-story building was tiled and slightly renovated inside, which naturally couldn't be compared to Bai Ningbing's villa, but it was a home. After Fang Yuan left, the villa felt empty, and Bai Ningbing couldn't bear to live there alone. During this time, she either lived with her parents or stayed at Zhang Yaojiao's house. Mom, where are Grandpa and Grandma? Bai Ningbing asked curiously while sitting on a high stool with Zhang Yaojiao at the adult table. The large living room was quite plain. The portraits of the great-grandparents were on the shrine, and the incense burner was filled with thick gray ash next to red electric incense candles. An elder in the village passed away, so your grandfather went to preside over the ceremony early this morning. As for your grandmother, she's so old yet still goes up the mountain to chop wood. I can't even stop her. Zai Limai shook her head with a smile, explaining while brewing tea for the two girls. Still goes up the mountain to chop wood at her age. Zhang Yaojiao was very surprised because Fang Yuan's grandmother was very energetic. The elderly are used to working. If you make her stop, she feels uncomfortable. It's common to be used to working, but having no health problems is the greatest blessing. Mom, where is Grandma? Let's go help her. Bai Ningbing stood up and offered. Zai Limai quickly held her down and said nervously, Don't, Ningbing, you've just recovered. What if you get hurt having this intention will make Grandma very happy. However, Bai Ningbing insisted. Just as Zai Limai was about to refuse again, several neighbors arrived. They were all familiar old neighbors from nearby. Limai, these two girls are truly beautiful. Which one of them is your daughter-in-law? An old lady with a cane asked curiously, her eyes scanning the two girls with great affection. Mom, who is this? Bai Ningbing stood up to greet her and asked Zai Limai. When Fang Yuan was in his hometown, everyone praised him. He was meticulous in his interactions. His manners were extremely thorough. Although she couldn't reach Fang Yuan's level, she would try her best. This is our neighbor from the end of the alley, Grandma Zai. Relation-wise, you should call her second Grandma, Zai Limai explained, introducing the others to Bai Ningbing as well. Since they were in the same village, they were all more or less related. There were only two surnames in the village, Chen and Zai. Zai Limai's parents were also from this village. Second Grandma, Bai Ningbing quickly went over to support the elderly lady. Good, very good. Fang Yuan is different now that he's in the city. He even brought back such a beautiful daughter-in-law for the Chen family. It's truly a blessing from the ancestors. Second Grandma was very excited and happy. Other women who came were mostly of Zai Limai's generation, some of whom were already grandmothers, whom Zai Limai often envied. Those women looking at Bai Ningbing and then at the big car at the door. Their hearts were equally envious. Judging by her temperament, Bai Ningbing was clearly a lady from a wealthy family. As a daughter of a rich man, judging by her appearance, Bai Ningbing was born beautiful and had a good figure, looking like the kind of woman who is well suited for childbearing. If an experienced woman saw her, at first glance she would only want to say one phrase: she is guaranteed guaranteed to give birth to a son. By the way, where is Fang Yuan? The old lady sat down, looked around, and seeing no one, she asked in confusion. Not knowing what he was doing, Ningbing said he was busy. Zai Limai said speechlessly. On the daughter-in-law's first visit, the son didn't come back, which was truly enough to leave one speechless. No matter how busy he was, this was too inappropriate, since the daughter-in-law had come to the door. No matter what happened, he should have come back, the old lady couldn't help but say. It's normal for young people to be a bit busy, but their time can be managed. They could have completely found a time when they were both free to come home, but Bai Ningbing came back while Fang Yuan did not. People who don't understand might gossip. I'll give him a call. Zai Limai had wanted to call for a long time, but she had been chatting with Bai Ningbing and the other women just now. No, Mom, please don't call Fang Yuan. He's recording a show and his phone was taken by the production team for several months, making it hard to contact the outside. Bai Ningbing quickly stopped her. Zai Limai was puzzled. Recording a show. What kind of show is he recording? Bai Ningbing explained with a smile. Mom, didn't I start an entertainment company? I let Fang Yuan go to the production team as a guest. Since she said so, Zai Limai didn't think much more about it. However, Zai Limai was still curious about what kind of show could record for several months and still not allow contact with the outside. Once Bai Ningbing arrived, she became the main focus of the family. A group of female elders surrounded Bai Ningbing to talk, and in a short while another group arrived at the house. Even Fang Yuan's grandmother, upon receiving the news, hurriedly carried firewood home to see her grandson's wife. When everyone learned that Bai Ningbing's family was rich enough to own a real estate company, and the company in her own hands was worth billions, everyone was stunned. Tens of billions in family property and billions in personal assets were absolute astronomical figures for these simple villagers. Chapter 44. He is the master, he is only a foil. Zai Limai knew the Bai family was wealthy, but she never imagined that Bai Ningbing's family was actually this rich. For a time, Zai Limai even felt a bit flustered. Because the status gap was too large, she wondered if they were mismatched. Bai Ningbing saw the worry in Zai Limai's heart and said with a smile, Mom, don't think too much. If it weren't for Fang Yuan being by my side these years, I wouldn't even be able to stand up. My life was saved by Fang Yuan. Upon hearing this, Zai Limai's face finally returned to normal. The smile on her face blossomed even more, and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes became even thicker. Yes, actually she didn't need to worry. If the Bai family really considered status and mismatched backgrounds, they wouldn't have let Bai Ningbing travel thousands of miles to come here. To make her feel more at ease, Bai Ningbing also took the initiative to talk about some things from these 3 years, saying how irritable she was when her lower body lost sensation. She wasn't afraid of these elders leaving a bad impression of her. After all, it's only human nature. If a perfectly healthy person suddenly became a high-level paraplegic overnight, how could they not break down? Limai, I heard people say Fang Yuan's wife is home. Is it true? Where is she? An old woman's voice came. She was covered in sweat as she put down 2 large bundles of dried kindling from her shoulders, wearing an old-fashioned floral shirt, black pants, and a pair of liberation shoes on her feet. The aesthetic of the elderly is just like this. If you gave them young people's clothes, they would feel uncomfortable all over. Grandma, hello, I am Fang Yuan's wife. My name is Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing stood up from the surrounding crowd and went over to greet Grandma. Grandma was stunned at first glance because Bai Ningbing is so beautiful. She's even prettier than the big stars on TV. Bai Ningbing is such a nice name, but girl, are you really my son Er's wife? I feel like I'm dreaming, Grandma said incredulously, even though she felt the reality of Bai Ningbing holding her hand. But it still felt like a dream. Grandma, I am Bai Ningbing. She nodded and sat her down. Jinfeng, you're so lucky to have such a good granddaughter-in-law. She's a wealthy family's daughter. I'm so envious. Yes, Nine Yang, your Ningbing is so enviable, my family's. That, let alone finding someone like her. Even if he could find a city girl, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. A group of female elders were chattering away. In Sichuan Chongqing dialect, female elders are called Nine Yang even without blood relations. Zhang Yaojiao watched the group surrounding Bai Ningbing. And chattering, she could hardly get a word in, so she simply hid to the side and ate snacks. It took Grandma a while to digest such a bombshell piece of news. This truly meant the Chen family's ancestral graves were smoking. First, Bai Ningbing was beautiful. Second, she was rich. Third, Bai Ningbing was considerate and filial, leaving no room for complaint. Since Fang Yuan was busy, she brought her best friend back. This filial piety alone made many elders drool with envy. The Chen family was lively all day. The old man heard about Bai Ningbing in the village and was so anxious he scratched his head, wishing he could rush home immediately. However, the funeral matters at hand delayed him. An elder in someone's family had passed away, and as the host of the ceremony, it would be inappropriate to just leave. He didn't return, but the maternal grandparents came. Since more people arrived and it was Bai Ningbing's first visit, the Chen family had to host them for lunch. Bai Ningbing had considered this and bought many ingredients in town before coming, but it wasn't enough. She sent Zhang Yaojiao to town again. The lunch was very grand. Many people came to help. Abalone, sea cucumbers, and even a large amount of fresh seafood were brought. A table for 10, including alcohol, cost 7 or 8,000. The Chen family's wife is really wealthy and willing to spend so much to treat us. Is this Maodai? It indeed is. Looks like Facian. Maodai, I heard a bottle costs over 3,000. My goodness, it's so expensive. What does her family do? I heard they do real estate. Not only is her family extremely rich, rich, but she herself also owns a company worth billions. Something about the entertainment industry I don't quite understand. I know it's those stars and singers making movies. Billions is a lot of money. If it were cash, even a train couldn't carry it all. The Chen family has truly prospered. Indeed, while everyone was talking, Bai Ningbing took Zhang Yaojiao as a bartender and began toasting table by table. Before this, she had already drunk a lot with the elders, and her face was flushed. The villagers were too good at drinking and very enthusiastic, making it hard for her to handle. Seeing her come over, many elders stood up, even though they had seen Bai Ningbing already. Seeing her up close made them stare involuntarily. People like them who stay in the village all year round had never seen such a beautiful girl. Cousin, please look after Ningbing for me. She can drink, but not that much. If she gets drunk on her first day here, I won't be able to explain it to her parents. Zai Limai said to a middle-aged man, "Don't worry, I'm watching her." The man laughed loudly, but just as he spoke, it was accompanied by the sound of a chair being knocked over. The sound was Bai Ningbing falling into Zhang Yaojiao's arms, but she soon stood up again and waved her hand at Zhang Yaojiao, saying she was fine. Zai Limai was a bit anxious. She walked over quickly and glared at the man. Holding his wine glass, the middle-aged man also looked embarrassed. He had just spoken, and who would have thought he'd be proven wrong so quickly? "All right, Ningbing, stop drinking. The elders know your heart is in the right place. That's enough. Don't push yourself," Zai Limai said softly with concern as she supported her. "I'm fine, Mom. I can still drink," Bai Ningbing said, waving her hand. She was the type who once drunk. Earlier, it was mostly Bai Ningbing drinking. She hadn't drunk much since Bai Ningbing was the main person and she was just accompaniment. "Jiao, then I'll leave it to you," Zai Lei Mei nodded. "Don't worry." Zhang Yaojiao smiled and sat down, picking up her wine glass to drink, but at this moment the smile on her face was somewhat bitter, because only at this time could she perhaps replace Bai Ningbing even a little bit. Chapter 45. I know everything. Ningbing, look at you. Really don't know when you're drunk. When Fang Yuan comes back, I'm really going to lecture him. What kind of messy show is he filming, letting you come back all by yourself? Without even worrying, Zai Limai and the grandmother together supported her to lie down on the bed. Zai Limai couldn't help but grumble, but her lips were full of smiles. Bai Ningbing's performance today had brought glory to their family in the village. It wasn't about how rich Bai Ningbing was, but that as a daughter-in-law. She was faultless, rich, beautiful, and filial. Who wouldn't be envious? "Mom, I'm really fine," Bai Ningbing said dizzily, waving her hand with a smile. Zai Limai stood up and said, "Ningbing, you rest on the bed first. Mom will go get you a glass of water." But Bai Ningbing grabbed her hand and wouldn't let go. "Mom, I want to talk to you, okay?" Zai Limai smiled and said lovingly, "Silly child, why wouldn't it be okay? Is that brat Fang Yuan not treating you well? Tell Mom and Mom will help you." "Scold him," Bai Ningbing hurriedly said. "Mom, it's nothing like that. Fang Yuan treats me very well, he always has." Zai Limai also held her hand tightly and asked with a smile then, "Is there somewhere he's not doing well enough? Mom will talk to him for you." Zai Limai was completely biased towards her and protected her, which touched the soft spot. In her heart, a surge of grievance welled up, like a child who had been wronged outside and wanted to throw herself into her mother's arms for comfort. "Mom," Bai Ningbing sobbed, startling Zai Limai. Her breath caught as she hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, child? Why are you crying?" So it really was that brat Fang Yuan who bullied you? Before, Zai Limai wouldn't have thought much of it, since Bai Ningbing said Fang Yuan went to film a show, and she was willing to believe what Bai Ningbing said. But now she didn't think so. She was a woman, and she had experienced pain too. She could see exactly what Bai Ningbing's expression meant at a glance, because it was exactly how she looked when she used to secretly wipe away tears years ago. Filming a show, not being able to answer the phone, it was all an excuse. Even if Fang Yuan really had to film some show, he should have brought Bai Ningbing back before or after filming, instead of letting her come back alone. "Mom, this face of mine, have you seen it before?" Bai Ningbing held Zai Limai tightly, looking up with grievance and sobbing. At this moment, Zai Limai's heart suddenly tightened in her mind. It was like a nuclear bomb had been dropped, leaving only a silent blankness. "Mom, you actually recognized this face of mine long ago, didn't you?" Bai Ningbing's tone didn't have any interrogation in it. She just wanted to know an answer. "Ningbing, you know everything." Zai Limai's fingers couldn't help but tremble as an unspeakable guilt filled her heart, making her suddenly not know how to face her. "Woo, I know everything," even though Bai Ningbing usually, no matter how strong she is, after being drunk is when she is most broken. "Mom, don't call her or scold her. I understand her," Bai Ningbing choked out. Even though her grievances had collapsed and she was crying a mess, she was still trying hard not to let herself become completely fragile. If she bowed her head completely, she would lose. If she weren't drunk, she wouldn't even say these words. It was only under the influence of alcohol that she really wanted to know. "Ningbing, it's us who are sorry. If you feel resentful, tell Mom. It's Mom's fault for not telling you about this earlier." Zai Limai felt very bitter and didn't know how to face Bai Ningbing. Such a good girl had been used by her son as a substitute for 3 years. Who could ever accept that? And she also blamed herself for not exposing it. "Mom, I really don't blame you all. In fact, I even want to thank you. Actually, there's a reason why I look so much like her. I want to thank her for making Fang Yuan so good," Bai Ningbing said. But then she fell into a deep sleep in Zai Limai's arms, leaving behind a series of words that made Zai Limai a bit confused. In the evening, the old master finally rushed back home, knowing the old master's granddaughter-in-law was back. The main family's side even specially sent a car to bring him back. In the living room, he met Bai Ningbing, who had just woken up from her hangover. A group of friends and and relatives surrounded her, talking and laughing. Bai Ningbing held a cup of hot water and was chatting with them. "Uncle, you're finally back. Our Chen family's ancestral grave must be smoking with luck to have Fang Yuan bring home such a good wife." A middle-aged man walked over quickly to welcome the old master in. The old master was nearly 80 years old, with white hair, a withered complexion, and age spots on his face. However, looking at Bai Ningbing, he was truly in high spirits. "Grandpa, you're back." Bai Ningbing put down her teacup and walked over quickly, but upon seeing Bai Ningbing, the old master couldn't help but be stunned. He looked on in disbelief, even feeling a bit dazed, as if time had returned to years ago, as if that young girl had reappeared before him. Fang Yuan's grandmother couldn't ride in cars, so she basically couldn't travel far before Fang Yuan went to college. He had been to Lucheng several times and had seen Jiang Maioi more than once. He also felt regret for this child. Such a good person had left the world, especially at such a blooming age, without even tasting the beauty of life. "Grandpa, my name is Bai Ningbing. I am Fang Yuan's wife." A hint of bitterness flashed across Bai Ningbing's lips, but she quickly regained a bright smile. Before coming, she had already anticipated this and was mentally prepared. Since she wanted to win Fang Yuan back, she would do it fair and square. Even though Jiang Maioi was no longer in this world, she would use everything she had to compete head-on with Jiang Maioi. Fang Yuan had spent 3 years pulling her out of the abyss, so why couldn't she? It's been 3 years making Fang Yuan fall in love with her. "Hello, Ningbing, the conditions at home are poor. Please don't blame us for neglecting you," the old master hurriedly said. "Grandpa, what are you saying? Since I've married Fang Yuan, how could I look down on his home?" Bai Ningbing helped the old master sit down just as Bai Chenggong made a video call. Bai Ningbing turned the camera around to include herself and introduced the relatives beside her to Bai Chenggong. Bai Chenggong happened to be in the old courtyard taking off his suit jacket and cooling off in front of a fan. Bai Zhongguo was grumbling nearby and snatched the phone away. He began chatting familiarly with Fang Yuan's grandfather. It wasn't the first time the two sides had video called. They had also met once via the phone after Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing got their marriage certificate. Bai Zhongguo had invited their family to Lucheng to play more than once, but Zai Limai and the others hadn't moved. The reasons for the idea of going to Lucheng were simple. First, the Bai family status. Second, things between Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing weren't that simple. Chapter 46. 3 years of gentleness. It was his turn. Before getting the marriage certificate, before Bai Ningbing came to the hometown, Zai Limai and the others didn't dare be certain whether this marriage could be maintained, especially Zai Limai, who was more worried about Fang Yuan's past. Once Bai Ningbing found out, what would the consequences be? In this matter, Zai Limai couldn't blame Fang Yuan, nor could she blame Bai Ningbing. The initial mistake was Fang Yuan's, but could he really be blamed? Besides, as a mother, she felt bad for her own son. "In-law, Ningbing is already at your house. It would be unreasonable if you don't come to Lucheng for a visit. People didn't know better. They'd think our Bai family looks down on you. Besides, I heard Fang Yuan say your legs and feet are bothering you. Let's come to Lucheng and stay for a while. I'll take you to a big hospital." Bai Zhongguo laughed heartily. Bai Zhongguo also knew about Jiang Maioi's matter. However, he didn't mention it. In this matter, even though he was Bai Ningbing's grandfather, he couldn't blame Fang Yuan. He could only sigh in his heart about the tricks of fate. Now that his granddaughter wanted to win Fang Yuan back, as her grandfather, he naturally had to help. But they also knew the logic of boiling a frog in warm water in gradual progress. "No need, no need. I'm already at such an old age and I'll be in the ground in a few years. There's no need to spend this money at the hospital." Fang Yuan's grandfather waved his hand quickly. "In-law, what you're saying is wrong. How much can a hospital visit cost? Besides, there's medical insurance." Bai Zhongguo shook his head. "It's really not necessary," Fang Yuan's grandfather continued. "Then, are you saying you won't come when we host the wedding banquet over here? That doesn't make sense. Since the two youngsters are married, our families should visit each other more often. At least get to know the way. Otherwise, you won't even find it when you come to Lucheng later." Bai Zhongguo's reasoning came one after another, making it really hard to refuse. "Yes, grandfather, when we return to Lucheng in a few days, you should come back with us. Even if this is a chronic problem from decades ago, going to the hospital might make it feel better." Bai Ningbing also persuaded. Chen Zhizhen turned to look at his daughter-in-law. After hesitating for a moment, they both still nodded in agreement. Since the other party had put it that way, they naturally couldn't refuse anymore. Besides, Bai Ningbing already knew and didn't blame anyone. "All right then, I'll have to trouble you, in-law." Chen Zhizhen let out a sigh. A smile immediately spread across his face. Bai Zhongguo also smiled. "Oh, that's more like it. Come over to get to know the house and have some fun in Lucheng. I'll take you around everywhere. Anyway, I'm an old man with nothing to do. It'll make me happy to take you around. Even if Chen Zhizhen has trouble walking, there's a car at home. If a person lives a lifetime without seeing the great rivers and mountains of the motherland." Waking up in a daze, the second round of drinking had already started at home. The sounds of drinking and finger-guessing games were incessant and endless, because they knew Bai Ningbing would look for alcohol after getting drunk. Everyone didn't dare let her continue drinking after she had enough. They even made her feel very superior. That demeanor and expression really made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. The next morning, Zai Limai and Chen Zhizhen took Bai Ningbing up the mountain to worship the ancestors. Although they didn't say much more about Fang Yuan's matters, everyone knew what this meant. In most places, it was only after a daughter-in-law entered the family that she would be taken to worship the ancestors together. Even though the mountain path was long and rugged. Bai Ningbing didn't complain at all. Instead, she helped Zai Limai and Chen Zhijun. Chen Zhijun and the others carried things and stood on the mountain. Looking down from near the peak, the scenery was truly beautiful and magnificent. Ningbing, this is my father, whom you should call great-grandfather. Soon after my father passed away, my mother also passed away, so I buried the couple together. Chen Zhijun let Bai Ningbing offer incense while introducing them. Bai Ningbing respectfully bowed 3 times before the grave and inserted the incense sticks into the burner. Zai Lima was cutting grass on the side and Bai Ningbing went to help. Even though Zai Lima repeatedly declined, saying her clothes were expensive, she not only didn't mind but insisted even more. After working for a long time, Bai Ningbing finally helped clear the weeds. Chen Zhijun sat on the edge of the mountain with a cigarette. Looking into the distance with great emotion, Bai Ningbing sat beside him without any pretension. Grandpa, great-grandfather, and great-grandmother's graves are also in disrepair. Why don't we renovate them during this time? I'll have someone find workers and materials from the county seat. Chen Zhijun puffed out a smoke ring, smiled, and waved his hand, saying, Ningbing, your filial heart will satisfy your great-grandparents, but it's not needed for now. Over these years, Fang Yuan has sent quite a lot of money home. We built a building and paved the cement road, but their tomb cannot be touched. Bai Ningbing took a tissue handed by Zai Limai to wipe her sweat and couldn't help but ask curiously, oh, why is that? Zai Limai smiled and explained, these were the old man's words left behind. He said that once the grave was built after their death, it shouldn't be moved. Even the orientation and burial site were chosen by your great-grandfather himself, he said. If this grave is moved, it will be bad for his eldest great-grandson and great-granddaughter-in-law. Even if it is to be renovated, it must wait until your child is born. He also said only when the child is born can everything be finalized and our family's feng shui be completely settled. But this is all the old man's feng shui superstition. Just take it as a saying to follow and not worry too much. Zai Limai thought young people nowadays didn't believe in these things, so she said that, after all, the talk of feng shui is a bit too ethereal. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing's heart suddenly jolted. In the past, she indeed didn't believe it, even if her family said some master's calculations were accurate, she would just treat it as a casual joke. But now, even if these words were lies or just pleasant to hear, she was willing to believe them because she wanted to chase Fang Yuan back, make him fall in love with her, and become the only one in his life. She hoped that even heaven would side with her. Jiang Maioi's death brought Fang Yuan to her side, just as Jiang Maioi had Fang Yuan by her side to cherish her for 3 whole years. Because Jiang Maioi, their family became connected with Fang Yuan, and 3 years later they found her mother's long-lost twin sister. It was fate, it was destiny. Jiang Maioi used a lifetime of gentleness to melt the young Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used 3 years of gentleness to give her a new life. Now it was her turn. Fang Yuan, since I've caught you in this life, don't even think about running. I will punish you. I want you to forget her. I want your heart to only have me. A smile appeared at the corner of Bai Ningbing's mouth, as brilliant as the clouds at the horizon, yet it made one's heart ache. Chapter 47. Haven't been back for a while. The house was stolen. Mom, I'm back. Just got off the highway. Do you and Grandma Yan need me to bring anything back from town for you? More than 10 days later, Fang Yuan rented a car and brought Shang Lulin back from out of town. The reason he only called after getting off the highway was that he had always returned home like this, making a surprise visit as he didn't want his mother to over-prepare. The car stopped at the highway toll booth. Jiang Maioi, wearing a seatbelt, gently handed over the toll card. He drove the rented car over. One couldn't expect it to have ETC, and of course it didn't. You're back. Why are you back? Zai Lima was obviously surprised and a bit speechless. Fang Yuan's action of handing the toll card to the staff couldn't help but pause, and he rolled his eyes. What, I can't come back? I'll be going out of town in a while, and by the time I come back next, it'll definitely be Chinese New Year. There's a company in Beijing that wants to sign me, so I plan to go check it out. During this time, dozens of management companies had sent invitations to Fang Yuan. Many companies even asked for his address, intending to talk to him in person, but Fang Yuan planned to wait until his second song was released before discussing these signing matters. Moreover, even if he were to sign, he would have to bring Shang Lulin with him. Oh, you're going to develop in Beijing? Then don't come back, Zai Limai said. Fang Yuan heard this and couldn't help but look at his phone, almost thinking he had called the wrong number. Shouldn't his own mother say every time he returned, it's fine if you didn't bring anything, just coming back is enough. Hurry back, Grandma misses you. But why was it so strange this time? I mean, go to your business. If you don't have time, then don't come back for now. Anyway, we are not at home, Zai Limai said. Oh, where did you guys go? Where's my grandma? Fang Yuan paid the toll and passed through the gate, scratching his head. Even if Mom and Grandpa had something to do and left the village, Grandma certainly couldn't go because she couldn't handle car rides at all. Your grandma also came out with us. I booked a tour group to take them out to play, Zai Limai said guiltily. How did you go? Fang Yuan scratched his head. By plane, so you really shouldn't come back. We aren't at home. Zai Limai looked at Bai Ningbing beside her and couldn't help but say, all right. Fang Yuan was completely speechless. His mother took Grandma out for a trip and didn't even tell him, making him drive over 1,000 kilometers back for nothing. Mom, I've driven so much I'm dazed. Is the key to the old house under the rock? Fang Yuan continued driving towards the village while asking. No, the key was taken with us. You shouldn't go back. Stay in town. Aren't there many hotels in town? Wouldn't it be fine if you two each opened a room? Zailaimai said. Mom, are you hiding something from me? Why do I feel like something is wrong? Fang Yuan scratched his head even more. No, I'm busy. Let's talk later. Zailaimai hung up the phone after a few perfunctory words. Fang Yuan now thoroughly felt something was wrong, but he didn't know exactly what it was. He just felt speechless. Forget it, never mind. Staying in town will have to do. What's wrong, brother-in-law? Is auntie not at home? Shang Liulin asked curiously from the side. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and said, she said she took Grandma Yan on a trip. Such a big thing, and she didn't even say anything in advance. Seriously. Shang Liulin couldn't help but laugh. But didn't we come back without saying anything either? Fang Yuan was even more annoyed. The problem is I've always been like this. Who would have thought they'd go out to play Maoi? You buy a plane ticket. Tomorrow we'll drive the car back, and the day after we go to Beijing. Shang Liulin nodded with a light laugh, laughing so hard she trembled looking at Fang Yuan's depressed face. The two opened a room in a hotel in town. The conditions were average, but staying for one night was fine. Actually, compared to the hotel, Fang Yuan preferred staying at home. After all, the town hotels didn't have many people all year round, so the hygiene was naturally poor. The two ate a simple meal in town and then met in Fang Yuan's room. After the first song had been delayed for years, Fang Yuan's second song was moving much faster. Fang Yuan used a splitter to connect to the computer, inputting audio to two sets of earphones. Turning around, he put one on Shang Liulin's small head. Most musicians prefer to use over-ear headphones. The reason for not using in-ear headphones is simple. It's because the soundstage of the two types of headphones is different. Different soundstages and musicalities create a different sense of layering. Naturally, at the same price point, over-ear headphones offer better value. As long as there is enough audio input, they can reveal more details. Brother-in-law, is it still the same old style as the last song, starting low and then rising? Shang Liulin asked as she put down the headphones. In Fang Yuan's latest composition, the variations were no longer so obvious. It was still a melancholy tune, but this time the variation began from the second 8-beat measure. After the second 8 beats, instruments were continuously added. Before the audience could react, the rhythm became faster and faster. Although the classical 8-beat structure and rhythm hadn't actually accelerated, the constant addition and replacement of various instruments gave a feeling of continuous speed change, as if interweaving within a dream. A song is generally divided into an intro, climax, bridge, and outro. The first and second halves can be identical or modified to be completely different. But the climax and the outro are the same because they mirror and complement each other. They must remain consistent so the entire song doesn't go off track, but Fang Yuan's song was different. A single song actually had 3 dreams corresponding to the lyrics youth, middle age, and old age. You're wrong, Fang Yuan laughed and said, oh, how am I wrong? Shang Liulin asked curiously. Fang Yuan sat on the desk, turned the computer screen toward himself and looked at the lyrics, letting the audio play through the speakers. Before the audio even started, Fang Yuan lightly sang a line. You are my grand gamble, I've staked everything just for you. Immediately after, the first 8 beats of the audio concluded, but Fang Yuan paused for half a beat before joining the next half beat with the line. Why did you let me fall so deep into this trap, unable to pull myself out? Shang Liulin's eyes lit up. Fang Yuan's rhythm was clearly off, but it sounded good. It was a chaotic madness, a type of longing. Lyric sequence chapter 48, we count our departures. This method of missing or dragging the beat isn't something an average person can handle. First, you must understand where the reason for dragging the beat lies. Second, you must understand the intended effect. Third, if the rhythm is wrong, the singer themselves will feel very uncomfortable. Fang Yuan had only just started when Jiang Maoi knew how he wanted to sing. Lazy pig, time to get up, the sun is shining on your butt. Shang Liulin's playful female voice followed, perfectly matching the next set of 8 beats, pulling the emotion back from madness and instantly lifting the mood. Fang Yuan pushed the screen back, sat beside Shang Liulin and sang with her, oh, let me sleep a bit longer, what time is it anyway? Shang Liulin's voice carried a coquettish tone, pouting with dissatisfaction. Silly pig, did you forget? Today is the day we get our marriage certificate. After this line of lyrics, the rhythm entered another variation. Although it was cheerful, it felt suffocating. Fang Yuan's effect in the rhythmic variation was like a clock ticking in one's ear, but the clock's rhythm wasn't steady. It kept getting faster. This use of rhythm has examples in classical music and war marches. The lyrics followed Jiang Maoi's usual style, and the melody was also her trademark, but this variation was Fang Yuan's personal show. Good heavens, is that young man upstairs singing? It actually sounds quite good. The old hotel owner sat at the entrance with a hand-rolled cigarette in his mouth, puffing away. His attention was caught by the singing, and he looked upstairs curiously. It was the direction of the young couple who checked in today. They're actually singers. The old man rocked gently in his lounge chair. The temperature was around 18 or 19 degrees, and wearing a thin jacket felt just right. Although the old man couldn't hear the backing track, the singing upstairs was the melody itself, even if it sounded good at first. But as the old man listened, he suddenly froze, and the slight smile on his face turned stiff. Just now he remembered the days when he and his old lady got married. Although there were no grand vows, life was happy. quickly. When he heard the middle part, he thought of when his children were born and how he had to support the family. After all, it was hard to get a full meal back then, but since the family was together, they could grit their teeth and get through any trouble. But in the second half, the more the old man listened, the more wrong it felt, and his eyes grew moist. Damn, I've been tricked. This song is a sad love song, and the kind that mourns a lost loved one. Kids upstairs, stop singing or I won't be able to sleep. And I'll come up to fight you. The old man couldn't help but shout upstairs, but his voice was clearly choked with emotion. Fang Yuan was stunned even. Final notes he was singing with Shang Riulin came to a sudden halt. Kids, stop singing. Other people's singing is pleasant, but yours is deadly, the old man shouted from below. Although their singing sounded beautiful, it was like a dull knife killing someone, weaving a beautiful dream step by step, making one sink into it gradually. One couldn't help but want to smile, touched by the song, but near the end, the tone suddenly shifted. As if someone said no one could leave, lock the doors, and wanted to smother everyone inside. It was exactly like tricking a dog into a house. Just to kill it, take a shower and go to bed. If you keep singing, I'll come up to inspect you, the old man said, unable to hold back. The old lady had just finished playing mahjong and returned, looking at the old man in confusion. Old man, what are you doing? Your eyes are red. Why does it look like you've been crying? The old man's face crumbled and he waved his hand, stubbornly denying it. No, I'm not crying. It's just sand in my eyes. How could someone my age cry? Although the old lady was a bit confused by the situation, they had lived together for so many years that she naturally knew what was going on with her husband. She reached out and patted the old man's head and said helplessly, all right, be good. Didn't I just go out to play mahjong for a while? Even if there were other old men at the table, we're all so old. Why are you still jealous? The old lady stuffed a handful of small bills into his hand and said, here, I just won these. Go buy some cigarettes. The old man looked at the money in his hand and then at his wife beside him, feeling even more broken for a moment. Early the next morning, Fang Yuan got up early and knocked on Shang Riulin's door, and went back to his room to wash up. After all, he had to drive for more than 10 hours today to return the car to the rental company, so he had to set off from the town early. Old man were checking out. Soon Fang Yuan came down the stairs carrying 2 suitcases, with Shang Riulin dressed in a white lotus dress and carrying a bag looking like a beauty walking out of a painting. Return your 40 deposit. The old man couldn't help but roll his eyes, clearly having a big grievance. Fang Yuan was a bit baffled and didn't understand what he had done. AQ, why are you back? While Fang Yuan was loading things at the hotel entrance, he happened to see a delivery man passing by. The middle-aged man in the car opened the window and looked at him in confusion, and when he saw Shang Riulin, he was even more surprised. Why is she here? Didn't she go back already? Uncle, why are you up so early to go to the market? Fang Yuan looked up, also a bit surprised that he happened to meet him here. Yeah, going to the market. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile, took a cigarette from the pack and tossed it to Fang Yuan from the car. Fang Yuan had just finished loading the trunk, so he walked over and lit the cigarette for the middle-aged man. Fang Yuan looked toward the back of the driver's cabin. The seats of the van were mostly removed, loaded with chicken and duck cages and some fruits and vegetables to be sold at the market. AQ, when did you get back? The middle-aged man exhaled. He blew a smoke ring and got out of the car, not in a hurry to turn off the engine. Since they had met, they might as well chat. Actually, he was very curious why Fang Yuan would come back at this time when everyone had gone to Lucheng, and why he brought Bai Ningbing back. Yesterday, Fang Yuan said, exhaling a smoke ring as Shang Riulin walked to. Fang Yuan sighed and nodded at the middle-aged man with a smile. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, feeling something was wrong. First, why didn't Ningbing recognize him? And second, her aura seemed a bit off, lacking that confident and free-spirited pride. Cousin uncle, let me introduce you. This is as Fang Yuan was speaking, he was interrupted by the middle-aged man waving his hand with a smile. Oh, why the introduction? We're already familiar, right? Ningbing. Chapter 49. If she were the sister, everything would be a mess. As soon as these words were spoken, both sides fell silent, clearly feeling the awkward atmosphere. The smile on the middle-aged man's face also stiffened and his mouth twitched, unable to understand the situation. The face before him was clearly Bai Ningbing's, but when he addressed her, why did she react like this? This was clearly a reaction of distress mixed with realization. Cousin uncle, what exactly happened during this time? Fang Yuan held a cigarette in his mouth, his expression becoming calm yet carrying a deep weight. Back at the guard post, Bai Ningbing had clearly left chasing after Jai Boshan. Even if Bai Ningbing went to the lower city, Fang Yuan didn't think she came for him. Actually, when Bai Ningbing appeared in the lower city, Fang Yuan felt that the development of things was a bit strange. If only Zhang Yaojiao had come alone, Fang Yuan could have figured out the reason, understood Zhang Yaojiao's anger, and understood Zhang Yaojiao's situation. The middle-aged man felt even more strange, but still informed him of what had happened in the village. Cousin uncle, you mean Ningbing returned to the village, said she was my wife, and stayed there for a few days in that capacity. Hearing this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Yes, the middle-aged man coughed and said, looking at Shang Riulin in front of him. He really couldn't understand how they could look so identical and yet not be the same person. So AQ, who is she? He still asked. As Fang Yuan's elder, even if it was awkward, he couldn't forget his manners. Cousin uncle, she is my friend Shang Riulin. Fang Yuan introduced her. Oh, a friend? The middle-aged man's mouth twitched, his mind racing as he scratched his head, but his eyes were even more confused. One was named Jiang and the other Bai. They didn't sound like they were from the same family. Cousin uncle, we have to drive drive and continue our journey so we won't talk more. Let's gather again during the new year. Fang Yuan's heart was equally complex, but he temporarily suppressed his myriad thoughts and said to the middle-aged man with a smile, Good, good. Good, then we'll gather again during the new year. The middle-aged man nodded and looked at Shang Ruolin. Myoling, when you're free, come back with AQ to visit. Your cousin uncle will surely treat you well. Shang Ruolin nodded obediently with a smile on her face, though it was clearly a bit bitter. As they passed each other, Shang Ruolin and Fang Yuan walked toward the car together. The middle-aged man didn't hear clearly what they were saying, but Shang Ruolin's word brother-in-law struck him like a bolt of lightning, petrifying him on the spot. Cousin uncle, we're leaving. Fang Yuan rolled down the window and greeted him before driving away, completely disappearing from sight. The middle-aged man stood there completely stunned. In his 50 years of life, he had never received such a huge shock, and he simply couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't understand, as they clearly had identical faces. Their surnames were different, and judging from her reaction, she had no relationship with Bai Ningbing. But then she said brother-in-law. If Bai Ningbing were Shang Ruolin's sister, then why would those two have that kind of attitude? If she were the sister, why would Fang Yuan bring Shang Ruolin back alone? If she were the sister, then everything would be a mess. In the small courtyard of Shisu village, it was very busy. Since it was the weekend, the little cousin Zixi was still leading as usual, leading a bunch of teenagers running around chasing other people's chickens, while the aunt was busy. Bai Ningbing's birthday happened to be this Saturday, so the whole family returned. To reunite, Jiao, go to Lecheng workshop and see if Ningbing's cake is ready. Gao Yulan's voice came as she was busy making dumplings with Zai Lima. Okay, Zhang Yaojiao nodded, picked up the car keys from the table and prepared to go out. The receipt. Gao Yulan's hands were covered in white flour as she hurriedly called out, Hee, look at my memory, I took the car keys but forgot the receipt. Zhang Yaojiao stuck out her tongue, took the receipt, and was about to turn around when bang. A loud firecracker sound suddenly echoed through the village, carrying quite far. Without Fang Yuan at home to keep order, these little rascals were playing wildly. Oh my heart. Ningbing, such a loud firecracker must be Zixi and the others causing trouble again. Go find them quickly and see if they've caused any trouble. Bai Chenggong's mouth twitched, nearly fainting. He wasn't worried that the children would blow themselves up, as they were quite clever, but they wouldn't hit themselves, but that didn't mean they wouldn't hit the village's chickens, ducks, fish, and geese. Even the trees planted by villagers were targets for demolition. Anyone who played with firecrackers as a child knows that if you don't find something to blow up, it's not worth lighting them. Ningbing, don't go, stay and make dumplings with the ants. I'll check on them on my way. If there's any problem, I'll handle it, Zhang Yaojiao called out. Jiao, then I'll trouble you. Such a large group of teenagers was scattered and easy to find at a glance, but when she saw them, she couldn't help but freeze. In her field of vision, she saw a young man wearing a black shirt and blue jeans, leading a group of children, was repeatedly apologizing to an old man carrying a hoe. The old man looked completely speechless. He was fine, but these kids had blown up a stainless steel basin with firecrackers, sending it dozens of meters into the air, and then it landed right on his head. The ends of the young man's hair were slightly curly, reflecting dots of light under the sunlight. The young man took 2 packs of Zhanghua cigarettes from his pocket and put them into the old man's pocket, making the old man even more amused and frustrated. The young man ran off. Seeing this, Zhang Yaojiao couldn't help but walk towards him. At first she was walking, but gradually she began to run. Her breathing became more rapid and there was a dreamy illusion in her eyes. Her small leather shoes clicked on the concrete road. The young man turned his head in confusion and saw Zhang Yaojiao rushing towards him. Jiao, what are you doing running so fast? Where are you going? The young man said jokingly, as if nothing had ever happened. In fact, he could understand why Zhang Yaojiao was so impulsive at that time. After all, she knew nothing and had to stand from Bai Ningbing's perspective. Fang Yuan, why are you back? Zhang Yaojiao asked urgently, but as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized her mistake and quickly corrected herself. When did you come back? Chapter 50. One was puzzled and one wanted to cry. Fang Yuan's return was, for Zhang Yaojiao, an unexpected event. Having not seen him for a while, the temperament of Fang Yuan's body seemed to have undergone many changes, appearing much more cheerful and optimistic. But recalling her scolding at the venue and seeing Fang Yuan smile now, she suddenly didn't dare to look up at Fang Yuan's face. You quietly ran to my house and kidnapped my grandparents and my mother to Lucheng. Do you think I could not come? Fang Yuan said with a cigarette in his mouth. Zhang Yaojiao couldn't help but be silent, like an elementary student caught stealing money by parents. It was so absurd and helpless. Zixi, you guys go back first. I have some things to talk to your sister Jiao about. Don't worry, I won't run away, Fang Yuan said, amusedly rubbing his little cousin's head. The little cousin held her head high, her face full of pity as she stared into his eyes. Brother-in-law, are you serious? Fang Yuan couldn't help but nod with a smile, truly. However, the little cousin wouldn't let go. She grabbed his hem. Is it really true you won't suddenly run away and never come back again? During the time Fang Yuan was on the show, besides Bai Ningbing, she was the one who cared the most. Ever since she saw Fang Yuan on the trending searches, she had been truly anxious. She didn't know what exactly had happened. Whether she called Bai Chenggong or Gao Yulan, they wouldn't say anything, which really worried her. And all she could do was, every day, after school, check her phone and stare at the live stream. No matter if she called or messaged Fang Yuan, there was no reply, seeing Fang Yuan appear again. Before her biggest fear was that Fang Yuan would disappear once more. Alright, you guys go back first. Be good and listen. Listen, Fang Yuan said with a light laugh. The little cousin pouted and left through the door with the little kid, looking back every few steps. After walking a few meters, she would stop and turn around until Fang Yuan waved his hand, then she would take a few more steps. Fang Yuan was truly caught between laughter and tears. He stubbed out his cigarette and without leading Zhang Yaojiao too far away, simply stood in place. Jiao, tell me, what exactly is going on? Fang Yuan turned to look at her, his gaze becoming more serious. On the way here, Fang Yuan had been thinking about this matter, pondering the reasons behind it, but he couldn't figure it out because any answer seemed unreasonable. Fang Yuan, in your heart, what exactly is Ningbing to you? Zhang Yaojiao couldn't help but ask, though she felt a sharp pain in her heart as she did. Why do you ask that? Fang Yuan was stunned, surprised that in Bai Ningbing's heart there was only the matter of Jai Bisheng. As her best friend, shouldn't she know this best? Over these 3 years, Bai Ningbing went from being heartbroken at the start to gradually getting better, yet at night she occasionally called out Jai Bisheng's name. Have you ever considered that Ningbing is actually— The words reached Zhang Yaojiao's mouth but completely got stuck. She really wanted to say that Bai Ningbing actually loved Fang Yuan, but this guy was just a stubborn mule who wouldn't know pain until he hit a wall. Or perhaps, according to Bai Ningbing's original thoughts, she hadn't considered that there would be such serious consequences. Perhaps she always felt that following the original trajectory, even if there was a contract between her and Fang Yuan, she would still hold a wedding feast with Fang Yuan in the village and officially become husband and wife. She was like a wounded hedgehog, clearly liking Fang Yuan yet curling herself up, clearly not intending to hurt Fang Yuan and clearly just not wanting to get hurt again, wanting to give herself more time to lick her wounds but invisibly pushing things to another extreme. If Fang Yuan hadn't left, and if the matter of Jiang Maoi hadn't been exposed, she would only have hugged herself tighter and then curled up in her own world for a lifetime, never admitting it and never being willing to bow her head. Actually what? Fang Yuan asked in confusion. Zhang Yaojiao immediately fell into a wordless silence. She really wanted to say it but also didn't. Reasons she didn't want to say it were simple. First, because of what Bai Ningbing intended to do next, and second, because of herself. Jiao, is it because her family put too much pressure on her so she was forced to come back and find me? Does she want me to help her block her family? And then, Fang Yuan didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. He didn't blame Bai Ningbing for this matter because from the very beginning it was his fault. In his despair, he had grabbed the only straw. Fang Yuan, are you an idiot? Ningbing actually stopped having Jai Bisheng in her heart long ago. Only you are in her heart, do you know that? Zhang Yaoji screamed frantically in her heart. On the day of Grandpa Bai's funeral, do you know what she went to do? She chased after him and then crashed Jai Bisheng into the hospital. Zhang Yaojiao's chest heaved with anger. In the end, she couldn't hold back and spoke out. If it were Bai Ningbing, she might not have said anything, but with her personality, she couldn't endure it. Jiao, what are you saying? Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment, and even his hand taking out a cigarette paused. After Zhang Yaojiao spoke the truth, her emotions became even more like an open faucet, uncontrollable. Fang Yuan, you too. After 3 years, you still don't understand Ningbing well enough. When you left the Bai family in Lucheng, she stayed in the police station for several days because of the hit and run and was almost sentenced. The first thing she did after getting out was not go home, nor did she mention returning home for even a word. Instead, she went straight to Xiacheng to find you. But because she hurt Ruoling, she was too timid and didn't dare to see you. Did you know about this? If Bai Ningbing's personality were a bit softer, or if she acted a bit more spoiled, this misunderstanding wouldn't have turned out like this. Fang Yuan really pampered her in everything. He pampered Bai Ningbing for 3 years, and now look, Bai Ningbing has hit a brick wall and ended up bloodied. Thinking about their mess, Zhang Yaojiao was going crazy. He was breaking down. Jiao, is this what she told you or is it your own guess? Fang Yuan couldn't help but frown slightly, taking a heavy drag of his cigarette. Speaking of understanding, Fang Yuan's understanding of Bai Ningbing was not at all less than Zhang Yaojiao's. 3 years of meticulous care made him understand everything. It wasn't that he didn't believe she hit Jai Bisheng into the hospital. He knew she had always been like this. Bai Ningbing was like a prickly porcupine, who responded to gentleness but not force. Especially after being wronged, she would go against others, no matter how wronged she felt or how much she was misunderstood. She wouldn't explain even half a sentence. But what was her reason for crashing into Jai Bisheng? She couldn't possibly like him. No, that shouldn't be it. The high probability was that she saw Bai Chenggong's anger at the time, so she stood up for her father, not letting the tears fall. Chapter 51 was over. Bai Ningbing acted spoiled. Zhang Yaojiao followed Fang Yuan's gaze and also saw that graceful figure, clearly 20 or 30 meters apart, one at this end of the road and the other at that end, yet it felt like they were separated by a layer of time and space. Bai Ningbing sniffled again, her footsteps coming to a complete halt. Even if she wanted to rush over, the pain of her heart tearing made her unable to take a step. Before seeing Fang Yuan, she hadn't expected he would actually come back, let alone that he would return today. On her birthday, the tears she had suppressed for a long time still couldn't be held back. On the contrary, his love was so deep, but it was precisely because of his deep love that Bai Ningbing felt immense pressure, even though she was confident and proud. Once she decided something, she was as stubborn as a mule, but she didn't need sympathy or charity. A living person cannot compete with a deceased white moonlight, but if she even abandoned her final confidence and pride, she would be even less likely to win. Fang Yuan, you're here. In just a few dozen steps, Bai Ningbing's face quickly returned to normal. The gentle breeze brushed her hair, giving her a touch of earthly grace, making her face as beautiful as a poem or painting. I'm here, happy birthday. Fang Yuan smiled and nodded at her. Although she tried her best to hide her emotions, the tear stains on her cheeks, made brilliant by the sunlight, could not be hidden at all. Those spots of tears on her fair and delicate face sparkled like gems. Thank you. Bai Ningbing also smiled, much to Zhang Yaojiao's shock. There was a glint in her eyes as she spoke and made a joke. Why did you come alone? Where is Ruling? Fang Yuan almost choked on his own spit and started coughing. He was a bit confused about what she meant by asking that. It wouldn't be right to bring Mai Oling to her birthday. Mai Oling went home. After all, she's been out for many days now. She needs to go home and visit. Fang Yuan answered and then casually changed the subject. Ningbing, thank you for your help with your grandfather. I know you brought the old man to Lucheng for treatment and hired the best doctors. It must have cost a lot. Give me the bill and I'll pay you back once I've earned some money. Since his mother, grandfather, and grandmother had been invited to Lucheng, Fang Yuan couldn't easily ask them to go back. It was too complicated, but because of this, Fang Yuan once again owed the Bai family a favor. Do you still owe me so little? This bit won't matter, Bai Ningbing said with a smile. She still remembered the night Fang Yuan proposed. Divorce, how anxious and how crazy that night was. She had almost lost her mind. She never thought Fang Yuan would want to divorce her much. Less imagine that the person in Fang Yuan's heart wasn't her. If she could go back to that night, she would still feel heartache, but she wouldn't be so aggressive. And that night, whether she was questioning him or locking him inside the house, it was because she didn't want him to leave. Yet he still left. One thing is one thing. Whatever the amount is, I'll pay it. I'm going to Beijing tomorrow. A company wants to sign me. I'll pay this money back as soon as possible, Fang Yuan said seriously. Even if Bai Ningbing really did send Jai Bisheng to the hospital, things between them were already over. Besides, Fang Yuan had other goals for the rest of his life. Jiang Maioi was the person who changed his life. If it weren't for Jiang Maioi, then his life would have only continued to spiral into depression. The events at home back then weren't the reason for his despondency. The mess of debts his father left behind were nothing but a passing cloud to him. The 3 times he stepped out in his life, once was to settle debts, once was for Jiang Maioi's surgery fees, and the 3rd time was now. He wasn't originally from this world. After experiencing a soul-crushing agony in his previous life, he had become listless. After that, his style changed drastically. Both the melodies and the lyrics were so oppressive they were suffocating, to the point that after his self-collapse, the entertainment industry blacklisted him. The reason was nothing else but that his songs were too lethal. If he were a person of this world, where would he get such youthful talent? How could he have borrowed 1,000 from a debt collector at age 4 and eventually made a fortune to settle the family's accounts? Money was never what he cared about. But his life really was unstable. It was true for money and true for this life as well. In 2 lifetimes, the 2 people most important to him had left him. You're going to Beijing tomorrow. Won't you stay a couple more days? Bai Ningbing's breath hitched, but she quickly recovered, her brilliant smile remaining on her face. Yeah, I can't even afford a pack of Wuer silver cigarettes, Fang Yuan joked. You were just spoiled by my dad. You even smoke such expensive cigarettes since you're here. Come home for dinner. How did you get here? Bai Ningbing asked curiously. I rented a car and drove here. Fang Yuan turned his head toward a certain direction. It was a Volkswagen from over 10 years ago. All right, then wait a bit later. I'll have my dad put a crate in your car, Bai Ningbing nodded. Regarding Fang Yuan's preference for cars, she had always known. Fang Yuan was never extravagant with luxury cars. As long as it could get him around, it was fine. Fang Yuan normally didn't have any place to spend money. His main expenses were either for organizing the timeline. Fang Yuan's weariness began when the Chen family emerged. So logically, once Fang Yuan settled the family matters, it should have improved a lot. But after Fang Yuan didn't pay back the money, it instead became the start of his depression, to the point that Jiang Maioi spent over 10 years until she fell seriously ill, which finally woke Fang Yuan up completely and made him start to feel afraid. His 2 lives had been wasted for several decades, but after experiencing these 3 years with Bai Ningbing, he finally pulled himself together. Ningbing, I was just joking earlier. There's no need, Fang Yuan said amusingly. If I tell you to take it, then take it. You weren't this polite when Dad gave you things before, Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes at him, though it was with a hint of acting spoiled. And this look made Fang Yuan daze. Chapter 52, Mom, look at what you're saying. Written at the beginning, the story of the male lead's past life is finally being revealed. So here's an explanation. One, in his past life, the male lead was a god of songs in the music industry. After transmigrating, he settled family matters in the early 2000s when hundreds of millions of funds were terrifying. Naturally, it was earned by selling songs. But back then, copyrights weren't as formidable as 20 years later, especially when sold in bulk, where the purchase price would be suppressed. So at that time, the male lead sold almost all the songs he knew, too. After Jiang Maioi's situation arose, all her medical Medical expenses were paid by the male lead. This required selling more songs until almost none were left. 3. Although the male lead doesn't value money at critical moments, he can produce it. Before this, he hadn't debuted because, first, heartbreak, second, his singing was too heavy. Originally being a god of songs, he naturally disdained using others' songs to make himself famous. So he walked his own path until the song October 17th was completed, after which he took 2 lifetimes to return to his music career. At the Bai family courtyard, the little cousin and a group of little kids were constantly looking back. However far the 3 of Fang Yuan walked behind, they ran that far ahead, always maintaining a 10-meter distance until the courtyard gate. Zixi, what are you doing? Acting like a thief, did you do something bad again and get chased? Bai Chenggong asked speechlessly. Uncle, sister, and brother-in-law are back, the little cousin stood at the door and glanced at the bustling courtyard, but her gaze remained focused on Fang Yuan. What, who's back? Bai Chenggong was stunned, the cigarette in his mouth falling to the ground. Brother-in-law, the little cousin quickly said, clatter, accompanied by the sound of a chair falling to the floor. Wearing an apron and hands covered in blood from killing a chicken, Bai Chenggong rushed out. He looked in the direction of the little cousin's gaze and saw Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing walking back while Zhang Yaojiao had gone out to get the cake. In-law, come quickly, Fang Yuan is back. Bai Chenggong hurriedly called toward the courtyard. Fang Yuan is back. Zai Limai was also startled and quickly put down what she was holding to go out with Gao Yulan. Grandpa Chen Zhijin was currently at the hospital for recuperation, accompanied by his wife and the old couple Bai Zhongguo. They would be back later. Chen Zhijin's leg problems were, after all, decades-old ailments that couldn't be cured overnight, so the hospital focused on recuperation, visiting once a day for a few hours. Mom, Fang Yuan called toward Zai Limai, but looking at the expectant Bai Chenggong and Gao Yulan, he didn't quite know how to change his address for them. Not knowing whether to follow the past or call him uncle, Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to call him Uncle Bai, but as soon as Bai left his mouth, he was pinched by Bai Ningbing beside him, making his waist twitch in pain as he leaned over. Mom, Fang Yuan is back for today and going to Beijing tomorrow, Bai Ningbing said proactively to Zai Limai. Oh, weren't you called there directly? Why did you come back? Zai Limai asked Fang Yuan. Zai Limai had long understood the subtle atmosphere. As a mother, she wanted to see her son but didn't want him to appear now for a reason. It was simple because their current relationship was neither here nor there. She understood Jiang Maioi's weight in her son's heart but also knew Bai Ningbing truly liked her son. The reason she agreed to come was, first, Bai Ningbing had accepted the matter of Jiang Maioi so their relationship might have variables. Second, as a mother, she wanted to find a way in this matter. After so many years, Fang Yuan should move on. Mom, look at what you're saying. If you can be here, why can't I? Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. However, the address Bai Ningbing used set the tone for this matter, and he couldn't not give face and make everyone embarrassed. Besides, in these 3 years, he really owed the Bai family a lot. Whether it was Bai Chenggong or Gao Yulan, Bai Zhongguo or others, they were all very good to him, even if there was a huge gap in money and status. No one in the Bai family treated him as an outsider. Dad, Mom, Fang Yuan turned and called out to the 2 of them. Hey, Bai Chenggong's heart moved and his suspended heart finally settled down. Just now, he was really afraid Fang Yuan would call him uncle, although he knew things wouldn't progress that fast. He would have collapsed if that address came out. Fang Yuan, you came at the right time. Your dad got a box of crabs. Come and cook them. Gao Yulan approached with a smile. It wasn't that she wanted Fang Yuan to work as soon as he returned, but letting him do something would return the atmosphere to normal and not let Fang Yuan feel awkward. Fang Yuan's departure meant he wanted to break ties with the Bai family, so pretending nothing had happened was naturally the best. Okay, then I'll go do it. Fang Yuan nodded with a smile and greeted his aunt, uncle, and second aunt. Everyone nodded with smiles. Finally, his gaze fell on the little cousins and he smiled. Zixi, there are some things in my car. Why don't you come with me to get them? Bought many good ingredients. We'll have a big feast tonight. The little cousins all nodded vigorously, each beaming with joy, especially the little cousin who almost had snot bubbles come out from laughing. Fang Yuan saying this meant he really wouldn't leave, but the little cousin was only 15 after all, naughty and playful. She didn't understand much. How could she know things weren't that simple? Dad, Mom, Fang Yuan and I will go to the car to get things, Bai Ningbing greeted the 2. She didn't ask Fang Yuan because once she asked, he would definitely refuse her, so she didn't want to give him a chance to refuse. Go ahead, Bai Chenggong let out a long breath and said with a smile. Watching their figures leave again, everyone felt a sense of relief. Everyone, even the aunt and uncle, knew about Fang Yuan's situation. When they found out, none of them knew what to do. Even until now, as elders, they could only let nature take its course. They couldn't pressure Fang Yuan nor help Bai Ningbing much. Everything depended on himself. Limai, don't worry too much. Let the children handle their own affairs. If it still doesn't work in the end, then find a way for Ningbing to get pregnant first. As long as there's a child, things will be almost certain. Both children have each other in their hearts. It's just that fate is like this and we can't do anything about it. Bai Chenggong turned to look at the worried Zai Limai and sighed. Sai, I hope everything goes smoothly. Chapter 5. Tai 3, what, you can even play like this? Fang Yuan sat on a small stool in the courtyard like he had for the past 3 years, handling the crabs in the foam box. In front of him was Bai Chenggong, a billionaire CEO, also sitting on a small stool killing chickens, even if his body got covered in chicken smell. He didn't care. At Bai Chenggong Gong's level, he could have easily asked some merchants in town who sell chickens and ducks to help slaughter them, but in a lifetime it's actually more important to do it yourself. If it were at someone else's house, he wouldn't be willing to do such a thing, but for his own family to sit down and have a meal together for Bai Ningbing's birthday celebration, it was more about the atmosphere and the lively sense of togetherness. "Dad, why do you keep staring at me?" Fang Yuan was being watched by him, and couldn't help but feel a bit creeped out. He was truly stuck between laughter and tears. Bai Chenggong's gaze was just like the little cousin's, first fearing Fang Yuan would run away, and second, with a joyful spark deep in his eyes. "No, it's nothing." Bai Chenggong coughed dryly and rubbed his nose based on his gaze just now. If he were looking at girls on the street like that, he would definitely be mistaken for a pervert, the kind people would call the police on. "Fang Yuan, do you need help over here?" Bai Ningbing came over and asked. Having been pampered by Fang Yuan before, she had never come into contact with these things, which was unexpected for him, but it was also a good thing. She wanted Fang Yuan to see her change and the shining points within her. "I'm almost done over here. There's nothing much left." Fang Yuan shook his head and said, although the crab's claws were secured with rubber bands, they were still somewhat dangerous. At this time, the main task of cleaning the crabs was just to scrub them clean. "Oh," Bai Ningbing nodded but ignored what Fang Yuan said and sat down directly in front of him. Clearly, there was still half a box of crabs and sea shrimp left, yet Fang Yuan insisted on saying that. Even though she knew Fang Yuan had always been like this, the corners of her mouth still couldn't help but curl up slightly. "Jiaojia, what are you standing there for? Come and help or you won't get dinner tonight," Bai Ningbing called out. To her, Zhang Yaojia looked over and instantly knew what she meant. She wanted her to come over and help so that Fang Yuan wouldn't push her away. If only Bai Ningbing were sitting there, Fang Yuan definitely wouldn't let her do anything, but with her around, things would be different. Then Fang Yuan would just accept it. "Fang Yuan, seafood is so delicious, why didn't the ancient people eat it?" Zhang Yaojiao said while wearing rubber gloves, making small talk while scrubbing crabs. Actually, she was quite curious about this in her heart, but she had just been too lazy to search for it online. The reasons are simple. First, seafood is hard to store and smells fishy after being dead for a long time. Second, preparing many types of seafood requires a lot of spices. Back then, the price of oil, salt, and spices was actually more expensive than the food itself. Even fishermen couldn't afford them. Third, seafood is too high in protein, so you get hungry quickly after eating it, Fang Yuan said casually. "Oh," Zhang Yaojiao nodded with a look of realization. Actually, it wasn't that the ancients didn't eat these things, but rather if they had a choice, they would much rather eat fatty foods like pork belly. The little cousin couldn't help but chime in from the side. "Brother-in-law, then they must have been so stupid. Sea fish are so delicious, couldn't they just catch and eat them fresh? Besides, some fish and shrimp can even be eaten raw." Fang Yuan rolled his eyes at her and said, "Zixi, I think you're the stupid one." The little cousin puffed out her cheeks and put her hands on her hips, saying grumpily, "Brother-in-law, my exam scores have improved again, how could I be stupid?" Fang Yuan laughed and said, "Zixi, the delicious sea fish you mentioned are mostly deep-sea fish, but given the conditions of the ancients, how could they catch them? The deep-sea fish they saw were basically dead ones floating on the water, and they had been dead for several days. At most, sea fish can be preserved for half a day on a boat, but what we now consider offshore was the deep sea to them. A ship with an engine can go out dozens of nautical miles in half a day, but relying on their hands and feet to row back then, how far could they go in a day?" Laughing, she said, "Hee, thanks brother-in-law, I'm going to buy milk tea for you." The little cousin excitedly took the money and ran off in a flash with a group of kids. "Zixi, you. How can you forget your sister just because you have a brother-in-law? Teach me." Zhang Yaojiao turned and shouted at her. I know," the little cousin's voice came from outside, sounding somewhat perfunctory, making Zhang Yaojiao unable to stop herself from rolling her eyes. Ouch! Bai Ningbing's finger was accidentally pricked by the sharp tip of a shrimp head. Even though she was wearing thick rubber dishwashing gloves, the sharp tip still pierced through the glove and stabbed into her finger. "Ningbing, what's wrong?" Zailimai, who was nearby, reacted the most and quickly asked. They weren't far from Zailimai, just a head turn away. "Mom, I'm fine, I'll go take care of it." Bai Ningbing was still pressing her finger, letting the bright red blood gush out from the wound. It kept coming out more and more. She suddenly stood up and turned to walk toward the old house. "Let me do it," Fang Yuan quickly told her. He had her sit down, took off his gloves, and went inside to get the first aid kit. She might not know where it was because there were several kits in the house, each containing different medicines. But having been in the Bai family for 3 years, how could Fang Yuan not know? After a while, he brought it out. Fang Yuan used cotton swabs dipped in iodine and alcohol to disinfect Bai Ningbing's finger, since seafood stabs carry a small risk of tetanus, and tetanus infection has a high mortality rate. Bai Ningbing held out her finger and watched intently as Fang Yuan carefully disinfected it, her lips curled into a smile. Chapter 54. What are you two sisters doing winking at each other? Gao Yulan watched this scene from behind. She couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head before continuing to wrap dumplings with Zai Limai. Her daughter had finally come to her senses, which was indeed a good thing. However, if she had come to her senses even half a year earlier after getting their marriage license, things wouldn't have become so complicated. Zhang Yaojia was frantically winking at Bai Ningbing like she was sending a telegram. Zhang Yaojia, holy crap Ningbing, your schemes are deep. Bai Ningbing, I have no choice. If I don't use some tricks, how will he fall for it? Zhang Yaojia, doesn't your hand hurt? Bai Ningbing, it doesn't. You want to try? Zhang Yaojia, no, actually if someone is accidentally pricked or scratched, the pain isn't that obvious. But this was intentional. It was like getting an injection. It doesn't hurt when you don't look, but it hurts like hell when you do. Ningbing, what are you two sisters doing winking at each other? Fang Yuan looked up and asked. Nothing, Bai Ningbing replied, feeling guilty like a thief caught red-handed. Her pretty face flushed red. Fang Yuan applied a waterproof bandage to her finger. It was applied so perfectly and neatly that there were no uneven edges or peeling at all. Bandaging a finger is the most difficult. If it's too tight, blood won't circulate, and if it's too loose, it falls off, especially with bandages. If they aren't applied neatly and start peeling, it can really drive someone with OCD crazy. Alright, it's basically fine now, although this is a waterproof bandage. Try not to touch water for now, Fang Yuan reminded. Dazed, Bai Ningbing nodded in agreement. For some reason, Fang Yuan had an illusion as if, after not seeing her for a while, Bai Ningbing had become much more well-behaved, like a little wild cat that returned home and became docile. Ulala, the milk tea general is back. Come and greet the milk tea general. The little cousin rushed in with her group, her face covered in dust as if she had just tripped. If you trip on your head, believe it or not, I'll knock your head off. Second aunt scolded with a smile, waving the rolling pin in her hand. We're making so many dumplings, first so you can eat your fill, and second so you can take some with you, otherwise there's no need for this. Brother-in-law, my mom is being mean to me again, boo-hoo. The little cousin quickly hid behind Fang Yuan and whimpered. Bai Chenggong, washing chicken intestines with a cigarette in his mouth, nodded and said, she really does deserve it. The little cousin felt even more aggrieved and glared at him. Uncle, you're actually taking my mom's side, and here I was bringing milk tea back for you. Bai Chenggong replied, let me take back what I just said. Our Zixi is so well behaved. The little cousin just started to show a smile. After all, with Fang Yuan and Bai Chenggong backing her up, she wasn't even afraid of her old lady. Just then, Bai Chenggong changed his tone again. Zixi is well behaved, but she's just a bit ugly. Well, I can't blame you if I have to blame someone. It's the genes of our old Bai family. Unlike your sister who grew up like this, she managed to be as beautiful as your aunt. The little cousin suddenly went crazy and rushed over to scratch him. Bai Chenggong quickly held up the chicken intestines, which scared her into retreating repeatedly. Laughter immediately filled the small courtyard. It was now November, and even though this was a southern city, it got dark quite early, around 5 in the evening. Bai Zhongguo drove Chen Zhijin and the others back home. Although Bai Zhongguo was quite old, he still had no problem driving. Fang Yuan, Bai Zhongguo. The first thing they did upon entering was fix their eyes on Fang Yuan. Compared to the joy Chen Zhijin and his wife felt at seeing Fang Yuan, the Bai couple was equally happy, though they also felt a deep sense of relief. During the time Fang Yuan was away, Bai Zhongguo never mentioned this matter to the villagers. No matter who asked, he would say Fang Yuan was busy. He really liked this grandson-in-law. If his granddaughter couldn't bring him back, he was afraid he wouldn't rest easy even in his coffin. Grandpa, Grandma, you're back. Fang Yuan greeted them while stir-frying, using 2 titles to address all 4 of them at once. Fang Yuan, Ningbing said you're going to Beijing tomorrow, Bai Zhongguo said as he walked over. Chen Zhijin had just finished his therapy, although his legs were much better than before. He still leaned on a cane. Bai Chenggong quickly came to meet them. Yes, I have an appointment in Beijing to discuss terms and then sign a contract, Fang Yuan explained as he worked. Oh, what kind of contract is it? Bai Zhongguo walked over, took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and stuffed one into Fang Yuan's mouth. Fang Yuan was truly flattered and hurriedly tried to stop what he was doing, but Bai Zhongguo told him not to worry and even lit it for him. It's just that a record company wants to sign me. The terms they offered are quite good. I wanted to find something to do, so I leaned in this direction, Fang Yuan said. Then why not sign with Ningbing's company? Isn't Ningbing's company also in the entertainment industry? Bai Zhongguo asked doubtfully. If Fang Yuan could sign with Bai Ningbing's company, then Fang Yuan wouldn't be able to get away, and the two would have many opportunities for daily contact. Grandpa, it's different. Ningbing does film and television entertainment, which is a different sector from music. The entertainment industry people usually refer to as Ningbing's side, Fang Yuan replied. In the past, music was music and the film industry was the film industry, but with the explosion of variety shows, the two have merged into one circle. Regardless of whether it's musicians or actors, they all rely on this to make money. Can't she handle it? Bai Zhongguo asked, still unwilling to give up. It's not that she can't. Rather, the resources. The companies I'm negotiating with are either top domestic or top international record labels. The resources and channels they control are naturally different, Fang Yuan said with a smile. He understood what Bai Zhongguo meant, but it wouldn't work. Even Shang Ruolin had only been a minor influencer for all these years without. He revealed his musical talent only because he had been waiting for him to cheer up, and now that he has finally stepped out, he wants to make Shang Ruolin famous throughout the country with his strength. Achieving this isn't difficult. Alright then, let's have a few drinks tonight, Bai Zhongguo could only ask. Sure, Fang Yuan nodded. As a large table of hearty food was served, the atmosphere in the courtyard returned to its former harmony, especially today. Since it was also Bai Ningbing's birthday, the courtyard became even more lively. Happy birthday, Ningbing, Fang Yuan smiled at her. Thank you, Bai Ningbing's pretty face was lit by the firelight in the darkness, and the smile at the corners of her mouth bloomed like a flower. She clasped her fingers, slowly closed her beautiful eyes, and silently made a wish, and her wish only involved Fang Yuan. Meanwhile, at the Jiang house, chapter 55, stay at my place tonight. Shang Ruolin was helping her mother, Jiang Xiaoxiao, cook. It was during the meal. Shang Ruolin had been away for so long. Eat more, you're going to the capital tomorrow. Why did you rush back so hurriedly today? Jiang Xiaoxiao asked while putting food on Shang Ruolin's plate in the bright dining room. The light shone overhead, reflecting on a photo of a family of 4 on the sideboard. Brother-in-law had something to do and came back for a trip, so I followed him back. Mom, we are going north to the capital this time, and I don't know how many months it will be. Is the money in your card enough? I'll transfer some more to you, Shang Ruolin asked. It's fine, it's fine. A mother alone doesn't need much. It's definitely enough. Besides, the money you gave me hasn't been spent yet. Jiang Xiaoxiao appeared normal as usual, but something unspeakable was hidden in her eyes. Mom, what's wrong? Why this expression? Shang Ruolin looked at her with confusion. Jiang Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head and said, it's nothing. Mom just misses your sister. Shang Ruolin put down her chopsticks, hugged her mother, and said softly, Mom, I'm still here. I will take good care of you in place of my sister. Jiang Xiaoxiao also reached out to hug her and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Although Jiang Xiaoxiao had reunited with Gao Yuelan and the others and found her biological parents, she couldn't tell her daughter for now. Once her daughter knew, then Fang Yuan would surely know, and no one knew what the situation would be then. Based on her understanding of Fang Yuan, he would likely let go of everyone, including Shang Ruolin, just so he wouldn't make things difficult for them. After all, once Shang Ruolin also acknowledged her roots, it wouldn't be appropriate for Fang Yuan to contact anyone. On one side was the Bai family, and on the other was the grandparents' house. Even without Gao Yuelan's request not to say anything yet, she definitely wouldn't tell her daughter, because in the end, it would only make things hard for Fang Yuan. Mom, I want to sleep with you tonight. Shang Ruolin hugged her mother. You such a big girl, why are you still like a child? Jiang Xiaoxiao found it funny. Shang Ruolin stuck out her tongue and said, no matter how old I grow, I'll always be a child in your eyes. Jiang Xiaoxiao chuckled and gently hugged her, continuing to eat. However, Jiang Xiaoxiao's gaze turned to the photo on the sideboard. Looking at the family's smiles in the photo, especially Jiang Maioi's bright smile as a young girl, it caught her eye and she couldn't let it go. Fang Yuan, where are you staying tonight? You've been drinking, don't drive. Zai Limai walked over and hurriedly advised as she saw Fang Yuan stand up. Don't worry, Mom, I know. I've already called a designated driver. Fang Yuan nodded with a smile. That's good, then where are you staying? Zai Limai asked again. Fang Yuan said, I'll go to a hotel in a bit. He wanted to say that even in town there were hotels. He could just call a driver and make do for a night in town. It was nothing but his. He was interrupted mid-sentence by Bai Ningbing, who dragged him away without a word. Zai Limai and Chen Zhijian were already staying at the old house, and there was no more room. Even if the aunts returned, they would have to stay in Lucheng. Ningbing, you. What are you doing? Fang Yuan was a bit confused. Stay at my house tonight. Since you're back, if you go stay at some hotel, people will laugh at us. Besides, I didn't drive my car here, so you drive me back. I'll also have my dad put the cigarettes in your car, Bai Ningbing said. Fang Yuan looked toward the parking lot with even more confusion. He pointed in a direction and said, but isn't your car right over there? Bai Ningbing said confidently, it won't start. Fang Yuan's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Shang Ruolin. Brother-in-law, are you done over there? Fang Yuan, with a cigarette in his mouth, said goodbye to everyone in the courtyard as he walked to the car. I'm done here, heading to a hotel now, he said. Shang Ruolin quickly replied, brother-in-law, why don't you come stay at our house? We have spare rooms anyway. It'll be convenient to set off together tomorrow morning. Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing, who was just half a step away, feeling a bit helpless and amused. But he still refused Shang Ruolin. No, I've had quite a bit to drink. It's not convenient to have the driver go dozens of kilometers. I'll just find a hotel in town for the night. Bai Ningbing was really acting unusual today, and Fang Yuan wanted to talk to her alone anyway, regardless of whether she and Jai Busheng had a future together. Fang Yuan needed to make things clear with her to decide how they should interact from now on. If not for his mother and grandparents being brought to Lucheng, he might have never returned after leaving that day. Their relationship was just a contract after all. They had spent 3 years together, so one more night to clear things up wouldn't hurt. Alright then, Shang Ruolin didn't say much more after hearing Fang Yuan's words. It was indeed inconvenient for Fang Yuan to come from the countryside, especially since he had been drinking. However, Bai Ningbing was very restrained tonight, trying her best not to get drunk. Ningbing, the driver is here, let's get in the car, Fang Yuan called out to her. Wait for me, Bai Ningbing said, snatching the car keys from Bai Chenggong's hand. Then under Bai Chenggong's stunned gaze, she looted his car like a bandit. She moved all the cartons of fine cigarettes from his car into Fang Yuan's car. Bai Chenggong couldn't help but cough twice, exchanging a look of helpless laughter with Fang Yuan. This move also left the designated driver dumbfounded. A beautiful woman was looting expensive cigarettes from a luxury car and stuffing them into a beat-up Isuzu. Bai Ningbing slammed the trunk shut and then threw the keys to Bai Chenggong, saying, Dad, didn't you want to quit smoking? I just helped you clear your stash. cash, no need to thank me. Bai Chenggong's heart instantly felt a chill, feeling like his daughter was truly working against him. When on earth did he ever say he was quitting? Dad, we're leaving, Fang Yuan said, shaking his head with a laugh. He greeted him and asked, drive slowly when you head to Beijing tomorrow. Can this car be dropped off in Lucheng with a one-way rental? If so, then just leave the car here. If not, find a flatbed to haul it back. Chapter 56. All right, young lady, Bai Chenggong looked at Fang Yuan with concern and handed him a cigarette. That was my intention too, so I bought tickets from Lucheng Airport. Fang Yuan nodded. He had planned this from the start when he rented the car. He intended to visit his mother and grandparents, then return the car to the rental agency. Many large rental platforms have stores nationwide and naturally support one-way rentals. As for driving 1 or 2,000 kilometers back, returning the car and then flying to the capital is truly a hassle, but fortunately the platform he chose has a branch in Lucheng. That's good. What time is the flight? Ticket? Bai Chenggong asked. Around 11, but I have to be at the airport by 9, Fang Yuan said. Flying doesn't actually save much more time than the bullet train. With the bullet train, you just board and go, but for a plane, you have to wait for boarding and terminal scheduling, and there could even be delays. Tomorrow morning. I have nothing to do anyway, so how about your mother and I see you off? Bai Chenggong asked, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he almost slapped himself. Because he had misspoken. Don't underestimate just adding the word we. The meaning was completely different because it represented that he knew Shang Ruoling. Be going with Fang Yuan. Moreover, as Bai Ningbing's father, why would he go to see off Shang Ruoling? This was illogical from the surface. His attitude toward Shang Ruoling should be one of rejection and resistance, the vigilance of a father toward his daughter's love rival. It's fine, Dad, I can go by myself. Anyway, it's not far from Ningbing's villa to Gayaki, Fang Yuan said with a smile and a wave of his hand. Regarding Bai Chenggong's words, he didn't think much of it. After all, knowing nothing, he couldn't guess anything anyway. Mom, I'm leaving. I'll call you when I reach the capital tomorrow, Fang Yuan said toward Zai Limai. All right, Zai Limai nodded, and she and the others watched Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing get into the car. Zhang Yaojia was also in the crowd, watching the car drive away. But not long after the car disappeared, she received a message from Bai Ningbing. Yaojia, I'm going to the capital tomorrow. Are you coming? Zhang Yaojia was truly speechless. My young lady, the capital is so big. Do you know where they are going? How will you find them? Bai Ningbing replied almost instantly, just say whether you're going or not. As my best friend, you wouldn't let me go to the capital alone, would you? Anyway, you're usually free. Zhang Yaojia was truly defeated by her and replied, fine, fine, fine. I'll tell my dad when I get home. If I don't say a word to the old man, he will definitely kill me. Bai Ningbing, okay, message me later. I'll buy the plane tickets. Zhang Yaojia, all right, young lady. Rental company's 10-year-old Volkswagen slowly drove into the high-end residential area, looking out of place as it moved between the luxury villas. Those who lived here were all wealthy and powerful, and the cars parked by the road were all million-dollar luxury vehicles. The designated driver had driven across the sea-crossing bridge to get here, spanning several kilometers, and occasionally glanced at the two in the back seat. Although both were in the back, they were separated by half a seat. To say they were intimate, they didn't seem that close, but to say they weren't. Bai Ningbing kept taking the initiative to chat with Fang Yuan about her trip to his village, sharing funny stories. He wondered if such a beautiful, rich girl had found a soft rice man to support in the driver's heart. Even if he was curious, he didn't dare ask a single word. After all, this was someone else's life, but for him it was just work. Screech asterisk. The car stopped in the parking space in front of a luxury villa. In addition to the fee paid on the phone, Bai Ningbing gave an extra 200 yuan tip and then led Fang Yuan into the villa. The villa's luxury was something the driver didn't even dare to imagine. A single landscape tree in the yard might be worth several years or even decades of his salary. Clack. Bai Ningbing opened the door. Fang Yuan was carrying a small travel bag containing a change of clothes. The lock on the main door had long since been replaced. After all, that night, in order to lock him inside, she had inserted the key and used her high heels to break it off in the lock. Ningbing, how long has it been since you lived here? Fang Yuan asked as he entered the door, exquisite like a work of art. As she lowered her head, she could only see her own toes, and those toes even wiggled playfully. Fang Yuan, actually, even until now I still feel like I'm dreaming. I really never expected that one day I would be able to stand up again and my legs would regain sensation. Bai Ningbing, isn't this a good thing? It proves that the massages I've given you over these 3 years are effective, Fang Yuan said jokingly as he changed his shoes beside her. Her slippers were still left in the shoe cabinet, and she naturally put them on. However, in the living room, he saw that the quilt he originally slept with was lying on the sofa. Ningbing, why is my quilt here? Fang Yuan couldn't help but wonder. Bai Ningbing was stunned momentarily like a cat caught in the act. She instinctively wanted to rush over, but after taking 2 steps, she realized she was making herself look guilty. Once she thought it through, she was no longer in a hurry. She simply said generously, the quilt, I brought it out. I was watching TV in the living room and was too lazy to go upstairs for a quilt, so I just borrowed yours for a bit. Fang Yuan said with a bit of a headache, you let it collect dust here for over a month, so what will I use tonight? Bai Ningbing turned her head, her beautiful eyes instantly locked onto Fang Yuan's eyes, staring at him intently. How about going to my room? Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment, thinking she was joking. Oh, what's wrong? The upstairs windows haven't been closed for over a month. Do you want me to help you tidy up? Bai Ningbing was speechless in her heart, but she could only nod along with his words. words. Fang Yuan helplessly massaged his forehead, agreed, and followed her upstairs to his room. Indeed, Bai Ningbing's windows had not been closed and the quilt was stained with a lot of dust. It had to be washed. But as Fang Yuan was tidying up, she pushed him from behind. Ningbing, what are you doing? Fang Yuan rolled over, but at that moment Bai Ningbing actually crawled toward him. Chapter 57, I love you, so what? Fang Yuan was instantly stunned by Bai Ningbing's actions, completely unexpected and without any reaction. Bai Ningbing sat directly on his lap, her long legs spread apart in a heart-pounding duck-sit posture. Fang Yuan, you're blushing, Bai Ningbing said jokingly while staring at him. Fang Yuan couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed and said, with a great beauty like you sitting on my lap, how can I not blush? Besides, it's not blushing, it's just a sudden rush of blood to the brain. It's a normal phenomenon. Bai Ningbing laughed uncontrollably and said, stop making excuses, you're definitely blushing. Fang Yuan broke down and said, Ningbing, get off me quickly. I'm a normal man, be careful or I might ravish you later. Bai Ningbing stared straight at him and smiled. Ravish me, do you dare? Fang Yuan was really choked up by her words. If he said he dared, he didn't actually have the intent, but if he said he didn't, where would his dignity as a man go? Fang Yuan, do you know? This is the first time in 3 years I've seen you blush. Hey, don't move, let me take a photo of you. Bai Ningbing pulled her phone from her pocket. Fang Yuan quickly tried to struggle, but Bai Ningbing sat firmly on his stomach and pinned his chest with one hand, using the other to take photos of him on the spot. Fang Yuan's mind was full of question marks. What was Bai Ningbing doing? Did she know what she was doing? Though she smelled of alcohol, she didn't seem to have drunk much. She couldn't be drunk, right? Click, click. Bai Ningbing took one photo but wasn't satisfied, pressing the shutter repeatedly to take dozens more to sort through later. If Fang Yuan could keep so many videos and photos in private albums and cloud drives, then she could have even more than him. She wanted to photograph him until even the largest hard drive couldn't hold it. She didn't know how many photos it would take, but she had plenty of time. Bai Ningbing, you. Is it done now? Can you get off me? Fang Yuan asked speechlessly. Bai Ningbing wasn't very heavy. Most of her weight was still through a pair of long legs pressed onto the bed, but after a long time it would be somewhat uncomfortable. Beg me. As long as you beg me, I'll get off, Bai Ningbing giggled. She had tried very hard tonight to restrain herself from getting drunk, yet she drank quite a bit just for this moment because as long as in Fang Yuan's eyes she was drunk, then whatever she did tonight would be fine. Many things she usually couldn't do, she could do now. My eldest miss, you're drunk, Fang Yuan slapped his forehead. I'm not drunk, Bai Ningbing said. Fang Yuan couldn't bear to watch and said, only drunk people say they aren't drunk. Bai Ningbing felt it was about enough. So she rolled over and fell beside Fang Yuan. Lying together with Fang Yuan on a large bed, her heart was satisfied. Rice must be eaten bite by bite. The road must be walked step by step. Being able to do this tonight was already good. Next was the next step. Fang Yuan, let's get a divorce. Fang Yuan sat up, looking at the flush on her pretty face and said, what, you haven't signed the agreement I left before? Bai Ningbing shook her head and said, no, the agreement was thrown somewhere, I don't know where. Why don't you handwrite one for me? Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and said, do you know how many words are in an agreement you want me to handwrite? I might have to write for several hours. Isn't there a computer at home? I can just print one. But Bai Ningbing shook her head and said, I just want you to handwrite it. No need to make it complicated or formal. Just say we're divorced. Fang Yuan said, isn't that just like children playing house? Bai Ningbing snorted, I just love it, you manage me. The question marks above Fang Yuan's head were almost growing grass. These few words from Bai Ningbing were said in a sequence. Especially the middle part, no matter where the pause was, the meaning was different. However, Fang Yuan didn't dwell on it since she wanted to then. He would do as she wished, but watching Fang Yuan get up to find paper and a pen, the corner of Bai Ningbing's mouth curled into a smirk. The reason she brought this up was very simple. Didn't Fang Yuan want to let go of her matters? Then she would give him a chance. No matter how scribbled the agreement was, Fang Yuan would think. This matter was agreed upon by both parties, so there would be no problem. But there was one problem. The marriage certificate was locked in a safe by her. She thought, what use is a divorce? Only when she chased Fang Yuan back would the marriage certificate be released from the safe. By her, without a marriage certificate, how could they divorce? If he sued, she wouldn't agree, and with Fang Yuan's personality, he wasn't the type who would sue just for a divorce. At most, he would occasionally mention it to her and tell her to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, but she had 10,000 excuses to say she was busy. Then what could Fang Yuan do to her? Besides, as long as Fang Yuan believed in his heart they were divorced, she would have another 10,000 reasons to appear. By Fang Yuan's side, who says you can't be friends after divorce? What others thought was their business. As long as she wanted to do it, she definitely would do it. Ningbing, are you sure it's okay for it to be this messy? Fang Yuan brought the note and showed it to her. The content was written according to her wishes. Throughout the note, there really weren't many words. It's fine just like this. It was written according to her wishes. There really weren't many words. It's fine just like this. Bai Ningbing nodded. Then sign it. Fang Yuan handed her the pen. Whoosh asterisk. Bai Ningbing was about to stand up, then plunged back onto the bed and fell asleep. Seeing this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but hold his forehead, face full of speechlessness. He felt as if he had been teased by Bai Ningbing all night. Bai Ningbing really was asleep. Fang Yuan felt even more helpless and could only carry her from the bed to the sofa in the room while waiting to change the bedsheets. After replacing everything, he carried her back to the sofa, covered her with a blanket, and adjusted the air conditioner temperature. Click, the room lights were turned off. The room fell into darkness, but a smile curled on Bai Ningbing's Ningbing's lips as she squeezed her fist under the covers and snorted, "Fang Yuan, do you still think you can run?" On the fourth morning, Fang Yuan, who had made do on the living room sofa for the night, originally wanted to see if Bai Ningbing was awake and talk about the next steps. But after knocking and seeing no movement, Fang Yuan picked up his bag and left. It didn't matter if they couldn't talk today anyway. He could call her later, but he didn't realize that as he left, Bai Ningbing was peeking at him from behind the upstairs curtains. Chapter 58. Do you know that we look like thieves? Fang Yuan took one last look at Bai Ningbing's room upstairs before leaving and then drove away. Bai Ningbing was startled. Despite peeking through the curtains with only one eye, Fang Yuan's glance made her quickly hide herself. It was impossible to see anything from below, but Bai Ningbing's heart was thumping wildly. Ignoring the rest, she rushed into the bathroom. While freshening up, she bombarded Zhang Yaojia with calls to wake her up. "Yaojia, stop sleeping and get up. Fang Yuan has left. He is taking the 11 a.m. flight and we're taking the same one." Zhang Yaojiao's mumbles and resentful voice came through. "Ningbing, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of getting caught?" Bai Ningbing, who was applying her makeup, said, "It's fine, there won't be any problem if we fly first class." Zhang Yaojiao collapsed. "What you said makes sense. With Fang Yuan's character, he'd take economy at most and wouldn't likely waste this money." Bai Ningbing said, "Exactly, and first class uses the VIP passage." "Ningbing, do you know we look like thieves?" Bai Ningbing replied, "We are already acting like thieves. Hurry up, I'm almost finished on my end. I'll drive over to pick you up right away." Before Zhang Yaojiao could say more, Bai Ningbing hung up. Zhang Yaojiao could only roll out of bed. Since she was her best friend, what could she do? A best friend chasing her husband, and she was dragged along for the ride. What a mess. Fang Yuan first picked up Shang Ruolin. After greeting Jiang Xiaoxiao, he took Shang Ruolin away. They went to return the car first since there was a rental return point near the airport. After the paperwork, the deposit was refunded on the spot, but the violation deposit would take 7 days via the app. Then the two entered the airport. While they waited in the departure hall, two tightly wrapped figures with luggage entered the VIP passage shortly after. Flight attendants welcomed them since they were first-class guests. The flight from Lucheng to Beijing was a 3-hour journey, taking off at 11 a.m. and arriving at Beijing Daxing Airport at 2 p.m. "Director, please stop pacing in front of me. My eyes are getting dizzy." At the airport entrance, a young assistant in a black suit skirt watched Qin Qiuya pace back and forth while holding her bag. As the music director and daughter of a major shareholder, Qin Qiuya had been trying to recruit Fang Yuan to Huyu Media, but previously, he either ignored her or said he was considering. Now that he finally agreed to visit Beijing, but before the plane landed, Qin Qiuya was already anxious, having arrived at the airport an hour early to wait at the arrival gate. "I'm not pacing," Qin Qiuya told her. "You haven't? Why don't you open your WeChat step counter and see how many steps you've actually taken in the past hour," the assistant said. She teased. Qin Qiuya couldn't help but clear her throat. How much profit and value Fang Yuan could create was secondary. The key was Fang Yuan's talent, which she valued greatly. During this time, she had listened to Fang Yuan's October period countless times, yet every time she heard it, she was deeply moved. There were many good songs in the Dragon Country music scene, but those of this level were rare. Xiao Yun aren't Fang Yuan and Shang Ruoling's playing. "Landing right about now?" Qin Qiuya asked again after waiting a while. The young assistant looked at her phone and nodded. "Yes, it should be around this time." Just as the assistant finished speaking, a plane flew in from the distance and was slowly descending towards the runway. "Director Qin, it should be this one." Qin Qiuya wondered if it really was this one, as she didn't know how many planes came and went through Daxing Airport every day. "I don't know either, Director Qin. Why don't you consider giving me clairvoyance? Maybe then I could see the flight number," the assistant joked. After waiting for a long time, Qin Qiuya finally saw two people walking out dragging their luggage. They were a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome, with slightly naturally curly hair. The woman was very beautiful, wearing light blue jeans, a t-shirt, and a vest. In early November, the capital already had a chill. Without enough clothes, one couldn't withstand the capital's temperature, which was only around 10 degrees during the day. Fang Yuan, Shang Ruoling. Qin Qiuya quickly walked towards them. "Director Qin?" Fang Yuan asked. "It's me." Qin Qiuya nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. The assistant joked, "Great singer Fang, you have no idea how anxiously Director Qin was waiting for you." She almost rushed into the airport. Qin Qiuya gave her an annoyed look and felt slightly embarrassed, but she made a welcoming gesture. "Please follow me. Our company driver is already waiting in the parking lot. We still have time. We'll go to the company later to discuss terms. If there's no problem, we'll sign. However, the terms are as discussed currently. We can only offer you an A-level first-line contract. If you can produce 2 more songs of the same quality as October period, the contract can be upgraded to S-level. Our contracts can be signed at any time because they can be upgraded whenever." Fang Yuan nodded but said, "Director Qin, can the matter of signing be put aside for a moment?" Qin Qiuya's heart skipped a beat and she asked nervously, "Why have other companies offered you better terms?" Fang Yuan smiled and said, "It's not like that. Since I agreed to come to the capital, I'll talk with you first. If we can't reach an agreement, I'll look elsewhere. Yuling and I have a new song that needs recording. Our composition is finished, and if there are no issues, it should be recorded soon. So I was thinking maybe Director Qin could take a look first and then decide. After all, the terms you offered are quite good, but we currently only have one song." Hearing this, Qin Qiuya finally felt relieved. She knew Fang Yuan's words meant he was worried that giving such a top-tier contract would cause the company to lose money, but she didn't think so. There was basically no possibility of losing money on someone she favored. Chapter 59, a minor matter, it's nothing. Driver, follow that car in front. Bai Ningbing called a taxi and followed behind Fang Yuan and the other's business van. As long as she could confirm which company Fang Yuan was going to, things would be much easier later. The driver was rather puzzled, mainly because Bai Ningbing and Zhang Yaojiao's attire was quite strange. Not only were they wrapped up so tightly, but their behavior was also odd. If one were to say these two were here to catch a cheater, it would. It shouldn't be that way. After all, who would fly from the airport terminal just to catch a cheater and even chase someone else's car? Ningbing, you keep an eye out. For a bit, I'm really too sleepy, so I'll sleep for a while. Zhang Yaojiao couldn't take it anymore. Although she had slept a bit on the plane, she hadn't slept for long at all, and the more she slept, the sleepier she got. She hadn't gone to bed early last night, hadn't fully woken up this morning, and was dragged out by Bai Ningbing all the way to Beijing. Bai Ningbing nodded blankly. Compared to Zhang Yaojiao's exhaustion, she wasn't sleepy at all, as long as she could confirm which company Fang Yuan was joining. Once she confirmed that Fang Yuan had signed with the other company, everything else would be easy to handle, and wanting to confirm if Fang Yuan had signed with this company was also quite easy to investigate. First, there would definitely be news leaked from within the company. Second, the company might have promotions, and if all else failed, Bai Ningbing could stake out the company entrance for a few days to see if Fang Yuan appeared there again. However, that was the dumbest way. It was mostly unnecessary. Although Bai Ningbing's company was elsewhere, they had some partners in Beijing. She could just ask them to investigate. The two women took off their masks one after another, one leaning back against the seat asleep and the other staring intently ahead. The driver was stunned, especially by Bai Ningbing's face. Even a glance at the back row through the rearview mirror would make someone feel incredibly dazzled. Fang Yuan and the others were in a business van that traveled through Beijing for over 40 minutes before stopping in front of the Huyu Media building, where people were waiting to greet them. Beautiful ladies, we've arrived at the destination, the driver called out to the two women. We're here already. Zhang Yaojiao woke up slowly, clearly not having slept soundly. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, sat up straight, and couldn't help but yawn. Bai Ningbing paid the fare but did not let the driver leave. Instead, she gave a 500 yuan tip and asked the driver to wait nearby for them. Bai Ningbing didn't know how long they would have to wait, and their luggage was still in the car, making it inconvenient to drag around. With a 500 yuan tip, the driver was willing to stay and wait. After all, he wouldn't make 500 yuan in a few hours anyway. Taking the money while also getting some rest, why not? Fang Yuan, this is our company's recording studio, although it's not the top one in all of Beijing. Many of the company's artists use it. Qin Qiuya led the two to the upstairs recording studio while introducing it. The company had spent several million on it. While it wasn't the best, it was certainly more than enough. As long as the requirements weren't extreme, it would be sufficient. Thanks, President Qin. Fang Yuan nodded. It's a minor matter, it's nothing. I just hope that after you finish recording, you'll still choose our company as your first priority, Qin. Qiuya smiled at him. Chapter 60, Fang Yuan uses offbeat naturally. Fang Yuan also smiled at her. Qin Qiuya turned to arrange the recording studio matters. Fang Yuan had already sent the pre-prepared accompaniment to Qin Qiuya. When everything was ready, Qin Qiuya made an okay gesture toward Fang Yuan and the other person. The recording studio wasn't large, surrounded by soundproof cot and quiet without any other noise. Behind a huge piece of glass, a sound engineer wearing headphones had already adjusted the equipment and was ready to start recording at any time. Recording is divided into dry and wet types. Dry recording is the raw sound straight from the microphone without processing. The song October period that Fang Yuan and Shang Rulin recorded last time was of this category. It can highlight the characteristics of a singer's voice but also exposes flaws. Putting this kind of vocal track on Douyin as a video song is not a big problem, but if it's for an album, it's absolutely not acceptable. Translation missing. 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 Qin Qiuya had only heard it once, and this was it. While this rhythmic usage basically only appears in classical music because classical music is narrative-based with extremely long durations and no repetitions occur during the process, telling a story to the audience through melody. When Fang Yuan was composing, he actually blended classical techniques into this song and presented it to the audience in the most straightforward and simple way. To speak of the difference between them, it's mainly the difference between classical Chinese and vernacular Chinese. Fang Yuan used the poetic mood of classical Chinese, but presented it in a vernacular way. This is extremely rare and also extremely difficult. There are 3 different stories in one song, yet they are connected to each other and also progress toward the climax at the end. Although the whole song doesn't sound depressing on the surface, it is heart-wrenching everywhere, especially especially as it approaches the end. Even knowing it's in reverse chronological order, Chin Kyuya found it heart-tearingly painful to hear. Clearly everyone goes through birth, aging, sickness, and death. Clearly, no matter how long a love stays together, there will eventually be a time to part, but when it actually comes, it's just so unacceptable. This song gives that exact feeling. Gradually, without realizing it, Chin Kyuya's eyes were already filled with tears. After the song ended, the three of them couldn't snap out of it for a long time. Even though the sound engineer is a professional, during the process, he had already completely forgotten his work, fully immersed in the singing. President Chin, how is the effect? Fang Yuan walked out of the recording booth with Shang Ryulin and went to a small room next to the recording booth to ask her. Chin Kyuya finally came back to her senses, but glistening teardrops still hung on her face, it seems. The effect was quite good. Looking at her current state, Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile and make a joke. Chapter 62, Holy shit are mine. Tears not tears. Having experienced the wasted years of his previous life and the music industry's audience, Fang Yuan knew exactly what their mood was at a glance. Whether a song can truly move the audience, their expressions are the best and most direct display. Fang Yuan, why are your songs all in this depressing tone? Chin Kyuya was truly breaking down. President Chin, didn't you say you wanted me to create a song of the same quality as October 17? I brought it out, so why are you still so disgusted with me? Fang Yuan said with a chuckle. As a singer, there are many styles of melodies one can try, but truly famous singers only have one or two styles. The reason is simple. In this era of information explosion, there are a dazzling array of songs. If you want the audience to remember you, you must establish a clear and special style for yourself so that people know it's your song as soon as they hear it. If you try too many styles, it becomes too much and too messy, even if every song is an absolute hit. It's useless, precisely because the styles and melodies are different from what the audience recognizes. It's hard for them to be sure the song is yours. This is just like being a person. Everyone should have their own personality, but if someone has 1,000 faces, it will instead make it hard for people to accept. From the beginning, I felt that your song would definitely be different from October 17 and would be a more normal love song. Even if there were some sadness, it wouldn't matter, since there are many sad love songs on the market and you could surely sing them differently. But in the end, you did it again. Although this song isn't as heart-tearing as October 17, it's not much better. Sadness within a smile is the most lethal, and you clearly know that. Chin Kyuya couldn't help but wipe the corners of her eyes and complained. She knew that even if this song hadn't been polished by the sound engineer, as long as it was posted on Douyin, it will definitely be a hit. The entire Dragon Country hasn't produced such high-quality songs in a long time, and they weren't just made by the same person. The time interval was also so short. The reason she said Fang Yuan knew the most lethal way was precisely because he had instilled this style through the song into it. Through 3 stories in one song, they finally intertwined and converged into a complete love story, ultimately making people sink into it and suffocating them inside. To describe it in one sentence, it's like luring people in just to kill them. Haha, but regarding the take just now, both Miao Ling and I felt there were some issues. How about we do it again? Fang Yuan asked with a smile. If you want to redo it, then go ahead, but I really don't dare to listen anymore. I haven't even been in a relationship yet. I can't stand this kind of devastation, Chin Kyuya said crossly. She then told her little assistant to stay and cooperate if there were any needs from Fang Yuan and Shang Ryuling before turning to leave. However, the assistant was full of questions. You, President Chin, can't stand it. Do you think I can? Holy crap are mine. Tears not tears. The sound engineer also hurriedly recovered his composure and gave a gesture to the 2 people re-entering the recording booth, signaling they could start any time. But this time, to prevent himself from falling into the trap again, the sound engineer had to pinch himself from time to time. Chapter 63, Do you have a place to stay in the capital? Fang Yuan and Shang Ryuling's recording process went smoothly, taking only 2 takes to complete. However, the post-production tuning would still take some time. Chin Xiongsu watched in the office as the 2 of them signed the contract, and her anxious heart finally settled. The corners of her mouth also couldn't help but curve up. But to say they reached the standards of an A-level contract, that was still far from enough. After all, an A-level contract is for first-tier singers requiring either enough fame or huge potential and great strength. Fang Yuan could reach this level, but Shang Ryuling still had a gap, even though the contract Fang Yuan signed was only an A-level contract, according to the terms. As long as Fang Yuan could produce another song of quality similar to October 17, then this contract could be upgraded at any time. Originally, the condition was 2 songs, but Fang Yuan had already presented one. Fang Yuan, do you have a place to stay in the capital? If not, the company can arrange it for you. The company has apartments with a good environment and total quiet, which would be convenient for your creation, Chin Kyuya asked. For creators, a quiet and suitable environment is actually very important, since if there is a constant sound of traffic, it will inevitably affect the creator's mood and, more importantly, their inspiration. This is no joke. Many good songs are actually a matter of a sudden flash of inspiration. If missed, it's not easy to recall it. Then please trouble President Qin to arrange it for us, Fang Yuan said with a smile. No problem. Additionally, you should set aside some time over the next few days to cooperate with the company's promotion to primarily boost your popularity. Qin Qiuya nodded. Given Fang Yuan's contract, arranging a nice apartment for him was naturally not an issue. Even though land is extremely expensive in the capital, it wasn't a problem for the company's finances, especially since Fang Yuan's contract was at the 5 million level. For any other newcomer, reaching a million level contract wouldn't be easy, and it would also require them to debut on a talent show, gain enough fame, and accumulate a sufficient fan base. At the same time, the contract the company gave Fang Yuan wasn't just giving money for doing nothing. It stipulated that Fang Yuan must create at least 5 songs within a year to match, collaborating with the company to promote the record. If he couldn't reach this number, he would need to create at least 2 songs close to the standard of October 17th to be included in the album. The rest would follow the company's arrangements. The company would arrange the tracks for him, which was actually a normal occurrence. In fact, in terms of conditions, they quite biased towards Fang Yuan. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible to have such conditions. For an A-level contract to reach 5 million was already quite exaggerated. Even superstars only get 10 million, not to mention Fang Yuan's contract isn't completely fixed. The company primarily uses a guaranteed base contract. Chapter 64. After being frozen for so long, the person finally appeared. The amount of salary provided is secondary. The more crucial part is the subsequent profit sharing. For other newcomers, the company needs to invest a lot of energy and resources to help them grow and make money for the company. Thus, their contracts are usually for many years, initially losing money on them before eventually realizing a profit. But with Fang Yuan, Qin Qiuya felt it wasn't necessary at all. Given Fang Yuan's mature control, there wasn't much the company could provide for him. Even for promotion and marketing, they wouldn't need to spend much money. After all, Fang Yuan's release of October 17th on Douyin was the most classic example. Fang Yuan, wait, let's have a meal together. It's about dinner time now. Qin Qiuya took the initiative to invite him. Since President Qin has invited us, we definitely have to accept, Fang Yuan said with a laugh. When Shang Riulin was with Fang Yuan, most things were arranged by Fang Yuan. Whatever Fang Yuan said, he would do, being very obedient. The reason for this was that they had lived together for so many years, so he naturally knew that Fang Yuan's decisions were rarely wrong. Do you have any dietary restrictions or something you want to eat? If not, then we'll go to a restaurant the company pre-booked. I'll take you to taste some local Beijing specialties, Qin Qiuya said with a smile. Except for Duzhai, Fang Yuan suddenly remembered. He hurriedly added this. Although his previous life and this life were not in the same space-time, whether it was the era or the cultural customs, they were actually very similar. In his previous life, he lived in the capital for over 10 years but still couldn't adapt to Duzhai. And in this life, Duzhai was still his nightmare. Don't worry. As outsiders, we definitely won't make you eat that. Otherwise, if you don't eat well, I don't know how you'll criticize me in your hearts. Qin Qiuya also laughed. She had a straightforward personality. Said whatever was on her mind. While talking, she led Fang Yuan and Shang Riulin to the car, the same business van that picked them up in the afternoon. Their luggage still in the car. Ningbing, what on earth has Fang Yuan been doing up there for so long? Why hasn't he come down yet? As night fell, Zhang Yaojiao and Bai Ningbing sat by the roadside, shivering while tightly wrapped in their overcoats. As people from the south, the coldest winter temperature they had experienced was only a few degrees above zero. But even that temperature could make Zhang Yaojiao shiver, let alone the nighttime temperature in Beijing. In November, the lowest nighttime temperature in Beijing can drop below zero. I don't know, Bai Ningbing replied, also huddled in an overcoat squatting in the distance looking toward the entrance of Huyu Media. This spot was one she had specifically chosen, offering a clear view of the entrance, though one might not be able to see them from the gate. The driver had been squatting nearby with them for hours. Bai Ningbing had given him an extra 200. Earning money is not easy. Although 500 was enough, Bai Ningbing wouldn't quibble over these 200. Ningbing, they're here, they're coming. Zhang Yaojiao saw several figures walking out of the company and instantly became excited. Thank God, after freezing for so long, they finally appeared. Chapter 65. Could you be mistaken? Watching Fang Yuan and the others get into the car, Zhang Yaojiao hurriedly urged Bai Ningbing to call the driver over. Shivering here, Zhang Yaojiao was really about to break down. She didn't regret coming with Bai Ningbing, but she really wanted to complain. Screech. A taxi quickly appeared in front of the two women, picked them up, and quickly chased in the direction of the business car. Although a certain distance had opened up between the two parties, the driver, having followed them for so long during the day, had already remembered some features of the other car, so searching for it on the road was naturally relatively easier. Moreover, with only a half-minute difference, that business car was still on the road leaving the park. You two beauties, what exactly are you doing? The driver finally couldn't help but ask them. In the afternoon, he had really wanted to ask but had been holding back. Now chasing that business car again only made him feel puzzled. He knew Huju Media. It was a large record company in Beijing, very famous domestically. These two women had followed all the way from the airport to the company, and then from the company all the way out. This was quite interesting. If it were for catching someone in an affair, it would be impossible. After all, if something was going to happen, it would have happened long ago, and wouldn't have been delayed paid until now. This matter is complicated, Bai Ningbing casually explained. Upon hearing this, the driver stopped asking more. What Bai Ningbing meant, he naturally understood. She clearly just didn't want to say more. President Qin, we seem to be being followed, the driver in the business car said with some confusion, looking into the rearview mirror and seeing a taxi that he found exceptionally familiar. Being followed, Qin Qiuya's expression instantly turned strange. They weren't people who lived in the shadows, nor had they offended anyone, so why would they be followed? She felt there was no such possibility, so was it even more impossible for Fang Yuan and Shang Ruolin. If it were fans following them to Beijing, then they would have been exposed at the company gate, or they would have waited at the company gate to see them. Yes, President Qin, there's a taxi behind us that looks very familiar. It seems I saw it when we were coming back from the airport this afternoon, the driver explained. Could you be mistaken? Every day on Beijing's streets, there are so many taxis coming and going, most of them belonging to a few large companies with tens of thousands of cars each. Upon hearing this, Qin Qiuya's brow furrowed for a moment before relaxing, and she didn't take it seriously anymore. After all, it was as she said, with so many taxis coming and going on the streets every day, how could there be one specifically following them? Even if there were, what would be the purpose? Following from the airport to the company building, and then from the company building until now, the taxi fare alone would be a huge sum. Maybe I really am mistaken. The driver scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He really thought it looked very familiar, but in the afternoon he hadn't focused on the license plate. With so many cars on the road, he had just taken a casual glance and noticed it. He just remembered that 2 digits on the back taxi's license plate were 5 and 8, but in all of Beijing, there were countless cars containing those 2 numbers. Even if the order was reversed, it would be completely different. Chapter 66, already infinitely close to the truth. The car drove into the entrance of an alley in Beijing's old city area. Because the traffic inside was really inconvenient for vehicles to enter freely, the business car dropped them off at the alley entrance to wait. Once they finished eating, the driver would return to pick them up. Qin Qiuya and her assistant led Fang Yuan and the other person along the alley. Truly delicious restaurants are mostly tucked away in the city's alleys, clustered in places where locals frequent. After all, building a reputation in such a place proves the food is truly good. As for those internet-famous shops, they are often more about gimmicks than quality. Qin Qiuya led Fang Yuan and the others into the shop. As they entered, they were met with steaming heat. At this time, it was most suitable to eat a pot of mutton hot pot. This shop's signature wasn't just mutton hot pot, their signature side dishes were also exceptional. Normally, when she was alone, Qin Qiuya would come here for a meal by herself. If she felt too lonely, she would call her parents to come along. Although she moved in the chaotic entertainment industry, Qin Qiuya didn't have many friends around her. Precisely because she knew the sinister nature of the industry, she wasn't very interested in those people. Socializing was fine, but deep friendships were out of the question. However, Fang Yuan was different. From initially learning about Fang Yuan through October 17th until now, she had collected various materials about him, especially Fang Yuan's performance on the program. She was actually quite curious about what was really going on between Shang Ruolin and Bai Ningbing, as the 2 women looked too similar. Moreover, Zhang Yaojiao had accused Fang Yuan on the show of being a scumbag and Shang Ruolin of being a mistress, making the situation very interesting. 2 super beauties who looked remarkably similar clearly didn't know each other at all. After all, Shang Ruolin's sister was already dead. After this matter was clarified, Fang Yuan and Shang Ruolin completely left the program. Shang Ruolin's social media account was no longer used, and Fang Yuan's account couldn't even be found on the entire internet. So Qin Qiuya went to investigate, and the results were shocking. The woman appearing in the footage was named Bai Ningbing, the owner of Ningbing Media in Lucheng and the daughter of Lucheng's Chenggong Real Estate. In terms of status, Bai Ningbing's status was definitely even higher than Qin Qiuya's. Yet such a person was Fang Yuan's wife, a legally wedded wife. There were reports that Fang Yuan stayed by Bai Ningbing's side for 3 years. 3 years ago, Bai Ningbing had a car accident and was paralyzed, unable to stand. It was Fang Yuan who massaged her every day for 3 years, which allowed her to stand again and regain sensation in her legs. The relationship between Fang Yuan and Shang Ruolin was even more interesting. The 2 had known each other for a long time as childhood sweethearts, so one was a childhood sweetheart and the other was his legally wedded wife. There must be a huge hidden story involved. Combining this with Fang Yuan's October 17th, Qin Qiuya judged that the person in Fang Yuan's heart wasn't either of these 2, but rather Shang Ruolin's deceased sister. If not for her, how could Fang Yuan's October 17th be so heart-wrenching? Qin Qiuya didn't know her casual guess was already infinitely close to the truth. Chapter 67. One glance and they might recognize each other. After seating Fang Yuan and the other, Qin Qiuya took off her coat and placed it on the chair. Fang Yuan wasn't one for luxury. Even though he had just signed with the company, he didn't intend to let them treat him to an unnecessary lavish meal. Swish asterisk. At that moment, the door curtain opened and 2 women wearing masks and caps walked in. They were Zhang Yaojiao and Bai. When Bai Ningbing entered the alley, they didn't make the driver wait, but instead pre-booked a room at a hotel and let the driver use the meter to deliver their luggage there. Since there were no valuables in the luggage, they weren't afraid of losing it. The 2 women's trip to the capital was a snap decision made because Fang Yuan went back to his old home yesterday. Naturally, they couldn't pack much, and besides, as long as they had money, what couldn't they buy? Are you two alone or do you have friends here? The waiter at the door welcomed them and asked. Just us, but can you seat us in a corner or is there a private room? Bai Ningbing asked while subconsciously glancing toward Fang Yuan's table. Just as Shang Ruolin turned her head with a puzzled look, Shang Ruolin had noticed them. At the entrance, even though they were bundled up tightly, they seemed familiar, yet she couldn't quite put her finger on it. If the one who locked eyes just now had been Fang Yuan, he probably would have recognized Bai Ningbing at once. However, Fang Yuan was currently discussing many future work arrangements with Qin Qiuya, such as variety shows and talent shows. At the moment, going on variety shows was the best choice to increase popularity and attract fans. By next spring, there would be several talent shows for Fang Yuan to choose from. Actually, with Fang Yuan's strength, he didn't need to go on talent shows, but everyone followed this process. A talent show is a singer's greatest exposure platform. No matter how famous someone is on Douyin, they must go on a show to gild themselves, as the nature of the two is completely different. After graduating from a formal talent show, one can receive massive capital support and soar. If capital wants to support a singer, they must start from a talent show. Various assignments after a talent show are normal, but without that foundation laid by a talent show beforehand, then some large variety shows are simply inaccessible. Even if Fang Yuan became a hit with his songs, what would be the use? Without enough audience appeal, he still wouldn't be able to get on major variety shows. Nowadays, both singers and actors develop their careers on two tracks. While developing their main profession, they also gain a lot of money and fans through various variety shows. From the company's view, if Fang Yuan only focused on developing his songs, that would absolutely not do. The more likely someone is to succeed, the more they need variety shows because the golden window is short. Even top stars will have a day when they are forgotten. This could be in a few years or over a decade. Smack smack, Zhang Yaojia was holding mutton hot pot and devouring it. She already liked hot pot and the taste here was quite good. Chapter 68, Life is just a few short decades. This place didn't have a spicy base but was very flavorful. A screen separated the place where they were from Fang Yuan's group. Bai Ningbing had been led by the waiter to find a spot herself. If possible, she wanted to sit next to Fang Yuan, but that spot was already taken. Jiao, can you not smack your lips while eating? Be quiet, I can't hear anything. Bai Ningbing quickly kicked her under the table. Zhang Yaojia immediately rolled her eyes and said, Ningbing, you're clearly the one failing here. In this environment, even without sound of me eating, there would be the sound of others talking. What can you hear? Bai Ningbing glared at her and said, I told you to be quiet. So be quiet or else I'll have the waiter take all the mutton away. Although Bai Ningbing was also hungry for a long time, having only eaten on the plane. He took a few bites, but compared to the meal, he wanted to hear the movements next door. Even if there was no substantial content, even if it was just some work arrangements, he would feel satisfied. While waiting during the day, he had searched online as Huyu Media's music director. Her identity was no secret. There were introductions online, she had a Weibo, and the fact that Fang Yuan and Shang Ruoling could have a meal with Qin Qiuya specifically proved Fang Yuan had already signed. This was good news because it meant from now on he could find Fang Yuan in a fixed place. Any news could be directly asked of Huyu Media. This matter was not so easy for others, but relatively simple for him. After all, he also had a media company. He could use the status of a partner to connect with Huyu Media. Ningbing, you're truly so wicked. Why I flew to the capital specifically with you and you won't even let me eat my fill. And Fang Yuan's situation is already clear, so what's wrong with me eating? Zhang Yaojia said, feeling extremely aggrieved. But she was mostly just complaining and not truly blaming Bai Ningbing. After all, she understood Bai Ningbing's mood. Eat, just eat yours, Bai Ningbing said between laughter and tears. While speaking, Zhang Yaojia stuffed a chopstickful of mutton into her mouth. It must be said the mutton hot pot here was truly delicious. Even though it was all mutton, the different soup bases made the taste completely different. Fang Yuan, can you drink some alcohol? Qin Qiuya asked Fang Yuan. Of course, Fang Yuan nodded. Anyway, he didn't need to drive and there was nothing to do later. The apartment the company prepared for him and Shang Ruoling was already being cleaned. Some necessary items were also being prepared by someone. All this took time, so there was no need to finish the meal so early. Waiter, 2 bottles of Erguado, Qin Qiuya called out. Although she belonged to the wealthy class, her personality was very similar to Fang Yuan's. No rigid rules, no overthinking. Life is just a few decades. She had already seen through it. As long as she lived happily, why care about anything else? Pop. Qin Qiuya opened the bottle and filled her and Fang Yuan's glasses. Chapter 69. If I said I learned it from an old man in my dreams, would you believe it? 2 glasses of clear liquor were on the table. Qin Qiuya asked Shang Ruoling, will you drink some? Shang Ruoling nodded and handed her cup over and Qin Qiuya filled it. Let's have a toast. Qin Qiuya smiled, raising her glass. However, the little assistant holding a glass of juice looked quite out of place. Qin Qiuya took a large gulp of liquor and a burning sensation immediately warmed her throat and stomach. This feeling was incredibly refreshing. Beer isn't as good in this weather. Beer should be drunk during the day, but in autumn and winter, 2 sips of liquor are the most comfortable. Fang Yuan, I'm actually curious where you got this musical sense and such suppressed depth. I know many people from the Central Conservatory of Music, even geniuses, but none are like you. Those people mostly started music as children, but due to a lack of experience, no matter how high their skill. It's just like that. Qin Qiuya put down her glass and asked curiously. Not only was Qin Qiuya curious about this, little assistant was also curious. Shang Ruoling used to be curious, but she had long passed the stage of asking. After all these years, even she. He also didn't understand what Fang Yuan had gone through. Although he knew everything about Fang Yuan's life, he couldn't figure out the logic. Biggest absurdity was Fang Yuan's musical talent. Even if one said Fang Yuan was a natural-born musical genius who knew how to play. As soon as he touched an instrument and knew how to sing as soon as he heard someone, musical scores and rhythm required professional training to master. No one is born knowing how to read. Laymen definitely cannot understand staff notation, but Fang Yuan could, and since childhood. He had taught them. Fang Yuan had always warned them that they must never mention this to the outside world, not even to their parents or relatives. It was absolutely forbidden. So for all these years, they grew up while learning musical knowledge from Fang Yuan. When it comes to Fang Yuan's understanding of music, even the professors at the Central Conservatory of Music could not even begin to compare. To the extent that when Shang Ruoling entered the music academy, he couldn't learn anything from the teachers because Fang Yuan had already taught him. Where did I get my musical sense, President Qin? Would you believe me if I said I learned it from an old man in my dreams? Fang Yuan said jokingly. As he spoke, he took out a cigarette and asked Qin Qiuya if she minded. Qin Qiuya waved her hand and took out a pack of women's cigarettes from her pocket. This kind of restaurant generally didn't ban smoking, and there was an exhaust fan nearby constantly drawing air, so even if they smoked at the table, it wouldn't affect others much. Moreover, people at the tables in front and behind them were all smoking. Fang Yuan, are you trying to kill me with laughter? An old man in a dream could teach you these things. If he really exists, why don't you introduce me to him? Later, Qin Qiuya blew out a puff of smoke and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Most girls don't look good smoking, but the way Qin Qiuya held the cigarette made it look so elegant. Haha, if I ever meet him again, I'll introduce him to you, President Qin, because I haven't met him for over 10 years either. Chapter 70, Thin-Skinned. After Fang Yuan finished speaking, he looked at Qin Qiuya with a smile. This talk about the old man reminded him of the novels he had read before becoming famous in his previous life. In his past life, he had also climbed up step by step from the bottom, from talented graduate of a music academy to entering talent shows, and then becoming a god of songs in the music world from his 20s to 37 or 38. Fang Yuan had been accumulating experience and shining in the music industry until he met the one in his life and fell in love. At that time, they were no longer young. Fang Yuan cherished her and didn't let her have children, but that became the greatest regret in the latter half of his previous life. If they had had a child in the previous life, perhaps he wouldn't have sunk so low. However, everything is cause and effect, because after experiencing such a life, he came to this world and met Jiang Maioi. Even if given a chance to start over, he would certainly choose the same without hesitation. However, if he could do it again, he would definitely take Jiang Maioi for a medical checkup every year. Alright, if you ever meet him again, you must call me and introduce him to me. I'd really like to see what kind of old man could teach you these musical theories when you were only a few years old, Qin Qiuya said speechlessly. As they spoke, a burst of noisy sounds came. A young man with messy hair holding a guitar started arguing with a middle-aged woman at the counter. Many old neighbors and street residents seeing this quickly put down their chopsticks to intervene. What's happening over there? Shang Ruling asked, his face turning red quickly after a sip of white liquor. Before long, two bright red blushes appeared on her pretty face. Oh, over there, that's a regular show in the shop. I often come to the shop to eat, and I see them arguing every few days. That guy with the messy hair is the owner's son, and the middle-aged woman behind the counter. He is the owner, Auntie Lan. Auntie Lan wants her son to take over the shop. Although it's not as good as some big bosses, this small shop earns several $100,000 a year without any problem. Moreover, Auntie Lan wants to open a branch and let him manage it, but he refuses no matter what. He just wants to sing. I even helped handle one of their conflicts once. I gave them advice from a professional perspective. I said it's fine for Auntie Lan's son to sing for fun, but entering the entertainment industry is impossible. Saying this, Qin Qiuya turned to look at Fang Yuan, a smile curling her lips. Auntie Lan's son lacks your voice, firstly. Secondly, your talent, and thirdly, your looks. If he had your appearance, no matter how trashy his singing was, he could at least be a popular idol and make a living. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and said, I'm thin-skinned. Qin Qiuya giggled, her body trembling with laughter. I'm serious, but then again, that kid has a song with lyrics I really like, but the melody is a complete mess. Hearing this, Fang Yuan immediately became interested. Oh, lyrics that interest President Qin. Must be very good, right? Qin Qiuya nodded. They are indeed very good. You have to admit, some lyrics written from the heart are truly excellent, just like yours or his. Chapter 71, if you don't mind, can I study it? Qin Qiuya continued to explain the songs. Origin, it was written by Auntie Lan's son after he was dumped by his girlfriend. He's been learning instruments since childhood and has a foundation, although he couldn't create a melody worthy of those lyrics, but this couldn't hide how good the lyrics were, given Qin Qiuya's status. It was basically impossible for lyrics she liked to be bad. Moreover, that song is a folk song, very desolate, although it can't compare to your October 17th. If October 17th is the standard, it's at least a 60. Qin Qiuya said seriously. The melody of October 17th was so high, if it could get a 60 by her standards, then by regular market standards, it would be considered absolutely excellent. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan became even more interested. Meanwhile, the argument at the counter grew more intense. The youth with messy hair held his guitar and insisted insisted on entering the entertainment industry. He even asked his mother for money, saying he found a master and wanted to enroll in a class. He said he would definitely succeed this time. Once he finished his studies, he would surely become a star. He even said his mother's money was an investment. Once he became famous, he would give his mother endless money, and then there would be no need to keep this shop open, or they could hire someone else to run it. There was nothing wrong with the youth chasing his dreams. And his mother's thoughts were not wrong either. After all, his mother hadn't denied him opportunities. She had given him plenty for his musical dream. She had poured over $2 million into him with no results. So from a mother's perspective, wanting her son to run the family business realistically was perfectly fine. Buddy, stop arguing for a moment. President Chin says you have a good set of lyrics. Can you let me see them? Fang Yuan, with a cigarette in his mouth, walked over and amusingly interrupted them. Since the neighbors couldn't stop them, the best way was to quickly redirect their attention. Speaking up was the best way. President Chin, the youth was stunned for a moment, then turned to see Chin Kyuya waving at him from her chair. The youth got excited. Yes, I have a song that's quite good. I'll show it to you. He nodded and took out his phone to show a photo. He displayed the photo in front of Fang Yuan. He wasn't anyone famous after all. Since you're President Chin's friend, go ahead and study it, the youth said hurriedly, looking smugly at the middle-aged woman behind the counter. Mom, did you see? President Chin from China Media recognizes me. Only you keep nagging that I'm no good. The middle-aged woman was speechless and laughed in frustration. She knew about Chin Kyuya's approval. Liking one set of lyrics didn't mean Chin Kyuya liked the others. Her son had shown her dozens of songs and she only liked this one. Did that prove her son was a genius? Fang Yuan looked seriously. Even with one glance, he thought it was good. Chapter 72. You say I give bad luck, the happiness you want. Just as Chin Kyuya said, the lyrics didn't depend on fame but rather on genuine feeling. The youth had been heavily inspired while writing this, and with some foundation, writing such lyrics was just a matter of inspiration, but that was his limit. It was impossible to write another like it if he had talent. He would have composed a decent tune for it. Even if not perfect, it would be usable. Buddy, what do you think? The youth asked expectantly. Wait a bit, Fang Yuan said, looking at the phone and closing his eyes while exhaling smoke. The melody of * Ming Yao was simple, and it required simplicity because its core was in the lyrics and vocals. Before long, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and reached out. Can I borrow your guitar? The youth nodded frantically. Yes, of course you can. Fang Yuan beckoned to him. He smiled and said, come over here. This is your family shop. It's not good to hinder business. The youth curled his lip. He didn't want to either. If his mother supported him, he wouldn't be this way. Regardless, he followed Fang Yuan to the table. Clang. Fang Yuan plucked the strings to test the sound. This left him speechless, and he asked the youth, may I ask, who taught you to tune this? Was your teacher legitimate? The youth knew Fang Yuan was mocking him and rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Fang Yuan was also speechless. He tuned while playing. The guitar strings needed replacing and the whole instrument needed a repair because the intonation was off, but it was usable. After tuning for a few minutes, Fang Yuan played an 8-beat rhythm, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Fang Yuan asked for the lyrics and then took a tablet from his bag. The lyric image synced to the tablet. The screen was large enough to see clearly, and with Fang Yuan's memory for lyrics, he could remember at least 4 lines at a glance. This was the result of professional training. Clang. As Fang Yuan plucked the strings again, a completely different melody emerged, weathered, deep, and carrying the feel of an autumn day. Everyone who was already watching now had their eyes light up. Whether someone was professional, even for ordinary people without training, everyone could hear it. After all, they had heard the young man sing many times before and could tell good from bad with one ear. On that day's sunset, as I usually went to see you, a falling leaf made my heart skip a beat for no reason. Your face was still the same as always, but its coldness made me feel so estranged. You said we end here. You said I couldn't give you the happiness you wanted. You said in this vast capital we couldn't be the support to accompany each other for a lifetime. Fang Yuan's voice was deep and magnetic, fully bringing out the world weariness in the lyrics, instantly capturing everyone's ears. Chapter 73. You're not really suited for this. Why not give up? The neighbors who frequented this convenience store had actually heard the young man's song more than once, but even though the lyrics were exactly the same, when sung by Fang Yuan, it was completely different, a world of difference in quality. Even the young man himself was stunned as he listened. Though the lyrics were his, even he, the original author, hadn't expected this song to be sung to this extent. Moreover, this was Fang Yuan's first time seeing his lyrics. He had only looked at them and studied them in his head for a short while before he could sing it. Someone else's casual singing reached a level he couldn't achieve in a lifetime. This was talent. This was a true master. Perhaps it really was, as his mother said. Maybe he truly had no talent for singing. After all, as the original author who had studied it for so long, he couldn't even reach a tenth of the other's level, even looking up at that tenth. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's singing perfectly expressed her feelings from that day, as if he sang them directly, giving her the feeling of returning to yesterday. The female proprietor behind the counter was also momentarily entranced. She knew her son's ex-girlfriend had a great influence, and the breakup had even made her son depressed for a long time, but she hadn't expected it to be like this, even if she hadn't experienced it personally or heard her son talk about it. Fang Yuan's singing gave her enough vivid imagery to realize just how sad and heartbroken and even how hopeless her son had been been at that time. To put it simply, the breakup of the two made her wonder if continuing to stop her son was really wrong and if she should support him instead. By the screen, Bai Ningbin and Zhang Yaojiao were both spellbound. Zhang Yaojiao's eyes couldn't help but redden as she listened, as if she were immersed in the scene. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbin felt a sharp pain in his heart because, over these past 3 years, he never knew Fang Yuan sang so well. He only found out after seeing Fang Yuan on the show singing the first song with Shang Ruolin that Fang Yuan had actually graduated from the Central Conservatory of Music. 3 minutes later, the song ended, but everyone in the shop still had expressions of wanting more, clearly not having had enough. Even though the singing had stopped, they were still in a state of reminiscing, as if the song was still echoing in their ears. Fang Yuan lit another cigarette, handed the guitar back to the young man, and said with a smile, "Your song's lyrics are indeed good, but you aren't really suited for this industry. Why not just give up? I can have President Qin buy this song from you," since Fang Yuan had already signed the contract. If he wanted the company to help produce a record, the copyright would naturally belong to the company. It was best for the company to purchase the rights. Qin Qiuya's contract for Fang Yuan was signed annually. In other industries, the longer the contract, the better, but it wasn't like that in the entertainment industry unless it was for a star or singer who was already on a downward spiral and about to fade away. The one-year contract and the various terms within it were the sincerity shown by Qin Qiuya. Therefore, Fang Yuan naturally wouldn't be shameless. Cooperation is a mutual affair. Since she showed sincerity, Fang Yuan naturally wouldn't let her down. Chapter 74: Other People's Lives. The reason why I say you are not suitable for this industry is simple. Even if I haven't heard you sing, I can tell from your guitar playing. Judge that if you truly had talent and were suited for this profession, your guitar playing wouldn't be like this. Life is actually quite clear-cut. You've worked hard for so long, so there's really no need to continue wasting time in a place where you have no talent, Fang Yuan advised. The youth couldn't help. He coughed dryly twice. He subconsciously wanted to argue back, but he just couldn't do it. If Fang Yuan hadn't demonstrated such skill, he would definitely still be unwilling to lose and would have argued a bit. However, Fang Yuan had already used his strength to prove and crush him, also implying that he truly couldn't reach the standard all these years. He actually knew he wasn't good enough, but he had been holding his breath. He wanted to prove himself, he wanted to pursue his dream, and he felt that as long as he persisted, one day it would be realized, even if he were 40 or 50 years old. But one song from Fang Yuan made him face the reality directly, and he felt a deep sense of helplessness. He was just an ordinary person, relying on his mother's support to be headstrong for so many years. It was actually time to settle down. If it weren't for his mother, he probably wouldn't even have been able to afford food, because with his level, he couldn't even qualify to be a backup singer in a bar. He would be rejected even when applying. "So are you still selling this song?" Fang Yuan asked him with a smile. Fang Yuan had already spoken, but how to make the decision was the youth's own business. Fang Yuan couldn't and shouldn't interfere. After all, life is a personal matter. "Does my song really have the value to be sold?" the youth asked, taking a deep breath, having already made a decision in his heart. "It does. After all, it was a spontaneous expression during your most critical moment. The lyrics are actually very good, but as for how much it can be sold for, go and talk to President Qin personally. If this song were in my hands, I have a 99% chance of making it a hit." Fang Yuan nodded. Anyone else certainly wouldn't have the confidence to say such a thing, but Fang Yuan was different after all. His understanding of songs was such that even on a global scale, few people could compare. In his previous life, Fang Yuan's youth was his growth stage, but his true accumulation happened after his period of wasted time. At that time, he was almost like a madman, completely immersed in his own world. Many things he couldn't understand before were all figured out then. He even developed many techniques during that period of simulation. Others hadn't experienced a life like his or had his realizations, so naturally they couldn't reach his level. When singing techniques reach a certain point, the techniques become secondary. How to express emotions through the voice is the key. If you want to sell, sit down and let's talk. As long as we can reach an agreement, I can issue a contract for you to sign right now," Qin Qiuya said with a smile. But for the youth, selling the song was equivalent to completely giving up on the path of being a singer. If he didn't sell, he still had a final glimmer of hope. Unbeknownst to them, the proprietress had already come to their side. Taking another deep breath, the youth gritted his teeth and said, "It's decided. I'll sell." Chapter 75. Can't you tell yet? As a mother, Aunt Lan had always hoped her son would give up these unrealistic fantasies. Many things actually depend a lot on talent, especially in industries that require creativity. Without talent, it's impossible to reach the imagined level. Although it's possible to scrape by in this industry, if you want to stand out, it's basically life is actually this realistic and this cruel. Some people are born to do better than you, even if you put in 99% effort, you might not catch up to their casual attempts, and if they work hard, it's even more impossible. However, even if she thought this way and hoped for it at this moment, Aunt Lan's heart softened. After all, her son was a piece of flesh from her own body. Seeing him willing to give up his years of pursuit, how could Aunt Lan not feel soft-hearted? Qin Shuangsu had her company send over a contract template. After all, they were a big company, and for copyright acquisitions from low to mid-level creators, a template was enough. Qin Shuangsu modified the amount on the contract, offering a price relatively higher than the market market rate and completed the signing with Ant Land's son, President Chen. Mr. Chen, about today. Thank you both so much, especially Mr. Chen, who really made me realize that not only do I lack talent, but I've also been heading down the wrong path, even the most basic. Foundations are lacking. The youth smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. He had originally been arrogant, thinking others didn't recognize him simply because they didn't know how to appreciate him. Many people actually have this flaw, entering the industry with arrogance, thinking they are a piece of gold that will one day shine, only for it to be so laughable in the end. True geniuses are rare, and even someone like Fang Yuan wouldn't be considered a genius because, in his previous life, he put in countless efforts and went through heart-wrenching experiences to finally achieve his current musical attainments. In the future, just help your family run the shop properly. As for music, just treat it as entertainment and leisure. But I'm not just saying this. You've been struggling in the circle for so many years, yet you still managed to mess up the tone like this. Your instrument needs repairs and you didn't even know. Fang Yuan, with a cigarette in his mouth, slapped his forehead, both amused and speechless, saying, "This is a typical case of wanting to fly before learning to walk. It would be a miracle if someone like this succeeded." Although Fang Yuan didn't crush others' dreams, because in his eyes, everyone has their own pursuits and the right to chase them. Some people's dreams must be crushed, like Ant Land's son in front of him. If he hadn't been so ridiculous, Fang Yuan would have certainly given him some pointers. Hee. The youth scratched his head further, his face flushed. His arrogance was completely cured. If he had met Fang Yuan earlier, he would have long ago given up his musical dreams and gone home to open the shop. He had wasted so much of his family's money over the years without gaining any benefits, so why bother? By the way, Mr. Chen, your voice sounds very familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before, the youth asked suspiciously. Can't you tell yet? He is the songwriter of October 17th, Chapter 76. It's good that you understand. Qin Qiuya's words left the youth completely stunned, his expression stiffening for a moment as his emotions instantly froze. He just stared blankly at Fang Yuan, thinking, his eyes clearly somewhat excited and even more disbelieving. October 17th had become a viral hit on Douyin, even becoming phenomenal Douyin's single. The song was already very popular, and later many people used it as background music for their video creations, pushing its popularity even further. He really didn't expect that the person in front of him was actually the songwriter of October 17th, that top-tier big shot existence. However, it wasn't surprising. Only a big shot of this level could make Qin Qiuya treat him to dinner and be able to just glance at the lyrics and sing them directly. Only this kind of big shot possessed this level of strength. So that's how it is, Mr. Chen earlier was really. It's incredible. You don't know how much of a stir your October 17th caused in my small circle of friends, the young man hurriedly said with excitement, while grabbing Fang Yuan's hand. In fact, his persistence in his creative dream during this time, and even wanting to ask his mom for money to sustain it, was also related to October 17th, because in his eyes, the style and the height he wanted to achieve was exactly like October 17th, which became an instant hit across the entire internet as soon as it was released, and its style was precisely the kind he pursued. It's fine if you treat music as a hobby. In the future, it's best to improve your foundation. Don't continue like this without good skills, even in music. You won't be able to succeed. Fang Yuan shook his hand and gave him another reality check, mainly wanting him to wake up. Haha, I won't do it anymore. The young man was extremely embarrassed. Recalling his past actions and his mysterious self-confidence really made him feel like dying. Damn it, how could he have been so stupid? You guys stay busy, we'll head out first. Fang Yuan and Auntie Lan said goodbye and then left with Qin Qiuya and the others, turning to walk toward the alley entrance. Meanwhile, the young man stood still, staring at Fang Yuan's back for a long time before he finally came to his senses. He turned to look at his mother. He didn't know when so many new wrinkles had appeared on her face, although the shop was profitable. His profligacy had clearly caused her a lot of trouble. Mom, I'm sorry, I was too headstrong in the past. In the future, I'll stay and help you out properly. The young man took a deep breath and smiled at her. No matter how much guilt one feels, it should result in an apology. Even with one's own mother, it should be even more so. In this world, the only people who can tolerate you unconditionally are your parents. It's good that you've realized it. It's good that you've realized it. Auntie Lan's face was full of smiles. They smiled at each other and walked back into the shop. Bai Ningbing and Zhang Yaojiang walked out of the shop. Since Fang Yuan and the others were already far away, the disguises of masks and hats were naturally unnecessary. The two girls brushed past Auntie Lan and the young man, making them blink. Chapter 77, visiting. Both of them were dumbfounded and even rubbed their eyes, wondering if they had seen correctly. Wasn't this beautiful girl the one who was with Fang Yuan? Hadn't Fang Yuan and the others just left? Then why was she still here and having just walked out of the shop? Bai Ningbing felt Auntie Lan's gaze and looked back with a smile, making a shushing gesture as if telling Auntie Lan not to mind. After they turned and left, the two of them were still unable to react. However, they didn't think much of it, assuming they had just missed her coming back to get something without them. Noticing, after all, unless they were twins, who would imagine there could be two people so identical? Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was another month. During this time, Fang Yuan and Shang Ruling cooperated with the company's promotion. After the hype was built up, they released their new song. With professional company operations, Fang Yuan and the others only needed to focus on the content and leave the rest to the company. One day after work, Qin Qiuya Qiuya brought a basket of fruit, having arranged in advance to have dinner at Fang Yuan's house. Standing at the door, she smoothed her somewhat messy hair. And before coming upstairs, she had even specially touched up her makeup. Ding dong ding dong. As she pressed the doorbell, the chime immediately rang from the electronic lock. Zhang Ruoling's pleasant voice sounded from inside as she padded out in slippers to open the door. Beijing was very cold now. It had snowed last night. A heavy snowfall piled a thick layer of snow and frost on the roads, but the room was warm because the heating had already started. President Qin Zhang Ruoling opened the door and gave her a sweet smile. Ruoling, I haven't seen you for a while. You've become even more beautiful. Qin Qiuya laughed. No way, President Qin. Please come in. Zhang Ruoling invited her into the house and even found a pair of slippers for her from the shoe cabinet. Qin Qiuya stepped into the small cotton slippers and placed the fruit basket on the coffee table in the living room. This apartment the company gave them wasn't big, but it was enough for 2 people. A sizzling sound of stir-frying came from the kitchen, along with bursts of aroma. President Qin, you're here, you're here. Qin Qiuya nodded with a smile and looked into the kitchen to see Fang Yuan busy in front of the stove wearing an apron. It had to be said that Fang Yuan's busy figure at this moment perfectly fit Qin Qiuya's fantasy of a partner. The saying on the internet that men who can cook are very charming was no lie, especially for a high-level white-collar female professional like Qin Qiuya. This was especially true. Fang Yuan, I originally came to talk to you about something, but I ended up coming here for a free meal. I'm really embarrassed, Qin Qiuya said shyly. She smiled. Oh, it's nothing. Usually it's just Ruoling and me at home. If we don't buy groceries, we basically don't go out. Having you here, President Qin, makes the house a bit more lively, Fang Yuan said with a laugh, speaking candidly. In fact, for Qin Qiuya, if it were something to notify someone else about, she would definitely just pass the order down for someone else to do, or at most make a phone call. But Fang Yuan was different. She wanted to give such a talented person the greatest respect, which is why she visited in person. Chapter 78. What does tomorrow's matter have to do with today? Fang Yuan asked Shang Ruoling to entertain Qin Qiuya with tea. Dinner was served soon. When Fang Yuan came out with 2 delicious dishes, Qin Qiuya really couldn't hold back and even took a few greedy sniffs of the fragrant aroma. Through their contact during this period, she had actually long known the relationship between Fang Yuan and Shang Ruoling. These two were not actually a couple, mainly because she had curiously asked about it once before. Although she didn't mention Bai Ningbing, Shang Ruoling didn't hide anything and spoke out. Things were actually quite similar to what she had thought, and when she learned the truth, she felt like she was a regular Sherlock Holmes. Just by investigating some information, she had guessed the situation between the two pretty accurately. Sometimes one has to admire that a woman's intuition is truly terrifying. Fang Yuan, your skills are amazing. If you went out to open a restaurant, it would become popular in minutes and might even become an internet-famous shop. Qin Qiuya sat on the opposite chair and put a bite of beef into her mouth. The sweet, tender, and smooth texture truly satisfied her. She had eaten many high-end delicacies, but she had rarely eaten home-cooked food with such a fireworks atmosphere. If you like it, eat more. Qin Qiuya swallowed the beef in her mouth and said with a bit of resentment, even if I need to lose weight, that's tomorrow's business. What does it have to do with today? Fang Yuan said with a smile. Qin Qiuya thought about it and felt it made sense, so she nodded and said, Fang Yuan, what you said makes so much sense that I'm speechless. The three talked and laughed as they finished dinner. While sitting at the coffee table brewing tea, Qin Qiuya finally brought up the purpose of her visit. By the way, Fang Yuan, the company plans to arrange a variety show for you while your popularity is high to continue expanding your fame. After this variety show ends, the company will see the results and then arrange for you to participate in Music Legend next spring. Nowadays, most companies developing new talent actually. It has become a system that everything must go through the Music Legend channels. If you can take the top spot in Music Legend and gain huge traffic, then once Music Legend ends, a massive amount of resources will be thrown at you. Currently, the company's operations and packaging for Fang Yuan and Shang Ruoling are just small-scale capital operations. Only Music Legend can allow an artist to become a god, and it is the most rapid shortcut. No matter how huge of a response Fang Yuan's new song caused on TikTok, or how many fans Fang Yuan's social accounts have, he hasn't truly built up his reputation. Real packaging still relies on Music Legend. That's no problem. Ruoling and I will do whatever the company arranges. I just don't know what variety shows are available at this time, Fang Yuan asked doubtfully. It was already December, and Chinese New Year was less than 2 months away. Logically, there aren't many variety shows operating during this season. There are a total of 3 variety shows you can choose from currently. Chapter 79. How about it? Any thoughts? Qin Qiuya took out documents from her bag and pushed them in front of Fang Yuan and Shang Ruoling. After the two opened the documents, she continued, explaining the ones that can be done at this time are mainly tourism-related variety shows. One is a show filmed in Qiang Province, primarily at the invitation of the Qiang Province Cultural and Tourism Department to go there and increase the tourism popularity for their province. Another is a nationwide tourism show, traveling from January until around March. The guests are divided into several groups, spending the new year in different cities during the period and filming the Spring Festival scenes in various places. It's a wave of Spring Festival traffic. The other one is a variety show for traveling abroad, also requiring spending the new year overseas. Listening to Qin Qiuya's introduction and looking at the materials in his hand, Fang Yuan felt the variety show situation was very much in line with his own judgment. The Spring Festival is not only the peak for travelers returning home, but also the peak season for tourism. Major provinces in the country and even some overseas tourism departments would definitely want to catch this wave of traffic. Qiang Province is the southernmost province of Long Country because it is in a tropical climate. Even during the new year, the temperature is very pleasant. Naturally, many people fly from the north every year specifically to spend the winter in Qiang Province. However, as he looked, something caught Fang Yuan's attention and made him pause. Fang Yuan pointed to one of the variety show proposals where there was a very familiar name. President Qin, how did the invitation for this variety show come about? Did the company help find it, or? Qin Qiuya looked at the program name on the proposal, then gave Fang Yuan an amused look and shook her head. The other two were indeed found by our company for you and Myoling, as I felt you two were quite suitable. However, the invitation for this variety show is different. This one came to us on its own. Many people in the industry already know that you two have signed with our company. The director of this variety show not only came in person to negotiate, but even specifically requested that the two of you join the show. I checked, and Director Feng of this show is the same director from your previous variety show. Only then did Qin Qiuya smoothly mention what she had investigated. After all, the investigation was a fact and something already done, so saying it now was more acceptable. Director Fang Yuan turned to look at Shang Ruling, both seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Setting aside the unpleasantness they had during the show which caused a certain negative impact, Director Feng just finished the show's finale. This should be Director Feng's break period. It should be impossible for another variety show to follow immediately. You should know that the last show was Director Feng's debut. Even if he already has the script for the next variety show in hand, he still has to wait for investment, and for the capital market to invest in a director's next variety show, they need to wait for the previous one to be edited and released to the market. The investment for a variety show is easily in the tens of millions. If some big-name stars are invited, the investment might even reach hundreds of millions. How about it? Interested, Qin Qiuya took a sip of tea and asked with a smile, President Qin, do you have Director Feng's number? Fang Yuan was very curious because he felt something was wrong. Chapter 80, Excessive modesty is just showing off. From Fang Yuan's perspective, even if Director Feng had settled the script and investment, the official coordination in Qiang Province, and even the scene selection would take time. Moreover, setting aside everything else just based on intuition, Fang Yuan felt something wasn't quite right, as if there was some conspiracy involved. This thought popped into Fang Yuan's head and he immediately shook his head with a smile. Even if he signed with Huyu Media, he wasn't some big shot star. Besides, he is now an artist under Huyu Media, so Director Feng couldn't possibly scam him. Although he hadn't stayed on the show for a long time, his impression of Director Feng was very good. Director Feng is someone without airs and is also quite an interesting person. You want Director Feng's number? Wait a moment, I'll have someone send it to me. The person coordinating with Director Feng's team wasn't me, so I need to ask a subordinate, Qin Qiuya said as she made a call on the spot. Soon Director Feng's number was sent over. Ring, ring, ring. Not long after Fang Yuan dialed the number, the phone on the other end was picked up. The environment on the other end was a bit noisy, as if a group of people were drinking together, possibly a celebration banquet after the last show ended. Although Fang Yuan hadn't deliberately followed that show, he knew it finished filming just these past few days. Hello, this is Feng Shu. May I ask who this is? The noisy sounds on the other end quieted down slightly and Director Feng's voice came through. Director Feng, it's been a while since we met. Do you still recognize my voice? Fang Yuan asked amusedly. Oh my great god, Brother Chen, you finally contacted me. Wait a moment. I'll step out of the private room. Everyone is drinking and chatting. It's quite noisy in the room. Director Feng chuckled as he spoke. In just a moment, the voice on the other end indeed became quiet, but the sound of a lighter was heard clearly. He had lit a cigarette. Great god, Brother Chen, how have you been lately? You and Myoling are very popular now since signing with Huyu Media. There are discussions about you everywhere. Fang Yuan smiled and said, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Myoling and I just stay at home all day at most. Under the company's management, we've gained a bit of fame. Uncle Feng laughed and said, all right, stop being so modest. Excessive modesty is just showing off. That performance of yours, October period, isn't just terrifyingly popular on Douyin, it's also very popular in our program crew. Many people heard that you participated in our show and swarmed into the live broadcast room to ask when you would return. They are all waiting for you. What Uncle Feng said was not just politeness, but a fact for the program crew, because Fang Yuan's sudden popularity with October period also brought a lot of traffic to the crew. The effect has far exceeded their expectations. After the two exchanged warm greetings, Feng Shu brought the topic back to business and said, Fang Yuan, how about it? My next variety show follows seamlessly. Do you have any interest in bringing Myoling to participate? I had already conceptualized this show before you guys came to participate, and I had a rough draft of the show's original intention. During these few months of filming, I not only perfected it but also pulled in a large amount of investment. Chapter 81. I go to Lucheng. If it were under normal circumstances, the investment for Feng Shu's next show would definitely not be as smooth as Fang Yuan thought. It was smooth, but they couldn't withstand the importance the program team placed on the wealthy woman. woman. In a word, the budget wasn't an issue. They'd give as much as wanted, which just happened to suit Uncle Feng's wishes. Moreover, as soon as the previous show ended, the next one followed seamlessly. So many of the previous shows live viewers could be retained. Fang Yuan wore the evil smile of a great villain. And Fang Yuan, if you agree to come, I'll definitely give you a big surprise, a super big surprise you would never imagine. Feng Shu continued to tempt him. Director Feng, do you really not mind the impact Myoling and I had on your show? Fang Yuan asked with a smile. Of course I don't mind. You brought so much traffic to my show, why would I mind? I'm more than happy. Feng Shu waved his hand. From the beginning, Feng Shu didn't think there was any problem with Fang Yuan and even felt that Fang Yuan was very manly and responsible. After all, compared to those spoiled guests on the show, Fang Yuan and Shang Ruling were more down-to-earth and truly adapted to the show's environment. When they were told to wake up before dawn to sweep the streets, not only did they have no complaints, they even woke up earlier than the staff, needing no one to call them. They got everything ready early and waited for the staff to arrive for filming. Fang Yuan, are you coming or not? Most of the other guests have already been confirmed, mostly continuing from the last show. Now we're just missing you and Myoling. We're in urgent need. If you brother Song God sing 2 songs on our show, it will definitely go viral on the trending searches, Uncle Feng urged. In fact, even without the large investment from a certain wealthy woman, he still wanted to call Fang Yuan and Shang Ruling back, as working with them was very comfortable. We'll come. Since Director Feng offered us such a appearance fee, would we even be human if we didn't come? Fang Yuan laughed and made a joke. The fee Director Feng offered them was indeed much higher than the other guests, first due to their current fame, second because they had better variety show effects, and third because the crew was now rich. Haha. And it's a deal. In a week you and Myoling fly directly to Lucheng. We'll meet at Lucheng Airport then, Uncle Feng said in high spirits. Hearing Lucheng, Fang Yuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Fang Yuan, I'm talking about Lucheng, not your family's Lucheng. The former is the deer of Sika Deer, one of the most famous tourist cities in Kiang province. Only then did Fang Yuan understand. It turned out Director Feng was talking about a place equivalent to Sanya in his original world, as a former song god and a transmigrator. In his eyes, the situations of the two worlds were generally the same, but they weren't exactly identical in terms of details. For example, the difference between Lucheng and Sanya was that their areas were different. Director Feng confirmed the location with Fang Yuan again, fearing he and Shang Ruling might fly to the wrong place. And he continued, Fang Yuan, it's settled then. See you at Lucheng Airport in a week. Give me a call before you leave so I can calculate the approximate time and personally pick you both up at the airport. Myoling, did you hear that? Shang Ruling couldn't help but reply humorously from the side. I know, Director Feng. You're so chatty, you're almost like those old men and women in the village. Uncle Feng knew she was joking and laughed, saying, haha, well, isn't it because I'm afraid you won't come? They chatted for a while longer. She then hung up the phone. Shang Ruling was truly amused yet helpless towards Director Feng regarding participating in the variety show, as long as Fang Yuan had no objections. Shang Ruling would not have any objections either. She followed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, is it certain that you both are going? Qin Kuya asked. Let's go. Director Feng's side is already talking to them. Besides, Myoling and I have indeed been cooped up at home for so long that we're about to grow grass, Fang Yuan said jokingly. As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with Shang Ruling and both of them couldn't help but laugh. During this time they had been staying at home and hadn't gone out much. It was indeed time to go out for a walk. After all, writing songs at home all day wasn't the only thing to do. Alright, since you've both decided, I'll have the subordinates coordinate with Director Feng's side tomorrow to finalize the contract. Qin Kuya nodded. However, as she spoke, her gaze became somewhat resentful. She couldn't help but laugh as she said, it's just that after you two leave, I won't be able to enjoy such delicious meals. This is truly a pity. Fang Yuan gave a hearty laugh and said, if President Qin has time, you can also go with us. Qin Kuya rolled her eyes and said, I'd like to, but there are a lot of things in the company waiting for me to do. After all, I am the director. Qin Kuya didn't stay long at Fang Yuan's house, leaving around 8 o'clock. Fang Yuan and Shang Ruling tacitly went to the kitchen together to tidy up and clean the house. And they snuggled on the sofa and watched TV together. Later, they sat together to study the lyrics and melody of a new song. The songs bought from Lanny also needed to be formally recomposed. The contract they signed with the company was for 5 songs a year. This wasn't really a big deal for Fang Yuan. Moreover, only in the first year, to increase popularity and promote albums, would there be such a heavy task. Even if Fang Yuan didn't finish the task during this period, he could still manage it after going to the music show with the company. Chapter 83a. I'm so miserable. The pace of the music show was relatively fast. A large number of singers selected through auditions needed to undergo training by the program crew to gain higher musical and singing skills. But Fang Yuan and Shang Ruling basically didn't need to learn much, so when others were training, it was the golden time for them to make time for creation. Ningbing, do you think I'm too idle to come to the capital with you all day long with no proper work, just following you to work at a snack shop? Zhang Yaojiao returned to the villa they rented in the capital with her tired body. She lay on the sofa wordlessly and leisurely. She really felt this kind of life was so sinful. Damn, she was also a rich girl, yet she spent all day with Bai Ningbing driving luxury cars to someone's snack shop to earn a few thousand yuan a month. Even the gas money wasn't enough. It was only because today was was the last day of work that she was finally liberated. She complained a bit. As a best friend, she not only had to follow Bai Ningbing thousands of miles to the capital but also suffer with her. This life was truly a sin. All right, I know you've worked hard. We'll take a good rest for these 2 days and head south in 2 days. My dear Jiao, you'll have to work hard to accompany me on the show next. Bai Ningbing sat beside her and said with a smile, "Oh, I'm so miserable," Zhang Yaojiao said, wanting to cry but having no tears, and rested her head on Bai Ningbing's lap. Her small mouth pouted, looking very aggrieved. However, she just said it like that. If he really cared, he would have packed his bags and gone back to Lucheng to find his mom. By the way, Ningbing, we're going to Qiang province to film. We're not going home for New Year's, Zhang Yaojiao stretched and asked casually. Yeah, Bai Ningbing nodded. Zhang Yaojiao said helplessly, then I have to go home once to greet my mom and dad and appease them. Otherwise, even if they know I'm filming with you, they'll definitely explode. Especially my dad. If I don't greet him in advance, he can't be appeased. Zhang Yaojiao broke down a bit just thinking about her dad's behavior. But it's also funny, as the daughter of the family, her dad really pampered her like a little princess, never lacking anything since childhood. Whatever she wanted, her dad would satisfy her with all his effort. Fortunately, in this environment, she didn't develop any spoiled bad habits. That was my intention too. We'll go home first and then go to Qiang province. Besides, the show's filming isn't every day. There are also rest days when we can go home. Bai Ningbing laughed. Yeah, in that case, it's better to go back early. Let's just go back tomorrow. Anyway, idling at home is still idling. There's nothing to do, Zhang Yaojiao suggested. She didn't know how long she'd have to nag her old dad before he'd be fine. Going back a day early gives an extra day to prepare. Creak, Zhang Yaojiao flipped out of bed and went a pack with Bai Ningbing. The villa they rented was found by one of Bai Chenggong's friends in Beijing. They just needed to have the villa cleaned and it could be returned. Chapter 84. Alright, it's warmer now. Maioyan, check your luggage again to see if there's anything you didn't bring. A week later, it was time for Fang Yuan and Jiang Maioyan to depart. Yesterday, a heavy snow fell, once again wrapping the entire capital in silver and white, looking very moving. Fang Yuan didn't expect that after living in Beijing for a month he was leaving because of the show. It was somewhat sentimental. Shang Ruling obediently checked her bag and ID. Everything was on her. She turned to Fang Yuan with a smile. Brother-in-law, I've brought everything. What about yours? Fang Yuan showed his wallet and laughed. My main things are all here. It doesn't matter if I forgot anything else. Shang Ruling couldn't help but chuckle. You guys are so lucky. You can just pack and head out. Fang Yuan shrugged. Isn't it? A guy only needs 3 minutes from waking up to leaving. Can you do that? Shang Ruling shook her head. I can't. Just makeup takes a long time. Talking and laughing, they pushed open the door and walked out. Before leaving, they turned off all the water and electricity and even the heating. Then they pushed open the door to the corridor. The apartment they lived in was an open-style corridor where you could see the scenery outside. A cold wind blew, but they didn't feel cold because of their thick clothes. Speaking of which, one must mention the difference between north and south. When it's cold in the south, it can really freeze someone to death. No amount of clothes helps. You know we're going out, but you didn't even wrap your scarf properly. Fang Yuan smiled and reached out to wrap the blue scarf around her neck. At this time, she was wearing a long black down jacket, wrapped like a rice dumpling, with a scarf on her neck and warm earmuffs on her ears. Combined with that pure and cute face and big watery eyes, she was a knockout to most people. Is it warmer now? Fang Yuan asked as he adjusted her scarf. Much better. Shang Ruling looked straight at Fang Yuan with her honest, beautiful eyes. Her eyes completely reflected Fang Yuan's figure. Let's go, let's go. The car is already downstairs waiting for us. Fang Yuan pushed their luggage and walked towards the elevator. Just as the two were getting into the car, a call came from his mother, Zai Limai. Mom, what's wrong? Maioling and I are getting in the car to head to the airport now. Zai Limai's voice came through, saying, It's nothing, I just wanted to ask if you were ready for the airport yet. The temperature difference between the north and south is huge. Did you pack enough clothes? A few scattered snowflakes fell on Fang Yuan, which Shang Ruling reached out to brush away. Fang Yuan sat in the back seat and unzipped his down jacket, feeling both helpless and amused, precisely because of the temperature difference they had made two-handed preparations for this trip. Today's daytime temperature in Beijing was 7 degrees, but over in Lucheng, Qiangshan, it was 27 degrees, a full 30-degree difference. If we don't wear short sleeves underneath, we'll definitely die of heat once we get off the plane. We brought everything. Mom, it's not like this is our first time traveling far. So don't worry. Fang Yuan smiled and said, Chapter 85, something's wrong. While packing last night, Fang Yuan had made a video called to Zai Limai to tell her they were going to Qiangshan. However, what felt strange to Fang Yuan was that his mother didn't seem surprised at all in the video. She chatted with him and also with Shang Ruling. Zai Limai and the others were still living in Lucheng, staying with the Bai family. As for when they would finally leave, it was no longer up to Fang Yuan to decide. After all, since the moment they went to Lucheng, this matter had essentially gone out of control for him. The kindness Bai Chenggong and Bai Jiangguo had shown her over the last 3 years was already hard to sever, let alone the fact that his mother and the others had gone to Lucheng. Fang Yuan, once you get to Qiangshan, you must take good care of Maioling. Do you understand? After all, I've watched Maioling grow up. If you let her be mistreated, I won't know how to face her mother, Zai Limai urged. Of course, she knew her son would be able to take good care of Shang Ruling, but as a mother, she always liked to nag her son a bit. Besides, this was a mother's privilege. Maioling, I can't take it anymore. anymore, you talk to my mom, Fang Yuan said with a smile as he handed the phone to Shang Ruling in the seat beside him. With a rumble as the taxi driver lightly stepped on the gas, the car slowly drove out of the community gate toward the airport. It only took 3 or 4 hours to fly from Beijing to Qiangshan. Since their flight was at 8 in the morning, they had to take a car to wait at the airport before dawn. Hello, Auntie Zai, Shang Ruling took the phone. Greeted her sweetly, starting a conversation with Zai Limai over the phone. As a guy, Fang Yuan was sometimes truly curious. Why girls had so much to say. They had clearly just had a video call for over an hour last night, yet this phone call actually lasted for over half an hour. This was actually a difference in thinking between men and women. The driver looked at the two in the back seat, listening to their call and seeing the light in their eyes. He was actually quite envious. Compared to him, this young couple clearly had something to look forward to. As for him, if not for the pressures of life, who would be willing to come out and pick up passengers before dawn? Seeing that their clothes looked quite elegant, the driver thought for a moment and reached out to press something on the meter. Shang Ruling was busy chatting with Zai Limai while admiring the scenery outside the window, but Fang Yuan noticed the driver's extra movement. At first, he didn't think much of it, but gradually he felt that something was wrong. However, the strong smell of disinfectant on the driver. The smell of disinfectant kept him from asking more, and he remained silent all the way to the terminal gate. Once at the airport, he realized he had been taken on a detour, and secondly, the meter was jumping abnormally. For the same distance, a normal taxi would have cost at least half as much. Hello, both of you. It's 270 yuan in total, the middle-aged driver said, staring at the meter with a guilty conscience. He knew very well that the normal fare for this trip would be at most only 130 yuan, but he had no choice. He was desperate for money. Fang Yuan sighed, but instead of taking out money immediately, he asked, Uncle, has something happened at home? I can smell a very strong scent of disinfectant on you. Chapter 86, Young man, I can't take your money. Hearing this, the driver's body froze suddenly, completely unexpected that Fang Yuan had noticed this. Actually, it was quite normal for Fang Yuan to notice it. First, the smell of disinfectant on him was indeed very strong, and second, the car's heater was on, making the scent spread. Young man, I'm sorry. My meter has some problems. This trip should only be 130. I'll just charge you 100. The driver's face turned red, feeling the instant embarrassment of being exposed. He felt uneasy all over. Actually, that doing this was wrong, but what else could he do? Without money, his daughter couldn't even pay her medical bills. In fact, his family didn't just have one child. When he was 35, his wife suddenly became pregnant, and they decided to have the baby. At first, she was a healthy child, a daughter. He had always wanted a daughter, and her arrival was a huge surprise to him. But who would have thought that? Only 2 years after starting kindergarten, his daughter was diagnosed with leukemia. It was because the kindergarten used poor quality renovation materials, causing several children in that kindergarten to contract leukemia. Even though the person in charge was arrested, what was the use? First, the kindergarten had no money for compensation, and second, their own family's money had already run out. Renovation materials have a huge impact on children, especially the younger they are. Meanwhile, adults have higher resistance. Uncle, it's okay, tell me what's happening at home. Fang Yuan sighed again and said if the uncle had insisted on charging him 270 yuan, he would have left 300 yuan and walked away with Shang Ruling. But the uncle changed his tone voluntarily and looked extremely guilty, which moved Fang Yuan's heart with compassion. Fang Yuan knew he couldn't help everyone, but since they met, lending a helping hand was within his reach. Moreover, he had watched Jiang Maoi die before his eyes, so he knew how desperate a patient's family could feel. It's nothing, I'm really fine, you two can just leave 100 for the fare, the driver said with an increasingly bitter expression. How about this? This is all the cash I have with me. Take this note with my phone number on it. If you can't hold on anymore, give me a call. Perhaps I can help you. Without counting, Fang Yuan took out a thick stack of bills and placed them on the center console box. It was at least several thousand yuan. Looking at the stack of bright red bills, the driver froze instantly and his eyes immediately turned red. Young man, I cannot take your money, the driver said hurriedly. It's fine, you don't make money as fast as I do. Besides, meeting is fate. Take this money. Looking at you, you seem to be a veteran. There's no need to be so polite with me. If you can't hold on, you must call me, Fang Yuan said seriously. Saying that, he got out of the car with Shang Ruling. Before getting out, Shang Ruling took off a bracelet from her wrist and placed it. She followed him out of the car after leaving the items on the console box. Her insight was not as sharp as Fang Yuan's, but she trusted his judgment unconditionally. Since Fang Yuan had done so, she also helped as much as she could. Looking at the gold bracelet on the console box. Chapter 87, thinking of solving it again. Looking at the gold bracelet on the console box, as well as the waterfall of red bills. The driver's tears fell uncontrollably as he instantly choked up. Fang Yuan's judgment was indeed very sharp. He had correctly judged through certain details. It was true, the driver had been a veteran over 10 years ago. Many veterans, because they stayed in the military for so long, carry a capable style that can never be erased. The driver was that kind of person. Though crushed by life, he was still a soldier to his core. With that kind of resilience, if he hadn't been forced by circumstances, he would never have tampered with the meter, risking a fine to earn a few hundred more. By the time he reacted, Fang Yuan and Shang Ruling were already walking toward the airport entrance. He rushed out of the car and bowed deeply toward their back. relax, tears still scalding hot. He had clearly intended to cheat them, yet they repaid his malice with kindness, and even left him such a valuable gift. Thinking of his actions just now, he really wanted to slap himself. Fang Yuan had lived 2 lifetimes and seen far too much. Many people aren't. He really wanted to slap himself. Fang Yuan had lived 2 lifetimes and seen too much. Many people don't actually want to do bad things but are truly forced by life. If you help such a person when they first waver, they will be more grateful than anyone and correct their mistakes. Sigh, life is unpredictable, Fang Yuan sighed, his mind once again recalling what Jiang Maoi looked like when she was alive, and the image of her lying on a hospital bed unable to move. 2 lifetimes, 2 people had completely changed the trajectory of Fang Yuan's life. Brother-in-law, are you missing sister again? Shang Ruilin asked softly by his side. Fang Yuan just smiled without responding, instead reaching out a hand to pat Shang Ruilin's head. What was the use of thinking? The dead cannot return, and their own lives had to continue. Letting the deceased live a second life through them was what they should do. At 12 noon, Fang Yuan and Shang Ruilin walked out of the terminal. Having just left the air-conditioned plane, they hadn't felt much, but once they stepped out the terminal, they were both dying of heat. They could wear short sleeves inside and take off their coats, but padded pants were a problem. In sub-zero temperatures, you would surely die without padded pants, but now the heat rising from their lower bodies was maddening. Looking at their clothing, one couldn't tell they were dressed so warmly or that they had padded pants on, because they were wearing those fleece-lined shark pants. Sometimes you have to appreciate products made for girls. While men's padded pants are bulky and cold, the ones for girls are a thin layer but feel as warm as a heat pack. Fang Yuan had actually discovered this in his past life. In that life, he occasionally attended various events in winter, where dressing too heavily was simply not an option. So his assistant suggested he try shark pants, and after just one try, a new world opened up for him. If he hadn't tried them, his heart as a grown man would have instinctively resisted. Brother Chen, beautiful young lady, I missed you so much, haha. Haha. Uncle Feng was holding a large sign at the terminal exit, and upon seeing the 2 of them coming out, he immediately greeted them excitedly. Chapter 88. That will surely be very interesting. Haha. Director Feng, I haven't seen you for a few months and you become quite haggard. You haven't even shaved your stubble, Fang Yuan said jokingly. As he spoke, Uncle Feng tried to lean in and grab Fang Yuan for a bear hug, but Fang Yuan rejected him with a look of disgust, putting a hand in front of him with a clearly repulsed expression. Uncle Feng wasn't annoyed, instead he laughed as well. How do you 2 like the feeling of coming to Qiang province? Isn't switching from winter to summer instantly very stimulating? Sweat was already dripping from Fang Yuan's forehead. He said, don't even mention it, it's damn hot. Wearing a pair of cotton pants in this 27-degree weather feels exactly like a 38-degree steamer. Hearing this, Uncle Feng smiled triumphantly and shamelessly. After chatting for a few sentences, Uncle Feng and a staff member led the 2 of them toward the airport parking lot. Uncle Feng actually reached out his hand toward Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked speechless, took a pack of Hetian Zia from his pocket, and handed a cigarette to Uncle Feng. Uncle Feng lit it and took a very comfortable deep puff. With that blissful expression, anyone who didn't know would wonder what he was doing. Director Feng, I'm not criticizing you, but as a grand director who can afford a Bentley Continental, you actually asked me a guest for a cigarette. Aren't you going a bit too far? Fang Yuan said crossly. Is it possible that the car used on the show was rented just for the show's effect? Uncle Feng asked shamelessly. Rented? Which rental company would modify the brakes and rims before renting it out? If you said the rental company bought it secondhand and it came with those modifications, I might believe it, but it's impossible for a new car, Fang Yuan said while rolling his eyes. When he saw Uncle Feng's car before, Fang Yuan felt that Uncle Feng's background wasn't simple. He certainly wasn't just an ordinary director without power or influence. However, for someone who could afford a Bentley GT and could afford over 100,000 for modified brakes to actually pretend to be poor, I don't know what his game is. You know so much about cars. Uncle Feng pretended to be puzzled, even though Fang Yuan was right in front of him. Now he didn't say anything. He was really looking forward to seeing Fang Yuan's expression after the show. That would be very interesting. Ha ha ha, if I say that. In my dreams, I have a Bugatti worth over 50 million. Would you believe it? Fang Yuan curled his lips. I believe you. Uncle Feng actually nodded. Damn, I don't even believe it myself. Fang Yuan casually steered the conversation back. Although reality is far more ridiculous than TV shows and novels, starting a second life after transmigrating is still too absurd. Hee, then I don't believe it either, Uncle Feng actually said. Damn it, Fang Yuan couldn't help but curse. The group walked toward a Rolls-Royce Cullinan in the parking lot. It was an expensive special version, the Black Badge edition, costing over 8 million. Uncle Feng struck a pose, flashily took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it at the car. The car immediately flashed its lights and unlocked instantly. Can you stop showing off? Will you die if you don't? Fang Yuan really wanted to kick him. Oh, that's not right. The meaning of life lies in showing off. If you don't show off, then it's just too boring. Uncle Feng chuckled slyly. Chapter 89. This guy still talks so interestingly. Uncle Feng's expression was so annoying that even passers-by wanted to slap him. Fang Yuan didn't care about the Cullinan at all. After all, in his past life, his garage had every kind of car. Although he didn't care much for cars as a god of song in his past life, he was naturally rich enough to have everything everything he needed. As for Uncle Feng's driving, it only further proved that Uncle Feng. His background was unusual. Feng Yuan helped Shang Ruling put the suitcase in the trunk and jokingly teased Uncle Feng, saying, "Director Feng, do you know? There's a meme about driving a Rolls-Royce." Uncle Feng asked a bit confusedly, "What meme?" Feng Yuan pressed the button to lower the electric trunk and said that he is driving a Rolls-Royce and enjoying a life without navigation. Rolls-Royces use double-layered laminated silver-plated glass, although the glass is sunproof. It blocks mobile phone signals, and since there's no signal booster in the car, naturally, even navigation is hard to use. It's not that it's completely impossible to use navigation, but once the windows are closed, the navigation disconnects easily. It's possible the car has driven several kilometers, while the phone's navigation is still stuck. In the last century, Uncle Feng's face instantly filled with embarrassment, and he suddenly didn't want to show off anymore. Damn, Feng Yuan really is the son-in-law of Lu Cheng's Success Real Estate. He knows so much. If others saw his Cullinan, they would only exclaim how awesome it is, then sit inside to touch and look at everything with immense envy. Director Feng, actually domestic cars are quite good now. You should try one sometime. Feng Yuan helped Shang Ruling open the back door and sat in the back with her. Alright, actually this car belongs to my older brother. With my personality, I still prefer high horsepower performance cars. I wouldn't drive this kind of car. Mainly driving an SUV is like driving a boat. Uncle Feng shrugged and said, SUVs aren't as useless as you say. If you drive fast, the people in the back will easily get carsick. Feng Yuan laughed. Uncle Feng originally thought Feng Yuan was going to say something good about SUVs, but hearing this, he almost choked. This guy's way of talking was still so interesting. Very much to his taste. After getting in the car, because the air conditioning was on, the heat felt by Feng Yuan and Shang Ruling dissipated instantly. They felt like they had come back to life. Uncle Feng first took the two back to the hotel to change clothes, and then took them to the seaside for seafood. Feng Yuan changed into a colorful floral shirt and beach shorts, immediately matching the island vibe. Meanwhile, Shang Ruling changed into a little white dress and sandals that revealed her fair toes. She was so pure and lovely. Feng Yuan, what do you think of this island in Qiang province? Uncle Feng sat on a white plastic chair with his legs crossed, looking at the nearby beach. Above them was a parasol blocking the sun. It's quite nice. It's most suitable to come here for the winter, but it would be even better if there were fewer scams targeting tourists. Feng Yuan nodded and said, issues with overcharging tourists exist everywhere. It's just that some places are particularly bad while others are just local phenomena, and it's not just domestic. Abroad it's even more exaggerated. Not only do they overcharge, they harvest kidneys. If they see you're rich, they might kidnap you right off the street. Exactly. Tourism in Qiang province is sluggish because of these things, otherwise they wouldn't have asked us to come. Chapter 90. These jerks are truly beyond saving. The program Uncle Feng was planning next was called Keep Going Entrepreneurs because it was a sister show. The names were very similar. Uncle Feng had not only secured a significant investment from a certain wealthy lady, but also received support from Qiang province. How should one evaluate the tourism industry in Qiang province? It's really hard to say. People are just like that. When business is booming, they don't care about anything. I think you're an out-of-town tourist and this is a one-time deal, so I'll just scam you to death. As for repeat customers or reputation, I don't care at all, but by the time they realize it, it's too late. Fortunately, the Department of Culture and Tourism in Qiang province woke up and decided to start a large-scale rectification. Inviting them this time was actually to use their influence to show the viewers in the live stream. After all, during the filming process, the focus is mainly on live streaming. The official release of this variety show is months after filming ends, but even if the provincial tourism department asked us to come, it wouldn't have much effect because many things are deep-rooted. This is a case of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. When opinions reach a climax, others won't want to forgive you, they'll only want to see you die, Uncle Feng said, smoking and waving a fan. Nowadays, those black-hearted merchants on the internet film various videos crying about their plight, but not only does no one sympathize, they are instead met with curses. Whatever, as long as we make money, isn't that enough? Feng Yuan joked. Damn right, Uncle Feng slapped his thigh as if he'd found a soulmate. The two looked at each other and laughed heartlessly. Soon their food arrived, but Feng Yuan and Uncle Feng's expressions instantly dropped. Feng Yuan looked at the seafood on the table and then at Feng Shu. Director Feng, where the hell did you find this restaurant? Or is the show's budget low again and you secretly swapped the live lobsters for dead ones? Feng Shu really wanted to die. They were just mocking black-hearted merchants only to have a slap delivered right back to their own faces. Damn, what bad luck. No way I'm going to reason with this merchant. Feng Shu rolled up his sleeves and walked toward the storefront to argue with the owner. Then an even more infuriating situation occurred. The owner called him a pauper, saying if he had no money, he shouldn't act rich and eat seafood by the seaside. This is well known, seafood is expensive and a bill of several thousand is normal. The owner exposed for replacing live lobsters with frozen ones was actually defiant, but the price difference between frozen and live lobsters is huge, roughly a 1-to-3 ratio. If bought in bulk, the price would be even cheaper. After hearing that Feng Shui and the others were filming a variety show invited by the provincial tourism department, the owner's attitude did a 180-degree turn. However, a free meal was impossible, though he did swap the dishes. For live seafood, there wasn't even a damn discount, nearly making Feng Shui explode with rage. Damn it, these bastards are hopeless, just let them be destroyed. Feng Shui sat back down frustrated. If he weren't hungry and tired of the hassle with his temper, he would have left to not let the black-hearted merchant earn a single cent from him. Chapter 91. To be honest, it's really something. A few days later, the show's launch attracted significant popularity. The live stream had just started and hadn't entered the formal program flow yet, but many were already watching. After all, the previous season had only ended recently, so naturally its popularity still existed. However, after Fang Yuan and Shang Ruolin left the previous season's filming, the show's popularity plummeted and it never naturally trended on social media again. It was only because director Feng Shui would occasionally create buzz and then have the crew buy trending spots to attract traffic. Regarding program effectiveness, the guests from the previous season didn't provide much entertainment value and their popularity wasn't high. Their intuition on the show was not as sharp as Fang Yuan's, nor did they interact with the crew like he did. This directly led to the show remaining mediocre. Ever since, however, right from the beginning, Feng Shui had already made plans and preparations for this. However, because of the effect caused by Fang Yuan's joining, the contrast was what he hadn't expected. Wow, this director is really something, finishing one variety show and immediately starting another. Not long after, another one came. Indeed, being able to create another script and pull in investment in such a short time is quite impressive. If this season's guests are the same as last season's and only the format has changed, I think it might be boring. You're wrong about that. Look at many shows on the market, it's just a few guests appearing in rotation. Some shows keep the same few guests with only the occasional other guest appearances, and after doing this for over 10 seasons, it's like an old lady's foot-binding rap, long and tedious, but those shows still survive just fine. What do you mean, can you keep it short? I'm too lazy to read so many words. Damn it, my point is that as long as the director knows how to create hype, who the guests are doesn't really matter. I heard there are changes to the guests this season. The production team seems to be inviting someone and has started hyping it up, making it quite mysterious. Even with changes, they'll surely be ordinary people. Yeah, given how stingy and poor this production team is, how could they possibly invite any heavyweight guests? Hearing about the guest changes, a group of people expressed their disdain. You can't blame them, mainly because of the fixed impression left by last season. Everything last season was very grounded and realistic, which directly led the audience to be somewhat unaccustomed to this. After all, most variety shows now either conduct interviews in luxury hotels or hold important segments in particularly extravagant places. Consequently, under Feng Shui's arrangement, this show remained low-key until the end. Honestly, it's amazing. In the entire online landscape, only Feng Shui is this unique. In the eyes of the audience, the biggest expense last season was probably the months of staff costs. Oh look, the guests are arriving. Damn, it's another second-hand beat-up business van, hahaha, that's hilarious. Is it possible that director Feng is doing this on purpose? Chapter 92. Who is Fang Yuan? Is he very famous? The guests stepped out of the business van individually, just like when they first arrived last season, and began greeting the camera. Then they sat on chairs on the lawn, started chatting with each other, and began answering questions aimed at the live stream camera as set by the production team. Unlike last season, this time they interviewed each group of guests as they arrived. The live stream audience was already familiar with these guests, so there was no need to wait for everyone to gather before starting, nor was there a need for a special game to help the guests get to know each other. The guest pairings also continued from last season, except that this season requires the guests to start businesses, so the rules have changed accordingly. They can continue with the two-person pairing method to start their businesses, but they can also choose to combine groups. In other ways, last season, after Fang Yuan and Shang Ruolin left, the production team temporarily invited a new group of guests to join, maintaining the status of three guest groups. The three groups arrived, completed their interviews individually, and then sat on their chairs to interact, starting to guess who the special guest invited by the production team actually was. Even though the production team hadn't made any announcements or provided details, last season's Xiao Yun and Chen Zhizhe already had their guesses. They felt that the new guests were most likely Fang Yuan and Shang Ruolin. Ever since these two left the show, they released the song October 17th, which caused a sensation across the entire internet. Even if they didn't know it while on the show, by the time it concluded, they all knew. Screech. Accompanied by the stopping of a black business van, the door opened. A man and a woman got out of the car. In an instant, the camera immediately locked onto them and focused on them. The boy was still so handsome, and the girl was also so beautiful, her eyes filled with gentleness. Although it was already winter now because of the location in the far south, everyone was still dressed as if it were daytime. Haha, what did I tell you? Look, they have now joined Huyu Media, especially Fang Yuan, who signed a terrifying Class A contract with the company. company. Zhuang Sheng couldn't help but smile, turned his head and said, his eyes filled with envy. A Class A contract. This is a very impressive contract in the industry, just one level below the king of singers. Just one level away from the top treatment. As an internet celebrity singer, Zhuang Sheng naturally knew that even a Class A contract is very rare, a contract countless singers spend their whole lives chasing. But for Fang Yuan to sign a Class A contract shows how much Huyu Media values him. Holy shit, it's actually Fang Yuan. Who is this Fang Yuan? Is he very famous? Damn, you don't even know him. Haven't you heard October 17th, that viral sad love song on Douyin? October 17th is actually his song. Of course it is, but what exactly happened with his departure last season? I heard he got married or something. 90th chapter. Fang Yuan, you really should apologize to us. When Fang Yuan left last season because of his situation, he actually trended several times. However, later it seemed like there was manual intervention and the trending topics quickly disappeared. Old viewers of last season still remember the events vividly. It was because the incident was too explosive. A beautiful woman found Fang Yuan on the street during filming and implied that Fang Yuan was cheating, accusing him of being shameless. The matter became very heated. But on the surface, the two parties didn't know each other at all. Not knowing each other yet looking the same, that was the most puzzling part. Even now, many people still don't understand what happened, and just thinking about it makes them scratch their heads. Fang Yuan, Miao Ling, you guys finally came back after you left last season. Who knows how many netizens were discussing you for a long time in all the major live rooms. The heat of the discussion about you was still higher than ours, Zhuang Sheng said with a smile to the two of them. He was smiling, but in his heart he was extremely jealous. After all, everyone struggling in the entertainment industry craves for massive resources to fall on them. Fang Yuan and Shang Ruilin got them. Compared to Fang Yuan, Shang Ruilin always seemed to perform quite averagely, following Fang Yuan's lead in everything, like a nobody. But in reality, Shang Ruilin's contract was also terrifying. Just her contract alone made Zhuang Sheng extremely envious, and Shang Ruilin actually isn't a nobody. When recording special songs, Shang Ruilin's voice must be included as a harmony, otherwise just Fang Yuan's voice alone wouldn't feel right. If October 17th was just Fang Yuan's solo, it would never have achieved such an explosive effect, let alone reaching the level of making people cry every time they hear it. Naturally, Shang Ruilin's skill cannot be ignored because of their current identities, which are no longer comparable to last season. No matter how jealous he was, he could only hide it in his heart. If he accidentally offended the two of them, he would really suffer for it. By the end of last season's filming, they each gained many fans, but compared to Fang Yuan, there is no way to compare the two of them. Haha. I'm sorry for causing you all trouble last season. Our leaving halfway through also caused quite a lot of trouble for the program team. Here, Miao Ling and I sincerely apologize to all of you. Fang Yuan smiled as he led Shang Ruilin. Bow to everyone and even the program staff. This wasn't just for show, they were truly apologizing. After all, they had caused trouble for others. Fang Yuan, you indeed should apologize to us, haha. Because you brat made me get cursed at by a bunch of people last season. They all thought the director was the one who forced you away. Feng Shu's voice came over as an off-camera voiceover. And last season, Feng Shu was indeed blasted by many people for this. Chapter 94, Can't Say. Last season, Fang Yuan and Shang Ruilin's performances were obvious to everyone. Compared to the pretentiousness of people like Zhuang Sheng, Fang Yuan and Shang Ruilin's performance was quite brilliant and very down-to-earth without any of those messy habits. Even Zhuang Sheng and the others only adapted to this kind of program rhythm much later. Only then did the criticism against them gradually decrease, and because their performances became more genuine. They also attracted many fans, but compared to Fang Yuan and his partner's performance during those days, they still couldn't match up. It was mainly a matter of life experiences. They simply hadn't lived the kind of life Fang Yuan and his partner had, so naturally they couldn't reach that level. Furthermore, in the last season, the interaction between Fang Yuan and Feng Shu was also a major highlight of the show. Although Feng Shu pulled many tricks later on, they could never top the situation back then. Fang Yuan, Miao Ling, you two are the culprits, haha, you caused me to be cursed at for the whole season. You must compensate me well, Feng Shu said jokingly. Director Feng, aren't we back here to atone? Fang Yuan said with a smile. Then you two better tone well, perform well, and try to get on the trending searches. By the way, there's one thing I must tell you in advance. Feng Shu stopped abruptly as he said this, leaving Fang Yuan and Shang Ruilin quite confused. What is it? Just say it, Fang Yuan asked in confusion. Before I say it, you must promise not to get mad at me, Feng Shu teased again. Fang Yuan was speechless and rolled his eyes. He was already very handsome, and with the necessary camera makeup on his face, his appearance became even more handsome. What on earth is it that requires me to agree first? Fang Yuan asked helplessly. Hee, if you don't agree, I really can't say. Fang Shu nodded, actually looking quite righteous. No problem, go ahead. Fang Yuan thought he was just trying to create some program effect, perhaps a prank within the crew, so he agreed. Since they were on the show, they had to follow the crew's arrangements. Even if Fang Shu arranged some effects, they as guests couldn't go against the program crew. After all, they had to maintain professional ethics. Fang Yuan was a super boss in the music industry in his previous life, a top-tier existence and the pinnacle that countless people dreamed of. Because he had already stood at the top, his pursuit of fame and fortune was naturally not like like others, and he didn't have much of an ego. Hee, since you already agreed, then my goal has been achieved. I'll keep this a secret for now. I can't say. Feng Shu laughed mischievously. Fang Yuan really wanted to curse. Is there anyone who leaves people hanging like this? He had already agreed, and yet the man still kept it hidden. What was it? Director Feng, you're freaking inhumane. Director Feng is inhumane +1. Damn it, after he did this, I'm so itchy with curiosity now. I just want to know which of you brothers is going to pry Director Feng's mouth open. Chapter 95. No matter what happens, you can't curse at me. Director Feng was indeed Director Feng, seizing every opportunity to create program effects. This season has just started and it's already getting out of hand. In those years, he never knew what the pangolin said. Director Feng, damn you, many bullet chats were similarly driven crazy. Yes, there are currently 4 groups of 8 people, but that's not all the guests. Besides you, there are 2 more. Director Feng's smile became increasingly mischievous, giving off a very bad feeling as if Director Feng was planning something big. Damn, Fang Yuan couldn't help but curse. Although he didn't know exactly who Director Feng was inviting, he already felt something was very wrong. 2 faces instantly surfaced in his mind, but he quickly dismissed them. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He had already cleared things up with Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing definitely wouldn't come to the show, right? And what would he come here for? If Bai Ningbing came, things would be a total mess. By then the hot searches would be everywhere. What if it affected the Bai family? It wasn't that Fang Yuan was being conceited, it was mainly because this matter itself was very explosive and controversial. Even if the program didn't buy hot searches, it would definitely trend. Director Feng, when are the special guests coming? Fang Yuan asked, feeling frustrated. Tomorrow when filming officially begins. Director Feng smiled proudly, paused for a moment, then continued. Fang Yuan, the production team's arrangements for you this season have also changed. Other groups can choose whether to team up for their business. At most, 2 groups can combine, leaving 1 group as a duo, but you must team up with the special guests. Of course, if you really don't want to, you don't have to, but your business stall location won't be in the same place. Hearing this, Fang Yuan was even more speechless. What is this? Why is there such a rule? Fang Yuan, anyway, we've agreed no matter what happens, you can't curse at me, Director Feng said with a smile. Actually, Director Feng's mind was also very conflicted. To say this was purely for program effects would be impossible. It's true he pursued effects because he's a director and seeking popularity is his job, but he felt Fang Yuan's situation was very complicated. By putting both parties together, perhaps he could mediate the situation through the show and resolve the misunderstanding. Last season, because of Zhang Yaojiao, Director Feng did have opinions about Zhang Yaojiao and Bai Ningbing, but he still gave them a warning in the end. Before this season started, he actually knew many things, especially about Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's past, which moved him. Director Feng didn't plan to mediate, right? Whatever issues the involved parties have, they should handle themselves. Chapter 96. Like a chronic illness, every family has its own problems. Director Feng, as an outsider, even if he knew about Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, what could he do? Could he step in and tell Fang Yuan what to do? No, that wouldn't work, and if he did that, what would happen to Shang Ruolin? So the best and only way was to let them handle it themselves and let them resolve the misunderstanding. There was no other way. Director Feng felt Fang Yuan wasn't the type to run away from his problems. He knew that doing this might earn him Fang Yuan's resentment, but even if Fang Yuan complained, he had to endure it. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to scold him, he wouldn't say anything. After all, he did it and should take responsibility. To put it more bluntly, what he was doing was equivalent to disrespecting Fang Yuan, even putting some of Fang Yuan's private matters under the lens. But this matter was different. It was also what Bai Ningbin wanted because she had no other way. Being with Fang Yuan on the show to let him see her change and clearing things up between them was an opportunity for Bai Ningbin. Moreover, based on Bai Ningbin's current understanding of Fang Yuan, if she didn't change his mind, make him face her, or make him fall in love with her, their situation could never be reversed. Their biggest problems were, first, the misunderstanding between them. Fang Yuan mistakenly thought Jai Bisheng was very important to her. Second was the person in Fang Yuan's heart, Jiang Maioi, a deceased white moonlight who was truly terrifying. If she were alive, things would be easy to solve, but since she passed away, she would live forever in others' hearts. Like a chronic illness, it's hard to eradicate. If someone wanted to enter Fang Yuan's heart and replace Jiang Maioi's status, the difficulty was immense, even comparable to climbing to heaven. This show was Bai Ningbing's best and only chance. Why say that? Because their situation was already fixed. In real life, Fang Yuan could leave at any time. And even if he stayed at the Bai family all day, Fang Yuan's attitude toward her was different. He was always too distant and cold. But was this really good? Before, this relationship was fine, but wasn't it like this? Times have changed and they needed a crucial bridge to break the ice between them. She had someone specially analyze it to achieve her ultimate goal of making Fang Yuan fall in love with her. She first had to break their original relationship, the so-called ice breaking. After breaking the ice, she would make Fang Yuan realize her differences and then get to know her again. There is a very vivid example of this: childhood sweethearts. Most childhood sweethearts can only be friends and find it hard to be together because they are too familiar with each other, and their original relationship is fixed. If they took that step, it would feel wrong, but if they broke that layer and got to know each other again, it would be very smooth. Isn't that what they say online? Chapter 97. Filming using a small frame, some people online summarized. That sometimes you can't woo a girl you know too well, but you can succeed with one you just met. It's the same logic. When people first meet, there is a lot of freshness, and at this time they usually see the good in each other and are willing to discover it, but after knowing each other for a long time, the good parts are forgotten, leaving only flaws. So in this situation, it's more necessary to break the ice, break the original state, and reconstruct the relationship. This time, Fang Yuan cannot escape. Bai Ningbing wouldn't force him into anything because she only went with the idea of breaking the ice. As long as the relationship could be reconstructed on the show, then the rest could happen slowly. She wouldn't have to worry too much. Fang Yuan spent 3 years by her side just to let her standing up again. She was also willing to spend 3 years making Fang Yuan fall in love with her. If it was only like this, it would be better to keep the relationship as it was. In this matter, whether you say Bai Ningbing was selfish or too domineering, it was fine, but if a person isn't selfish in their feelings, then where else can they be selfish? Should they really give away the one they like to someone else? Besides, regarding selfishness in feelings, if you don't fight for it, how can there be a follow-up? Fang Yuan. Anyway, it's settled. You can't get angry or scold me later, ha 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 ha, Uncle Feng said with a loud laugh. But in reality, he was a bit nervous because he felt that if Fang Yuan wanted to beat him up, he wouldn't necessarily survive it. He had a small frame while Fang Yuan was full of muscles. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes speechlessly, sat down with Shang Ruling, ignored Uncle Feng, and began to chat with the other guests like Zhuang Sheng. Since today wasn't the official start of recording the show, their filming today mainly focused on guest interviews. Everyone sat together chatting, reviewing the last season and talking about their ideas for the next one. The production team didn't require them to choose a specific industry for their startup. Everything was free for them to choose. Fang Yuan, what industry do you and Mai Oling plan to do this season? I watched some live stream replays from the last season and found your cooking skills are truly amazing. Do you plan to open a restaurant? Lin Zioqian, a guest who was in a group with Zhuang Sheng last season, leaned in and asked curiously. Lin Zioqian was a faded child star who came to the show to gain followers. And after the last season, her follower growth was quite good, so she returned for the consecutive filming. Open restaurant. Mai Oling, what are your thoughts? Fang Yuan rubbed his chin and turned to ask. I'm fine with anything. Opening a restaurant is actually quite good. Last season when we were helping in the cafeteria, many netizens said we should open a restaurant. If we really open one, it would fulfill their wishes. Shang Ruling smiled gently. Chapter 98. No matter what you do, it only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Shang Ruling had such a gentle nature as long as it was something Fang Yuan decided she would go along with it. Firstly, because most of the things Fang Yuan decided were correct and had considered every aspect, so she didn't need to think much. Secondly, she trusted Fang Yuan's judgment. There were so many industries they could choose from this season, and opening a restaurant was the simplest and most effective for the show. After all, opening a restaurant could showcase Fang Yuan's culinary skills and allow them to interact with all kinds of people. Thirdly, it would let some netizens know that opening a restaurant isn't that easy, so they wouldn't just think it was simple and throw their family savings into it only for it to go down the drain. Nowadays, there are too many startup scammers on the internet. Shang Ruling felt that through their actions, they could warn whoever they could. Starting a business on a show was much easier than for an average person, but given Uncle Feng's positioning for the show, Uncle Feng wouldn't let them slack off. The hardest parts of opening a restaurant are time and effort. On the surface, a restaurant's peak hours are only a few hours long, but the preparation time in between is very long. The more popular the business, the longer the preparation time. This is an unchangeable fact. And let's open a restaurant. Fang Yuan nodded. Anyway, he was very good at cooking. When he was at the Bai family, he could take care of the entire family's meals by himself, and even during New Year when there were so many people, he could handle it without panic. He could adapt to this rhythm at the fastest speed. The entire interview and chat lasted for more than 2 hours. Everyone sat together and discussed various things, like Zhuang Sheng and Lin Zioqian wanting to set up a stall to make milk tea. Others gave them suggestions. Before coming, they had actually learned some milk tea recipes and tried them at home. They tried them out on the spot, and others gave opinions to see if anything needed adjusting. The formal recording of the show starts tomorrow. To produce the show, everyone must first obtain funds and then find a venue. The production team gave them 2 choices. First, go to a venue chosen by the production team. Second, find a venue themselves. If they choose the former, their business might be snatched away and compared on the spot, and this would be equivalent to having their traffic stolen, so the choice was up to them. Back at the hotel, Fang Yuan and Shang Ruling chatted and felt that choosing a venue selected by the production team would be fine. Even if the location is remote, it doesn't matter, and the places chosen by the production team wouldn't be remote, because the locations chosen by the production team are definitely arranged by the Bureau of Culture and Tourism and are closely related to local tourism. This show has another key purpose, which is to promote local tourism. Since they are here to work, they must find ways to help the local area improve. However, the issue of dishonest merchants must be handled. The incident of Fang Yuan and Feng Shu eating by the sea has been reported to the local Bureau of Culture and Tourism, urging them to investigate quickly. If these problems aren't solved, local tourism will not improve. After all, their reputation was ruined by their own actions. If they can't even solve this, then whatever they do will only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Chapter 99. Are you ready to face the storm? That evening, while Fang Yuan and Shang Ruling were chatting, two people arrived at the hotel. After they arrived, they wrapped themselves up tightly like thieves. Members of the production team were also there to film them. This was done to build hype for the show and create program effects. When they arrived, the production team first checked on Fang Yuan and Shang Ruling to confirm they wouldn't leave their room, then let the two go upstairs. The whole filming process was short, just from when they got off the car until they entered the room. This segment will be edited into the official broadcast. Inside the room, Zhang Yaojiao dropped her luggage, untied her mask, and took off her cap. Her small face was a bit flushed from being stifled. Oh, it really suffocated me coming here. Felt like being a thief. Bai Ningbing looked at her with amusement, also removed her heavy disguise and said with a smile, is it not like being a thief if Fang Yuan finds out we're finished? Zhang Yaojiao looked at her with both annoyance and amusement. He will definitely know tomorrow anyway. Ningbing, are you ready to face the storm? Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes and said, it's not as exaggerated as you say. When Fang Yuan finds out, he will at most be surprised, but he certainly won't show any negative reaction, let alone criticize us. Zhang Yaojiao tilted her head and asked, oh, do you trust him that much? Bai Ningbing nodded with certainty. Based on her understanding of Fang Yuan, he would definitely be. As she said, because from her perspective, she really couldn't think of any reason for Fang Yuan to be angry. Besides, Fang Yuan isn't the type to get angry over such things. As long as they don't cross his bottom line or try to create conflict and just come to film the show, they will get along well with him. Actually, Bai Ningbing had been worried before, but since Fang Yuan visited the Bai family on this trip, Bai Ningbing clearly brought Zai Lima and the others to Lucheng without his consent, but Fang Yuan didn't say anything to her in the end. From this point, it was unlikely that Fang Yuan would be angry with her. She knew that bringing Zai Lima and Grandpa here was her fault and she was wrong. But she really had no other way. If she didn't even fight for this opportunity, what else could she do? Moreover, for example, the issue of Grandpa Chen Zhijian's leg injury had been mentioned by the Bai family more than once. They said they wanted Chen Zhijian to come to Lucheng for treatment, but the old man didn't agree. After mentioning it many times, the Bai family didn't bring it up again. They couldn't force him regarding this matter, could they? From Bai Ningbing's perspective, only by first getting Zai Lima and the others to agree could she then act freely. If she didn't get their consent, Bai Ningbing would ultimately feel that she lacked justification and even confidence, and what she lacked right now was confidence. Chapter 100. Haha, wasn't this a shock? After Fang Yuan came out of Jiang Maioi's room, he went back to his room to rest. Early the next morning, the program crew woke everyone up and asked them to gather downstairs at the hotel to start today's recording. The hotel where the crew stayed was specially arranged by the local Bureau of Culture and Tourism. Since they were invited by the Bureau, the hotel naturally offered special rates. The hotel had a great view and was located by the sea. Even just standing in the lobby, one could feel a slight sea breeze blowing from the entrance, carrying the unique heat of the tropics, making one feel refreshed in this winter environment, especially for some people from the north. For them, waiting for their teammates. After all, they were filming a show and had to pay attention to details in their public image. Fang Yuan and Jiang Maioi walked out of the elevator together. They were the first team to come down. After all, they had set their alarms early and didn't need the crew to wake them. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing and Zhang Yaojiao, as special guests, certainly wouldn't appear at this time. Over a dozen cameras were already set up in the lobby, aimed in their direction and filming from different angles. Fang Yuan and Jiang Maioi saw their personal photographer from the previous season and smiled, waving at him, while the other party was clearly stunned, not expecting that the two still remembered his existence. After a brief daze, he snapped out of it and smiled back, waving at them. Before long, the guests from the other groups also came down. All right, everyone is here now, so the filming for this season will officially begin. First, let's applaud and thank everyone for participating in this season's show. Feng Shu's voice cut in as he took the lead in applauding, followed immediately by thunderous applause in the lobby. Since it was early morning, even though a group of people had gathered there, it wouldn't affect the hotel's business, not to mention they had already notified them in advance. Fang Yuan and the others also smiled and followed along, applauding. Next, special thanks to Fang Yuan and Jiang Qiu. Your statuses are different now and your appearance fees are completely different. At your level, there's actually no need to come to a small show like ours. Feng Shu looked at the two with a smile. Feng Bao, look at what you're saying. I don't know who called me recently and insisted. Fang Yuan said with a smile. The one who said this season's program would be more exciting and insisted I come was you. Haha, isn't this season exciting? In order to make this season have more entertainment value, I've lost quite a few brain cells and even lost a lot of hair. Look at my hair, isn't it much thinner than last season? Feng Shu even deliberately turned his head toward Fang Yuan to show off his hair. At the crown, it had indeed thinned out quite a bit, making the swirl area expand significantly, even giving the impression that he would soon be balding in the middle. Uncle Feng's situation was actually mostly due to family genetics because his father and his grandfather were both bald in the middle. Genetic issues are impossible to change. As soon as Fang Yuan returned, he started interacting with him again, immediately lifting the atmosphere. Chapter 101. Damn it, there must be something fishy. The interaction between Fang Yuan and Uncle Feng immediately livened up the live stream's atmosphere. And this point, even after the previous season, was something something those guests could not achieve. After Fang Yuan left last season, although they also tried ways to create some entertainment value compared to Fang Yuan, they were always far behind. In comparison, Fang Yuan was much more natural, mainly because Fang Yuan didn't act like an NPC. Not only did he interact with Feng Shu, but he would also bargain with him, and his adaptability was terrifying. After finishing the opening, Feng Shu got straight to the point. Everyone, let's talk about the remaining funds from last season. Group 1, Xiao Yun and Chen Zhizhai had 1,131 yuan remaining. Group 2, Zhuang Sheng and Lin Xiaoqian had 1,677 yuan remaining. Group 3, Huang Bo and Wu Mingmin had 1,369 yuan remaining. Fang Yuan and Shang Ruoling were the third group last season, but after they left, their position was replaced by Huang Bo and Wu Mingmin. Now Fang Yuan, you too belong to the fourth group. When you left last season, there were still 2,750 yuan in remaining funds, but 2,000 yuan must be deducted as a fine, so 750 yuan remains. Considering that this small amount is not enough to serve as startup capital for the next 3 days, there's a program activity, which is the double reward. For these 3 days, you temporarily won't need any funds or collateral to use the stalls provided by the production team. To set up stalls or start a business selling things, all income during these 3 days will be doubled. Settlements will be made after 3 days, and after deducting rent and other fees, it will be issued into your accounts. Feng Shu announced the rules and everyone understood. The rules were actually very simple. The reason why no rent was needed and even the cost of raw materials could be advanced by the production team was that any losses or raw material costs incurred in the process would eventually still need to be borne by themselves. As long as it was their normal income, the production team would double it. Since the stalls are provided by the production team, you can only draw randomly. Wherever you draw is where you'll be. A wicked smile appeared on Feng Shu's face, immediately making everyone realize something was wrong. Damn it, there must be something going on, otherwise Uncle Feng wouldn't smile in such a ghostly manner. Haha, Director Feng is at it again. There must be a trap. If there's no trap, I'll take your surname. I feel like the places Director Feng chose must be particularly bizarre, like next to a public toilet or under a bridge. Trying to earn Director Feng's money for free is not that easy. I'm already looking forward to it. If someone really ends up next to a public toilet, I'll definitely die laughing. Uncle Feng gave a sinister laugh. Now, each group sent a representative to draw your stalling locations for these 3 days. Everyone's is different. Not only are the locations different, but even some of the rules and conditions on them are different. Every slip of paper looked the same and the content was unknown. By the time Chen Zhizhai pulled out the slip, her face had turned dark. Their stalling location was It's at a very busy subway station where selling food is not allowed. Chapter 102, not a single good thing. The conditions Chen Zhizhai and the others drew not only forbid selling food at the subway entrance, but also forbid selling small pendants and other textured products, and they can't even sell damn water. Ha ha ha, this is really killing me. Director Feng is truly Director Feng. He really doesn't follow common logic. In a place with such heavy foot traffic like a subway station, none of these are allowed to be sold. So what can they sell? They can't just set up a stall to sell slippers at the subway entrance, can they? If I were Chen Zhizhai or Xiao Yun, I'd already be sweating buckets completely. Not knowing what to do, isn't that right? Just watching this, I'm completely dazed. Forget about the show's guests. Do you guys think there's a possibility of a script for Director Feng doing this? Like deliberately creating huge difficulty to create buzz, and then finding someone as an NPC to go and help the guests lower the difficulty. Impossible, this is. Absolutely impossible. As long as you watch the last season, you know there's no such thing as a script for this crappy show. If there were a script, the last season wouldn't have had several guests wailing and crying. There are clips online of female guests shedding tears. You can search for them. Those were all clips from the live stream, not faked, because before and after they cried, we were all in that environment and felt the breakdown. Last season really was hell level. However, they should have adapted quite a bit by now. Chen Zhizhai really felt like she was about to faint. After showing the slip to the camera, she quickly took the slip back to her teammate Xiao Yun to discuss their strategy. Next group, Zhuang Sheng and Lin Xiaoqian, you guys pick one person to come and draw, and they showed an attitude of calm acceptance. After all, being able to attract passersby, who says there's nothing good in my box? I actually do have something. To prove he wasn't lying, Uncle Feng rummaged in the box for a while, pulled out one of the slips and opened it in public. See, best thing you can draw from this box is selling barbecue on a beach. And not just any beach, but the one with the most foot traffic. Long Bay in Sanya. Whoever draws this won't even have limits on business hours or the scope of the barbecue. This is good enough, right? Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw it. Even a fool knows that selling barbecue on a beach is a guaranteed way to make money. When playing in the water at the beach and suddenly smelling the aroma of barbecue, who wouldn't be tempted? Ahoha, I'm dying laughing. Look at that transparent acrylic at the back of the box. You can see from there that this box is rigged. The slip in Director Feng's hand wasn't taken from the bottom of the draw box, but from a hidden compartment at the top. So basically, I really put good things inside, but I definitely and certainly won't let you draw them. Now this is interesting. I've already started looking forward to the scene where they all turn pale after the drawing is over. Chapter 103. Is this something a carbon-based life form could think of? The show's double rewards to get more funds for starting a business. Uncle Feng causes trouble so often that even Zhuang Sheng and the others couldn't help but become vigilant. Zhuang Sheng knew Uncle Feng wouldn't be so kind, but as soon as he put his hand into the box, his face turned damn pale. Holy crap, why are there so many in this box? Shouldn't there only be 4? What's wrong? Draw one. Uncle Feng actually stood there with an amused look. Looking at him, Director Feng, you're not playing fair. Chen Zhizh, I just drew one, but why are there still so many? Zhuang Sheng complained powerlessly. I didn't say there were only a few slips in the box. What you draw depends entirely on your luck. Feng Shu blinked, actually giving off a bit of a White Lotus feeling. This feeling was really frustrating, but after experiencing the torture of the previous season, Zhuang Sheng had developed some immunity. Having no other choice, Zhuang Sheng could only roll his eyes while drawing a slip from the box. He no longer had any hope for this. Congratulations. Group 2, Zhuang Sheng drew the fried skewer stall next to the public toilet. Congratulations. Uncle Feng clapped as he looked at the slip Zhuang Sheng drew. At the first moment, he didn't dare to look, so he showed the slip to the camera first. Zhuang Sheng almost spat out a mouthful of blood next to the toilet. Selling fried skewers. Is this something a carbon-based life form could think of? Who the hell would have an appetite after using the toilet, and who would dare to buy fried skewers next to the toilet? Aren't they afraid of being disgusted or cursed? Lin Xiaoqian, also from Group 2, slapped her forehead in despair, but there was nothing they could do. This director just loves creating trouble. Wu Mingmin from Group 3 soon came over to draw lots. After the destruction of the previous season, as her right hand reached into the lottery box, she didn't grab the slips immediately. Instead, she felt around inside the box and finally found the mechanism inside the box and found the grand prize slip hidden by Feng Shu. At this moment, the situation reversed. Feng Shu's expression changed and his mouth twitched. On the contrary, it was Wu Mingmin who was beaming with joy. Congratulations to Group 3 Wu Mingmin for drawing the seaside barbecue stall. Congratulations. Hahaha, this is hilarious. Our goddess Mingming is so smart. She found the slip by searching for the mechanism in the box. Look at Director Feng's face, it's like he's constipated. Hahaha, he couldn't mess with our goddess Mingming, so he can't act smug anymore. Now I'm really looking forward to what kind of stall Feng Yuan and Jiang Maoyi's group will draw. Given Director Feng's tricky mind, he definitely only put one good slip in the box and the rest are all bad. Curiosity +1, curiosity +10086. Based on my knowledge of Feng Yuan and the others from last season, even if the stall is terrible, Feng Yuan and Shang Ruling will find a way to solve it. Clack, clack, clack. Feng Yuan walked over and smiled at Uncle Feng. Uncle Feng's mouth twitched and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 10. 4. This move is so cool. Feng Yuan's current smile made people feel as if he was about to pull some kind of stunt. Director Feng, tell me honestly, are there no good things left in this box? Feng Shu curled his lips and said, drawing lots is entirely up to your own luck, no matter what you draw, you can't blame me. Besides, there are so many stalls in the box written by different staff members. I'm not sure if there's anything good left. I was the one who wrote the seaside barbecue slip. After all, he folded and put all the slips in himself, so how could he not know? Even he was looking forward to seeing if Feng Yuan would draw something like selling grilled fish on the sea or snail noodles at a public toilet. That would be really interesting. The former requires rowing a small boat on the sea to sell fish, while the latter's explosive impact can be imagined. Compared to selling snail noodles at the entrance of a public toilet, selling roasted sausages, there is nothing. After all, when comparing the two, it's not even close. Feng Yuan turned his head and smiled at Shang Ruling, but his right hand didn't reach into the lottery box immediately. Instead, he just stood there in front of Uncle Feng. The smile on his face made Feng Shu even more confused. Feng Yuan, what are you dazing for? Draw, don't tell me you think just because you're handsome doesn't mean I'll let you go through the back door. I don't buy that. Feng Yuan laughed and shook his head. No, I don't mean that. Feng Shu was even more dazed. Then what do you mean? Just then, the 4 fingers of Feng Yuan's right hand closed while his thumb stuck up. His fingers were long and beautiful. He showed the front and back of his right hand, which looked like it had nothing at all. Then his right hand slowly waved up and down, and in an instant, under the dazed eyes of Feng Shu and the staff, a king of spades actually appeared in Feng Yuan's right hand. He threw the king of spades on the ground. His right hand waved up and down again, and surprisingly, there was a king of hearts, a king of diamonds, and a king of clubs. Feng Shu was suddenly full of question marks, and he waved up and down again, and there was another king of hearts, king of diamonds, and king of clubs. Feng Shu was instantly full of question marks, and even the staff behind him hadn't expected Feng Yuan to have such a trick. At this moment, they only had one thought in their minds: holy shit. With another flick of his right hand, a folded slip of paper appeared in his hand. Director Feng, you said that this lottery is entirely up to fate, right? But I'm someone whose fate is determined by me, not by heaven. What will you do then? Ha ha ha. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. The corners of Feng Shu's mouth flickered wildly. He already had the urge to curse. No, Feng Yuan, you can't do this. You're cheating. And you're a singer. How do you know magic? If it wasn't for the fact that they were recording the show, Feng Shu would have definitely rushed over to strangle Feng Yuan. This trick was too cool. How did he practice this? Holy shit, I really want to learn it. If I could learn it, I could show off in front of girls later. You should know that. Feng Yuan was wearing short sleeves at the moment with a bare arm, so there was absolutely no place to hide playing cards. Chapter 105. You can't rob a bank on a live broadcast, right? This display by Feng Yuan also stunned many viewers in front of the camera. But how did Fang Yuan do it? So handsome, this Fang Yuan is so handsome and can even do magic. I'm a fan now. Holy shit, I really didn't expect Fang Yuan to be able to do magic. Can he cook, sing, do magic, and clean? He can do everything. As an ordinary person, I'm actually not as good as a celebrity like him. Logically, shouldn't celebrities all be pampered? Hahaha, I'm dying of laughter. Fang Yuan's trick completely dazed Director Feng. Estimate Director Feng is about to break out in a cold sweat now. You said it. Director Feng didn't plan anything good in the lottery box, but Fang Yuan pulled a "my fate is determined by me" move. How will you handle this, sir? I declare that the king of pranks this season belongs to Fang Yuan again. Wait, was Fang Yuan very good at pranking last season too? Yes, when he was there last season, he provided all our laughs by himself. Any news that trended on the hot search was all about him. Last season, it was he and Shang Ruoling who propped up the quality of this show. Now that you say that, I'm getting excited. Various comments scrolled wildly in the live broadcast room. Feng Shu was indeed sweating profusely. Fang Yuan, you can't do this. If you operate like this, others will protest because it's simply not fair. Fang Yuan smiled. Fairness is something you fight for yourself. Besides, all rights of interpretation are in your mouth, Director Feng. Director Feng, wouldn't you say so? Hahaha, Fang Yuan is really too funny. Fairness is something you fight for yourself. This is the first time I've seen an artist bargain with the program crew on a show, and he even stunned the crew with a casual display. Support Fang Yuan, support Fang Yuan. Anyway, we come to watch the live broadcast we're just here for the fun as long as it's interesting, right everyone? User Brother Fang Yuan is the most handsome, sent 5 carnivals and left a message. Brother Fang Yuan, keep going, you're the best. Fang Yuan relied on October 17th to cause a sensation across the network and gained a very good fan base. After joining HuYu Media, he produced another song that also caused a sensation. Many people were attracted by his looks, but in the end, they were all loyal to his talent. Fang Yuan, can we discuss this? Feng Shu wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and asked Fang Yuan with an awkward expression. Oh, how should we discuss it? Fang Yuan flipped his right hand and surprisingly another note appeared in his palm. Fang Yuan, how about this? You two don't need to draw lots, I think. It's quite suitable for you two to set up a ring toss stall in the park. You'll purchase the prizes yourselves and set the rules yourselves. For these 3 days, all your income will be doubled. What do you think? A cameraman pointed the lens at Feng Shu's face while Feng Shu deliberately made a look as if he was about to cry, which made many viewers in the live broadcast room die of laughter. At the same time, because of this fun occurrence, the number of people in the room continued to rise. Ring toss, but I feel like ring toss doesn't make money fast enough, Fang Yuan said with a faint smile. Damn, ring toss isn't fast enough, then what do you want to do? You can't rob a bank on a live broadcast. Chapter 106. What nonsense, we too plan to go to a construction site to sell lunch boxes. 10 yuan per box, guaranteed with a clear conscience, we won't earn much. Is that okay? Fang Yuan said with a smile. Fang Yuan could certainly have used these 3 days to earn a lot of money and widen the gap with others, but this is a show and if the gap is too large, it won't be interesting. Selling lunchboxes can help them quickly adapt to the upcoming entrepreneurial pace. After all, they plan to start from selling food at a stall. Although Fang Yuan was used to the scene of cooking for the family at home, selling lunchboxes at a stall doesn't cost much. If one lunchbox earns 2 yuan and you sell 1,000 a day, that's at least 2,000 in profit daily. Director Feng couldn't help but curl his lip and said. Fang Yuan's mouth also twitched. 1,000 boxes a day? Are you treating us like donkeys in a production team? Director Feng, do you know how much work it takes to make 1,000 lunch boxes? How long would it take? Making 300 boxes in a day would probably be the limit for us too. Feng Shu seized the opportunity and said with a chuckle, in a day 300 boxes earning 2 yuan each is 600. Isn't that a massive profit? How many workers or shop owners don't even earn 600 a day? Fang Yuan curled his lip. Then how much should I earn per box? 1 yuan. Feng Shu shook his head. 50 cents. Fang Yuan's eyes widened, looking at him in disbelief. Damn, you are even more of a capitalist than actual capitalists. Is this how you do business? Feng Shu snorted proudly. Anyway, those are the conditions. See if you accept them or not. Besides, who told you to exploit bugs and use backdoors? Then you must bear the corresponding price. Fang Yuan's eyes darted around as he remembered something. Fine, then return my electric scooter from last season first. Feng Shu was stunned and looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief, almost choking on his own saliva. What, last season's electric scooter? What era is this? It's a different show now and you actually still remember your electric scooter. I'm new here, may I ask what the electric scooter meme is? I'm an old fan from last season. The electric scooter is just the electric scooter. Chapter 107. Even if you get an advantage for a moment, so what? This electric scooter was bought by Fang Yuan in the last season for convenience from the program crew. Haha, this is hilarious. Director Feng wouldn't even dream that Fang Yuan would still remember the electric scooter meme. Director Feng is finished. At the end of last season, Director Feng took Fang Yuan's elect. The scooter was handled. Before Fang Yuan left, he often rode Fang Yuan's electric scooter around, disguising himself in front of the program crew's cameras. He appeared in disguise, but now he can't deliver. If I were Director Feng, I would already be sweating profusely. Is someone really being this serious with the program crew? This is truly fun, brothers. Did you notice a bug? What bug? Speak up. It's that this show is actually connected to the previous one. The shows are linked. The funds of last season's guests are carried over to this season, so theoretically, the electric scooter belongs to Fang Yuan's property, and the program crew must return his electric scooter, otherwise the rules of the show will be overturned. Holy crap, brother, you're awesome. You even discovered this blind spot. You found it, you must be in the next episode of The Brain, or I won't watch. Hee, I only remembered it because I heard Fang Yuan mention the electric scooter. Otherwise, if he hadn't said it, I would have forgotten too. Feng Shu was completely speechless, wishing he could rush over and fight Fang Yuan. He gnashed his teeth with a creak. However, the expression on his face soon became bright. It doesn't matter, so what if you gain a temporary advantage? As the show's chief director, I can never lose. Once the special guest arrives later, let's see what you will do then. Fang Yuan looked at Uncle Feng, whose mouth curled into a wicked smile. His own mouth twitched as a bad feeling arose in his heart. What bad thoughts is this Uncle Feng harboring? They are practically written all over his face, making people a bit scared, not knowing what trouble he's going to stir up. Fine, it's okay since you have this ability, then we'll do as you say. However, you must also follow the rules initially set by the program crew. When the special guest arrives, you aren't allowed to play dirty or quit. Uncle Feng gave a dark, wicked laugh. Director Feng, what on earth are you trying to do? What kind of trap did you dig? Fang Yuan looked at him in confusion. If it were just the special guest, Fang Yuan really couldn't imagine what stunt Uncle Feng could pull. He couldn't possibly have the guest come over just to cause trouble for him, right? If that were true, the show would be suspected of staging effects. The effect naturally wouldn't be very good, because if they wanted to create effects, it's better to let them face natural events during the entrepreneurial process. That would be relatively better, but if they let special guests intentionally cause trouble or internal conflict, it would inevitably affect the audience's perception. It would be a forced stunt. You'll know what I'm going to do in a while, hee. Feng Shu's smile became increasingly perverted, like a villainous uncle with ill intentions in a TV drama. It was that evil smile of someone holding a lollipop to trick a little girl into a back alley. Fang Yuan immediately rolled his eyes. Since the words had already been spoken, there was no room for him to regret it. Chapter 108. What the hell is going on? Since Feng Shu was determined to stir things up for Fang Yuan, then he would see exactly what was happening. Actually, when the special guest rule came out, Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong because Uncle Feng required the special guest to team up with him. However, when they gathered at this time, the special guest didn't seem to be coming down. This is because he or they hadn't appeared yet. It doesn't matter. No matter what you're trying to pull, Director Feng, I have a way to completely ruin it for you. Fang Yuan specialize in dealing with all kinds of defiance. Fang Yuan wore a proud expression, mainly to cooperate with Uncle Feng for the live broadcast effect. The smile on Uncle Feng's face deepened, becoming even more perverted. Haha, good Fang Yuan, you said it yourself. No matter what happens then. If something happens, you can't come looking for me, nor are you allowed to wink at me. Fang Yuan nodded. Whoever winks is a puppy. Uncle Feng spread his legs and laughed triumphantly. Good. I just love your rebellious attitude. Fang Yuan felt as if he had fallen into a deep abyss of a trap. He was only trying to create a show effect, but why did Uncle Feng seem to be playing for real? What the hell is Uncle Feng doing? I really can't figure it out. Since all groups have already been confirmed, we are ready to start this season's entrepreneurship. Group 1, Xiao Yun and Chen Zhizhai, will set up a stall at the subway entrance to sell things, but they are not allowed to sell food, water, or cultural and creative items. Group 2, Zhuang Sheng and Lin Xiaoqian will sell fried skewers at a company entrance. Group 3, Huang Bo and Wu Mingaming will sell barbecue at Yalong Bay Beach. Group 4, Fang Yuan and Shang Ruolin will sell lunch boxes at a construction site entrance. The location and contents are up to them. All guests, except for Fang Yuan and Shang Ruolin of Group 4, will have their turnover doubled. The special guest will work with Fang Yuan, and their turnover likewise will not be doubled. 3 days later, the production team will settle the final funds and summarize your next startup capital. Now the entrepreneurship begins. Uncle Feng waved his hand, signaling the guests to prepare to get in the vehicles and follow the production team's cars to their stall locations. Since these 3 days are the production team's support phase, the fuel costs for moving locations, as well as the cost for stalls and equipment, will be fully borne by the production team. If the guests had to bear these themselves, the funds they carried over from the previous season would not be enough. For example, opening a small milk tea stall requires purchasing a cart as well as a refrigerator, a sealing machine, and other equipment. The cost of just building a small cart would be at least a few thousand yuan. If they had to buy an electric tricycle, the cost would only be more expensive even if bought secondhand. By the way, Director Feng, where is the special guest? Fang Yuan asked him in confusion. What's the rush? Once you've handled everything, they will naturally arrive. By the way, Fang Yuan, I'll give you a hint. You actually know both of them. Uncle Feng's expression became even more smug. At this moment, the situation had completely reversed. However, he still wanted to see more of Fang Yuan's rebellious expression. This was not only for the sake of the show's effect, but also for his personal amusement. I know them. Holy shit, who is it? Chapter 109. Whatever is coming will surely come anyway. Although Fang Yuan had considered the possibility at first that the special guests might be someone he knew, after thinking it over, he had ruled out many acquaintances. After going in circles, he eventually dismissed the idea. Besides, among the people he knew who could possibly appear on the show, there were very few to begin with. It wouldn't be interesting if I told you now. Uncle Feng's tail was almost wagging. Up in the sky, maintaining a smug attitude as if he were the second greatest under heaven. Fang Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry and really couldn't find a way to complain. However, even if he really wanted to know, there was no need to rush. Whatever was coming would surely arrive. Fang Yuan and Shang Ruolin got into the car together. He was actually quite confident. Moreover, with the production team's support, it would bound to attract a certain amount of customer traffic. However, not every construction site was suitable for setting up a stall, because some sites had their own canteens, and with so many people eating every day, the project contractors would naturally give favors to their own people to let them open canteens inside. And even if some construction sites didn't have canteens, there were already fixed vendors operating at the entrance every day. Fang Yuan didn't want to compete with them too much for customers. For one, one was to film the show, while the other was to make a living. The natures were different. Feng Shu personally drove Fang Yuan and Shang Ruolin around the city for most of the day and finally found a suitable construction site. This was one of the local high-end residential projects, and the developer was a state-owned enterprise. Hearing they were filming the show, they were naturally very willing. After all, this was equivalent to free advertising. Moreover, the program had the support of the Kiang Province Culture and Tourism Department. The person in charge immediately agreed to Fang Yuan and his partner's stall for selling box lunches, and even personally led them to the stall location to choose a spot. During the process, the person in charge introduced their real estate project to